I'm Phyllis Jackson. Welcome to Stay at Home Connect.
Pharmaceutical company Moderna has launched Phase 3 of its clinical trials and has begun vaccinating participants. The COVE study, or Coronavirus Efficacy Study, is a collaboration between the National Institutes of Health, the Biomedical Advanced Research and Development Authority, and the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services. The randomized placebo-controlled trial will include 30,000 volunteers from the United States. Some patients, including young adults diagnosed with coronavirus, continue to have symptoms weeks after testing positive. The CDC report says a persistent cough and fatigue appear to be the most common symptoms. Among those from 18 to 34 with no underlying conditions, 1 in 5 were not fully recovered. Officials with the CDC say patients confirmed to have mild to moderate symptoms are no longer infectious 10 days after symptoms of COVID-19 appear. The agency recently revised its guidance and now discourages people from getting tested a second time after they recover. Northside Hospital is in critical need of recovered COVID-19 patients to donate plasma to current patients fighting the virus. So far, more than 250 people have received convalescent plasma through an ongoing study at Northside. The goal is to collect 1,000 units or more. Qualified plasma donors must meet the following criteria. They must be healthy, over the age of 18. They must have previously tested positive for COVID-19 or had a positive COVID-19 antibody test. They have to have been symptom-free for at least 14 days, and they must successfully screen as a blood donor per FDA blood donation guidelines. For more information or to make an appointment to donate plasma, call 404-477-1299 or visit atlantabloodservices.com. McDonald's will require customers to wear face masks in all of its 14,000 U.S. locations. Additionally, officials from the chain say they plan on adding protective panels to both the front and back of the buildings. And they're hitting the pause button on reopening the dining room for another month. Chipotle is also requiring face coverings in all of its restaurants. Atlanta City Council member Marcy Collier Overstreet takes part in the Stay Woke, Be Vocal, Go Vote Youth Summit.
I am urging anyone that will listen to us to go and early vote. Do not wait until the runoff happens, and I think it's August 11th. Go and early vote.
The summit was hosted by the Ben Hill United Methodist Church and also addressed issues surrounding racial justice and health care.
Thanks for joining us. Have a great night.
Can one girl in a small town, an architect in a major city, and a suburban high school coach shape the future of the United States? Yes, they can. Because every 10 years, the census gives us that power. You can shape your future by responding to the 2020 census. Where do we need new roads to make our lives easier? Where will new school programs help our children thrive? Where could a new health clinic benefit neighborhoods? The 2020 census will inform these decisions and shape how billions of dollars will be distributed to communities like yours each year. And in 2020, you can respond to the census online, by phone, or by mail. It's easy, safe, and important. Make sure you and everyone you know is counted. Now is the time for you to get involved. Your community needs you. Together, we can educate and excite, inspire and make sure every voice is heard. Together, we can shape our future.
I'm Phyllis Jackson. Welcome to Stay at Home Connect.
Pharmaceutical company Moderna has launched phase 3 of its clinical trials and has begun vaccinating participants. The COVE study, or coronavirus efficacy study, is a collaboration between the National Institutes of Health, the Biomedical Advanced Research and Development Authority, and the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services. The randomized placebo-controlled trial will include 30,000 volunteers from the United States. Some patients, including young adults diagnosed with coronavirus, continue to have symptoms weeks after testing positive. The CDC report says a persistent cough and fatigue appear to be the most common symptoms. Among those from 18 to 34 with no underlying conditions, 1 in 5 were not fully recovered. Officials with the CDC say patients confirmed to have mild to moderate symptoms are no longer infectious 10 days after symptoms of COVID-19 appear. The agency recently revised its guidance and now discourages people from getting tested a second time after they recover. Northside Hospital is in critical need of recovered COVID-19 patients to donate plasma to current patients fighting the virus. So far, more than 250 people have received convalescent plasma through an ongoing study at Northside. The goal is to collect 1,000 units or more. Qualified plasma donors must meet the following criteria. They must be healthy, over the age of 18. They must have previously tested positive for COVID-19 or had a positive COVID-19 antibody test. They have to have been symptom-free for at least 14 days, and they must successfully screen as a blood donor per FDA blood donation guidelines. For more information or to make an appointment to donate plasma, call 404-477-1299 or visit atlantabloodservices.com. McDonald's will require customers to wear face masks in all of its 14,000 U.S. locations. Additionally, officials from the chain say they plan on adding protective panels to both the front and back of the buildings. And they're hitting the pause button on reopening the dining room for another month. Chipotle is also requiring face coverings in all of its restaurants. Atlanta City Council member Marcy Collier Overstreet takes part in the Stay Woke, Be Vocal, Go Vote Youth Summit.
I am urging anyone that will listen to us to go and early vote. Do not wait until the runoff happens, and I think it's August 11th. Go and early vote.
The summit was hosted by the Ben Hill United Methodist Church and also addressed issues surrounding racial justice and health care.
Thanks for joining us. Have a great night.
right, we are ready to get started. I would just remind everyone if you could please mute your phone on your phone if you're not speaking. That way we will eliminate background noise. And I'd like to say good afternoon to everyone. I am Felicia Moore, your Atlanta City Council President. Welcome to the August 3rd, 2020 Atlanta City Council meeting. Mr. Clerk, if we could have the roll call, please.
President Felicia A. Moore.
Present.
Council members, Post 1 at Large, Michael Julian Bond. Post 2 at Large, Matt Westmoreland. Here. Post 3 at Large, Andre Dickens. Here. Council District 1, Carla Smith.
Here.
Council District 2, Amir R. Faroki. Council District 3, Antonio Brown.
Here.
Council District 4, Cleta Winslow.
Present.
Council District 5, Natalie Mosby Archibald.
Here.
Council District 6, Jennifer N. Ide.
Here.
Council District 7, Howard Shook. Council District 8, J.P. Matsakite. Here. Council District 9, Dustin Hillis. Here. Council District 10, Andrea L. Boone.
Present.
Council District 11, Marcy Collier Overstreet.
Present.
Council District 12, Joyce M. Shepard.
Present.
Quorum present, Madam President.
Thank you so much. Again, just a reminder to members to make sure that your phone is muted when you're not speaking. We will now go to the adoption of the agenda. I would entertain a motion to adopt the agenda with the following changes, and that is under the reports for the standing committee. We will start with the committee of the whole, with the committee on council, followed by zoning committee. And then we will come out of committee of the whole, adopt those items in growth, and then follow the standing committee listing as indicated, which would be Transportation, Finance Executive Committee, City Utilities Committee, Community Development, Human Services, and Public Safety and Legal Administration. And just, I would also add for note that we will have an executive session with the law department following general remarks, and then we will come back from executive session and adjourn. Mr. Massacre, if I could...
So moved. So moved, Madam President.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second, Smith.
Okay, there's a motion by Massacre. Excuse me, Mr. Bond?
I just wanted to make sure folks knew I was present.
Okay. Make sure that we note that, Mr. Clerk, if you did not get it. And so without objection from those present, we will consider the agenda adopted on unanimous consent. Now we will go to our opening remarks. Again, thank everyone for attending today's meeting. Of course, we all want to remind everybody that our COVID-19 cases continue to rise. We want people to stay the course and not forget that, wearing your face covering, distancing, washing your hands, and avoiding large crowds and gatherings. Also, please make sure you register to vote if you have not, so that you can vote in November. Early voting is open now. And don't forget to complete your 2020 census. And I will also offer our moment of silence. Unfortunately, our list is very long. We have recessed our meetings for 2 weeks. I will go through the list that I have, and if anyone else who has others that they would like to add can indicate by hitting the speaker button, or either I will call you if you're not online. So we will start with a heavy list of civil rights and community activists over all over 80 years old and most in their 90s. We want to emphasize that we're losing our champions and we must finish their good work. Of course, we know that we lost C.T. Vivian, civil rights activist. He died at the age of 95. Congressman John Lewis, civil rights activist, passed at the age of 80. Emma Sanders, civil rights activist, fought for black voter rights in 1964 in Mississippi, passed away at 91. James Charles Evers, civil rights activist and brother of Medgar Evers, dies at 97. Maddie Neal Ford, later known as Mimi Jones, civil rights activist from Albany, Georgia, arrested for having integrated a swimming pool at a hotel in 1964 in St. Augustine, Florida, has died. Mrs. Clemmy Hatchett, a neighbor of mine, she was a community activist and a mother of the Honorable Judge Glenda Hatchett. She passed July 21st at the age of 98. Community activist and beloved lady of Summerhill neighborhood, Miss Maddie Jackson, passed away on Saturday, August 1st at the age of 98. Former presidential candidate and Morehouse graduate Herman Cain died on July 30th. Mr. Paul Williams Sr., businessman and owner of Sweet Auburn Seafood, passed on July 16th. Mr. Randolph Rudy Cohen Sr. attended Clark College, was employed with the City of Atlanta starting back in 1972 and served in the U.S. military. Mr. Cohen passed at the age of 92. And Miss Vernell Peggy Hall, she passed on July 10th. She was an educator, a neighbor, and an advocate for the historic Collier Heights neighborhood. We extend our continued thoughts and prayers to those who have lost someone as well battling COVID-19. Ms. Boone, I think that you wanted to recognize.
Yes, I would like to offer condolences to the family of Mr. Melvin Reed, who was a valued member of the Baker Hills, Adamsville community, active member of MPUH, president of Friends of Wilson Mill Park. We honored him a few months ago, and we would like to just extend condolences to his wife, Betty, and their children, and the entire Adamsville community. He was a wonderful, wonderful spirit. His picture can be seen at the C.T. Martin Recreation Center, and he was just a very hard worker, Mr. Melvin Reed of the Baker Hills community. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other members?
Yes, ma'am. Madam President?
Yes, go ahead, Mr. Bond.
We also want to we have the
Mr. Bond, Mr. Bond, would you start over? You broke up there for a minute.
Thank you, Madam President. Just wanted to also contribute the name of Dante's Down the Hatch. We had honored him at the City Council in 2013. He had been a fixture in Atlanta for many, many years with his first restaurant in Underground, and of course, the second and final location in Buckhead. He had lived an extremely colorful life, and he will sorely be missed. And so many have gone on. I just wanted to send condolences to all of those families that have contributed through the loss of their loved one. Just God bless them. So many, Madam President, so many.
Yes, there are. And we certainly want to make sure that we capture any of those that we did not recognize or were not aware of. Mr. Shook has joined us by phone. Did you have someone to add, Mr. Shook, or just letting me know that you're on the phone?
I know, ma'am. I was just reporting in, and I will be voting by voice.
Okay, if the clerk would make that note. So having said all of those names, let us go into just a moment of silent reflection and meditation on those names and those who have given to the city and to the world. Thank you so much. I am pleased and honored to have Father Gregory Ott, pastor of Our Lady of Lourdes Catholic Church, which is located at 25 Boulevard Northeast, who will give our invocation. Father Ott.
Thank you so much, and thank you for the honor of giving the invocation today. My name is Father Jeffrey Ott, and I often get Gregory or Jeremy, so but I thought I would make that correction, Madam President.
I am so sorry.
That's okay. I'm just honored to be here, and of course, greetings to you and greetings to all of the council members, the staff, guests, and everyone gathered on this call. I know I speak for our community, the Mother Church for Black Catholics here in Atlanta since 1912, that it is an honor to be able to give this invocation today. Please listen to an excerpt from the Gospel of Matthew, chapter 14, starting with verse 15. The disciples came to him and said, "This is a deserted place, and the hour is now late. Send the crowds away so that they may go to the villages and buy food for themselves." Jesus said to them, they need not go away. Give them something to eat. "We have nothing here but 5 loaves and 2 fish. And he said, "Bring them here to me." Then he ordered the crowds to sit down on the grass. Taking the 5 loaves and the 2 fish, he looked up to heaven and blessed and broke the loaves and gave them to the disciples. And the disciples gave them to the crowds. And all ate and were filled. And they took up what was left over of the broken pieces, 12 baskets full. And those who ate were about 5,000 men, besides women and children. Gracious God of abundance, you showed the women and children and the men gathered in that place oh so long ago that your Son Jesus, through Jesus, you're able to feed and provide for all. We bless you and we praise you for the great gifts of abundance that you have provided for the city of Atlanta and its citizens and the community. And we ask you on this day of meeting, this day of gathering, that you would send your spirit of abundance to be with these council members, these leaders. Help them to administer the resources of government, including the human resources, so effectively as to have every person in this community, especially those in need, to have what they need, whether that be food or shelter, or whether that be companionship or community. Lord, we ask that you give these leaders your spirit so that they may be endowed with right judgment, with wisdom, and with courage to act in bold and courageous ways in the footsteps of our leaders, the great leaders whose names have been called today and who are being remembered today, and all of the leaders who came before them. We thank you, dear God, and we acknowledge your greatness and your power in our lives. And we pray that you continue to shower with abundance all your people. We ask all of these blessings in Jesus' name. Amen.
Thank you so much, Father Jeffrey Hart. I got it correct this time. Thank you for your work. I appreciate you.
You're very welcome. Bless you all.
Thank you. Now, all members, and please make sure your phone is muted because I do hear an echo. We will now go into the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and public for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you so much. We will now go into our remarks by the public. We have a total of 118 messages that will last approximately 1 hour and 46 minutes. If we can go to our remarks by the public.
Yes, Madam President. The public may leave the comment of their concerns the day before the scheduled meeting between the hours of 4 p.m. and 7 p.m. by dialing 404-330-6001. Public comments for the full council agenda should not exceed 2 minutes. In addition, the standing committees of zoning and committee on council will enter the committee of the whole, and the public may express their concerns for individual committees by dialing the designated numbers. Committee on Council, 404-330-6069, and Zoning, 404-330-6035. Messages for the committee meeting should not exceed 3 minutes. No public comments are allowed on legislative items that have gone before or will go before the Zoning Review Board. Mr. Massenberg? Messages for the committee meeting should not exceed 3 minutes. No public comments are allowed.
Good afternoon. My name is Lane Herban, and I am a homeowner and resident of the Bethesda community in Zone 2. I am calling to post grievance with all the street racing that is continuing to happen both during afternoon and evening hours. It seems to only be getting worse the last few months and is now including people blocking off portions of streets, including the bridge over 85 located on Peachtree Road. It's becoming dangerous. It's becoming a nuisance, and I would very much like to voice my opposition, and also in accordance with our reopening guidelines being in the middle of a global pandemic. I feel it's very important for groups of this size taking these actions to be held accountable, just as someone would be socially hanging out with many people. I think it's gone too far and too long, and it needs to be stopped immediately for the safety of all of us. I personally live on West Wesley, and several times have, been worried about leaving my driveway because people are driving up and down our street at such drastic speed. So thank you for your time. Bye-bye.
My name is Coleman Vivian, and I'm calling to ask the council members to support a vote in favor of finalizing the lease agreement regarding Rodney Cook Park and the National Monument Foundation, as well as voting in favor of the statue for Congressman John Lewis at the Reverend C.T. Vivian Library. Thank you for your time and consideration. Have a good day.
Denise Moore, M-O-R-S-E. I am calling to request that the City Council please approve the lease for Rodney Cook Park in Vine City tomorrow in its vote. Please vote yes to approve the lease. Please vote yes to approve a statue of John Lewis, which I'm sure should be an easy vote. And yes to approve the C.T. Vivian Library and Museum. This is so vital to the area. I am a landowner in the area. I have lived in the area. In previous years, I loved Vine City, and I'm asking you please to approve all of these agenda items, so that we can continue to see that area grow and thrive. This park, the Rodney Cook lease and park, will be a wonderful thing for our area. Thank you.
My name is Vanessa Wright, and I called to make a comment on the statue of John Lewis and Dr. C.T. Vivian. And I just feel like it should be, because they are two historical men of Georgia, and they have fought and bled for the right for people to vote, no matter what color, creed, or origin you are. They did that for us to have a right to vote. And then the library and the books and all of the Black history that we have only 1 month of Black history where in support of the Cook Park and wanted you all to support this park for the finalizing of the lease agreement, Michael Bond's paper that's coming forward. Vote in favor of the statute for the late Congressman John Lewis and Reverend C.T. Vivian Library. Again, this is Miss Adams from the Vine City neighborhood calling to support the papers that Michael Bond is going to submit before you all concerning the Rodney Cook Park leasing of the land. Thank you.
Thank you, council members, for your support and for all that you do in service to community. I am Makeda Johnson, a resident of Vine City and a community activist. I'm calling to ask you to finalize the agreement for the Rodney Cook Senior Park with the National Monument Foundation, who has stood with us throughout this process. Also, to accept the donation of the John Lewis statue, as well as the C.T. Vivian Library, which is scheduled to be housed in Rodney Cook Park. These are critical things that we must have. Black Lives Matter. Black voices matter. Black sacred spaces must also matter. We owe it to the future generations to have a space dedicated to the foot soldiers that help transform our nation. Thank you for your support and your vote. Have a blessed day.
Hello, my name is Betty Hurt. I'm a citizen of the city of Atlanta. I am calling in deep concern about the increase of street racing, donuts, whatever they're doing, firecrackers, gunshots, all of this lawlessness and just closing the streets down, creating a very dangerous environment. And we as the public are able to see on the DOT traffic cam how one police officer drives up to a car, about 200 cars and a ton of pedestrians, and is attacked by bricks for driving up. There's no law. It's very dangerous. If you're not concerned about public safety, then you should be concerned about the fact that businesses will not want to move to the city of Atlanta. People will not want to move to the city of Atlanta, and people who live in the city of Atlanta will want to leave the city of Atlanta because it is a very dangerous city at this point. There is no law and order here at all, and you guys have got to get this straightened out. And I know that it's coming down from the mayor's office, but you guys really need to implore her to try to take care of the city and not just COVID, because this is very dangerous, very disruptive, and very stressful for everyone who lives here.
Hello, my name is Carrie McKendry. I am a property owner at 130 26th Street Northwest in Atlanta, and I wanted to comment about the escalating nuisance of street racing and the fireworks that seem to go along with them. I don't know whether the solution is the new ordinance or just to enforce what is already on the books, but it has increased drastically over the past weeks, and it's become almost like a psychological trauma to hear this constant noise all the time. That's the main impact it's having on me, where my condo sits. I just hear the noise, and me and my pets and anyone who's visiting, is startled out of sleep or while trying to watch a movie by all the loud noises. And it's, I'm used to the city noises, the ambulances and all that. That is the normal city noise, and I understand this, but this is not. This is just abusive noise that should not be happening. Thank you for the opportunity to leave my input. Bye-bye.
Yes, this is Linda Adams, resident of the historical Vine City neighborhood. I'm calling in support of the Cook Park.
Yes, hi, my name is Sue Longman. Can you please pass street racing ordinance for all this drag racing and also the 18-wheelers on the road and scooter racing in Buckhead? It is getting to be very dangerous, and people are being killed, and it's becoming violent. Please pass an ordinance. Thank you very much.
Yes, my name is E.J. Mitchell. I live in the Lindbergh, Morosco area. I'm calling on the ordinance about the street racing and encouraging you to do something about it before someone gets killed. It is going on all around my area, and from what I understand, many areas of the city. People have no peace, safety. We're already going through enough with the COVID, which affects businesses. I just encourage you to do something to stop this. If you have to impound the cars, arrest these people, call in state troopers for help. I hope it doesn't end up like the situation at Wendy's where somebody had to be killed along with the water boys when them got killed, but necessarily before someone hacks. Just please do something. Everybody in the neighborhood is talking about the lawlessness, and if something's not done soon, you're going to see a mass exit out of the city, me included, and I'm a native here, so I'm just asking you, please, restore some order and stop the street race. Thank you.
Hello, this is Andrew Young. Remember, I used to be mayor here about 30 years ago, but what I'm calling about now is the passage of the Peace Park designation, and I want to remind you that we've completed a statue of John Lewis that we're ready to install there. We have monies for the statue of Chief Tamachichi and also the library of C.T. Vivian. And this is a wonderful opportunity. It creates probably the only peace park as such in the world. And we will be entertaining, as soon as the virus clears, Nobel Peace Prize winners from all over the world. And this is the sort of the center of the attraction that has drawn them there. This is sort of the same thing we did when I was mayor with the zoo. The zoo, we didn't have money to keep the zoo, so we turned it over to private citizens in the Zoological Society, and we went from one of the worst zoos in the world to one of the best zoos in the world. We did the same thing with the Botanical Garden, with Piedmont Park, with the Lakewood Amphitheater, and it was part of our turning over the operations of the city that are only interested in a few members of the private sector. I guess I'm finished, but please consider this and pass it. It couldn't be a better tribute to John Lewis, but it couldn't be a better tribute to the city to have.
Good afternoon. My name is James Oliver, and I'm a sophomore at Morehouse College. I wanted to ask the Atlanta City Council to support the vision of the late City Councilman Ivory Lee Young Jr. and the National Monuments Foundation, because this is a great opportunity to tell the story of civil rights in the heart of our city. This park will be a tourist destination and a place for AUC students to be inspired by our history. We need to honor the legacy of great leaders like C.T. Vivian, Reverend James Orange, and others. Thank you in advance for your support of Rodney Cook Park in Vine City. Thank you.
This is Elizabeth Davis. I'm a homeowner in Garden Hills, and my reason in calling is frustration with the ATV noise and disruption. Living in Garden Hills, I am several blocks from Far Road. Night after night after night, I have to sleep with the fan on to give me the noise, to try to buffer the sounds that come from the ATVs, and even with that, it doesn't work. I have put my house on the market. I do not know if I want to stay in the city of Atlanta with the lack of law and order and the basically inability for the city to try to control the crime. And one of the things I'm concerned with is the ATV noise. But it goes on every weekend and many times during the week as well. Noise level, disruption. I do not understand why it continues, along with a lot of other things that I don't understand about what's going on in our city right now. So I am just calling to express my frustration, and you are going to have many, many people that are leaving the city. I have right now 4 neighbors in a row with their house on the market, and this is just going to continue. People do not want to live in a city with lawlessness. Thank you. My name is Hillary Baum. I live at 8 Collier Road, Atlanta, Georgia, 30309. My telephone number is 770-294-2727. My email address is hillarybaum@gmail.com, HILARYBUMM. I am in favor of an ordinance against street racing. This is the 4th Saturday and Sunday that we have been up all night long on Collier at Peachtree from street racing, street ragers, donuts, and random gunfire. This is ridiculous, and we would love an ordinance. Thank you so much for your consideration.
Hello, my name is Mary Hardin Thornton, and I am calling because I support Councilman Michael Bond's ordinance that does support the National Monument Foundation's component of the Rodney Cook Senior Park, because the 8,000 volume C.T. Vivian Library has been given to the National Monument Foundation to be in the Peace Column, and we want that. It will provide hundreds of jobs, we hope, for our Vine City residents, and we just think this will represent the values of Vine City community, honor those who came before us, and just basically make the world a better place to live. Thank you, and again, I support Councilman Michael Bond's ordinance in support of the National Monument Foundation Park for Rodney Cook Sr. Thank you. Good night.
Yes, my name is Merle Dubois. I live in Vine City. This is on behalf of my husband, Clarence Dubois. He had worked very hard to have the Rodney Cook Park in Vine City to be are created. Citizens vote in favor of finalizing the agreement to honor our heroes at Rodney Cook Park in Vine City in partnership with the National Monuments Foundation. The second thing I'd like to say, this is also a vote of favor of the statuette of John Lewis to be done at the C.T. Vivian Library. And with that, have a good day.
Hi, to Atlanta City Council members, please submit a vote in favor of a statue for Congressman John Lewis, the Reverend C.T. Vivian Library, and the Reverend C.T. Vivian Library. Again, I'm just asking you all, we've experienced so much loss and it's so painful, but what would help is if you vote in favor of a statue for our beloved Congressman John Lewis and for the libraries for our beloved Reverend C.T. Vivian. Thank you, and I know you'll do the best thing and the wisest thing for those of us in the community that are hurting so much. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Christy Lozano. I have owned a condo in Midtown, 12th and Piedmont now, since 2008, and highly considering selling my property due to all of the crime that has occurred in the last several months in the city. Primarily, the closure of the streets for these protests, which I know there's nothing you can do about, but the street racing, I had to take my father to the hospital during COVID, and crossing over Piedmont, the bridge at Atlanta, at Peachtree to head to Piedmont, I had this horrible nightmare that if it was not during the hours that it was, and that bridge was closed due to this terrible street racing and wheelies that these people do, that we might have not made it to the hospital. So I am distraught with anger that this is happening in our city, and I'm hoping that you all will do something about it. Again, my name is Christy Lozano, and I've been a resident of Midtown since 2008. Please help us. Thanks.
This is Chase Connor. I'm a Fulton County resident. It is 6:50 p.m. on Sunday. I'm calling to ask that council pass and sign the bill for the public safety concerning the street racing. Quite honestly, I'm surprised that this is not an ordinance that already exists, and I just assumed that it was already an illegal activity. But I do ask that you pass it. I believe that it did go through Public Safety Council, and I do believe that every member or every council member has signed on to the bill. And again, that it's gone through Public Safety and passed unanimously. That's it. I pray that you all pass it before somebody either gets seriously injured or there are deaths that occur. And again, it just seems like a common sense legislation to me, but since it's not, I do ask that you all pass it. Thank you.
Gaurav Kumar. Dear councilwomen and men, I'm the president of Andrew J. Young Foundation and have been involved in the National Monument Foundation component of the Rodney Cook Senior Park for the last 10 years. And in these 10 years, we have seen a couple of mayors, several councilmen, and multiple city officials change. And when that happens, the history and relevance of a project that was started 10 years ago gets lost in politics. National Monument Foundation was the only project that they spearheaded in Wine City has survived in the last 30, 40 years. And simply because they included, respected, and empowered the community. The idea came from the community rather than we trying to do something there. The statuary component of the park is a telling example that Atlanta needs to tell the world. And when you vote tomorrow on this project, I think that are ready and they can be placed in the park, where all the cities are burning and taking down statues. We are going to build civil rights. So I urge you to create history by voting for the project and really making a difference in Atlanta. And the Atlanta would be thankful to you forever for this voting. Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Diego Saldana. I live in South Atlanta, and I would like for the city administrators, members of city council, those frankly that hold political and economic power in the city, to rethink how it is that we distribute funds to our police department, and to perhaps consider making it so we put less strain on the department by hiring more social workers or public service aides, individuals that don't necessarily need to enter our communities armed and not with the most training, quite frankly, to help solve some of our problems and to just help our community overall, to really be able to be a service to our community and not potentially put themselves and others in danger. I'd also like for officers to cooperate with the DA in officer-involved shootings and non-lethal alternatives to crowd control. And most importantly, resolve because I do believe that Black lives do matter.
Yes, my name is Lynn Cross, C-R-O-S-S. I want to request council vote for a statue for Reverend C.T. Vivian and Representative John Lewis, two men who made Georgia a better place, who made the nation a better place in fighting for equality and justice for all. Please vote for a statue for John Lewis and Reverend C.T. Vivian in their honor. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Howard Crone. I live in Buckhead, and I'm calling to ask you folks to finally do something about the drag racing in the city of Atlanta. It's dangerous, brings a lot of people together who probably pass coronavirus to each other. I think you should give heavy citations to both the people who view these races and the people who participate, and perhaps impound the cars that are involved and cause them to have to pay large amounts of money to get their cars out. Thank you very much.
My name is Kevin Ellis, and I wanted to urge the City Council to vote in favor of the first vote, favor of finalizing the lease agreement, Rodney Cook Park, and on the second vote, in favor of statue for Congressman John Lewis and Reverend C.T. Vivian Library. I think these are very necessary symbols of what America stands for. Both of these individuals fought to ensure a more perfect union and to bring the country in line with its promise. And I think it would be very appropriate to honor such individuals who devoted their lives to that cause in this manner. Thank you.
This is Marilyn Crone, Krone. I would like to call and complain about the street racing. It's absolutely outrageous. So please pass a law to make sure this stops. We are losing citizens in Atlanta. Good taxpayers are fleeing the city. That must stop now. Please take responsibility. We voted for you all, and you all work for us, and we want you to do your job. Thank you.
This is Casey Rivers, and I'm voting for the C.T. Vivian Octavia Museum and the Rodney Cook Center. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Virginia Calvin. I'm actually a fifth generation Atlantan, which I know is pretty rare, but I'm calling just about all the anarchy that's been going on, and please stop the street racing and just make that stop. I can hear it when I stay over at my mom's house. She's near 285, and
the road, and we can hear all the driving there. And I know it's right in town happening. So please stop that. Please do something about these signature bonds, or they're letting criminals right back out again. And the water boys were worried about those kids getting hurt too, along with people being stuck in traffic and can't get past them. So please, 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 just a normal citizen, hate to see my city torn up and messed up and people in danger. Thank you. Bye.
Hi, my name is Carol Chan. I'm a resident of Buckhead here in Atlanta, and I would like to make a comment on the street racing and loud cars that go on up and down the 400, up and down Piedmont Road, Lenox Road, Bar Road, and all the off-road vehicles that seem to be allowed to drive on the road. I would like you to pass an ordinance before someone gets injured or killed. Or how about just enforcing the speed limits, loud noise ordinances, and road blockage laws that we have now? Why aren't all these people being ticketed and arrested? Thank you.
Hello, this is Deborah Scott from Georgia Stand Up, and I'm calling on Sunday evening at 6:30 when I should be having dinner with my family like most people. Public comment between 4 p.m. and 7 p.m. on a Sunday evening before City Council meeting in the middle of the summer is not transparent civic leadership. So we urge you to change this policy and change it very quickly. This is not acceptable. Thank you so much for your service. In the meantime, I'm calling just to remind you that we support strengthening the Atlanta Citizen Review Board and support the moratorium on all evictions in the city of Atlanta. And as we celebrate the life of Maddie Jackson this week, please remember that there are many Maddie Jacksons all over the city. Let's do the right thing. Thank you so much, and have a great city council meeting. And please change the ordinance that says public comment happens on a Sunday evening from 4 to 7 p.m. Not a good policy. Thank you so much. Look forward to working with you. Have a great day.
Greetings to you, council members and staff. A special greetings to you, citizens of Atlanta, paying attention to your government in action. Ben Howard, Senior Advocate, Public Policy Analyst. This Wednesday, August 5th, Neighborhood Planning Unit R meets again after having taken a hiatus in July. Although the agenda is not as sparse as it has been in recent months, the format is nowhere near the format of years ago, which encouraged residents and stakeholders to attend NPUR meetings. No longer appearing as line items on the agenda are reports from the police department, who provided us with safety tips and statistics on crime and criminals in our area. No longer appearing as line items on the NPUR 9 agenda are reports from fire and emergency services personnel who brought us up to date on their efforts to protect senior citizens and others. No longer on the NPUR 9 agenda are reports from a representative of the District Attorney's Office, Shari, who also brought along with her documents that helped us record our electronic equipment and the National Reporting Database, so one day there would be a possibility that our purloined items would be returned to us. When might the residents of NPUR citizens need help against the NPUR 9, Antonita Robinson, Carlos Clare, Ricardo Jacobs, Annette L. Scott, Alfred White, and Allison Hathaway?
Hi, this is Robert Holtzlander. I wanted to call
to support Councilman Michael Bond's ordinance number 20-0-1334 regarding the supporting of the National Monuments Foundation component of the Rodney Cook Senior Park. I think this is going to be good for the city, good for Vine City, and I just wanted to call to voice my support. I thank you for your cooperation and allowing me for this input. Thanks.
Hello, my name is Don Rivers, and I'm voting in favor of the finalizing the lease agreement regarding the Rodney Cook Park in Vine City and National Park Monument Foundation. I also vote in favor of a statue for Congressman John Lewis to be there, as well as the C.T. and Octavia Vivian Museum and Library. I also would want the construction of the museum and statues should have equitable representation as far as builders, construction, being black and minority as part of development and constructing these statues, monuments, museum, etc. Thank you.
Hello, this is Amber Palmer. I'm calling from Zone 1, District 9. I'm calling hoping that you will pass the street racing ordinance. I really don't want anyone to get killed. It's already dangerous enough watching videos of how these donuts are done and how they perform in the middle of the road with people sitting in the center of the circle. And I'm worried that one day we're going to hear that multiple people will run over, and that's unacceptable. And also the fact that bystanders trying to just drive down the road get caught up in it, and it can be frightening, especially if there's fireworks or a very rowdy crowd involved. And I do understand every council member signed on to this bill, and it passed unanimously out of the public safety hearing. So if at all possible, I'm hoping that you all make the same choice and pass this ordinance. It would make our city safer, and it's the right thing to do. Thank you so much.
Hello, my name is Amir Al-Islam, and I'm calling in support of the initiative for C.T. Vivian and Mr. Lewis. I'm calling to appeal to the council to support the development of the Civil Rights Park and Library of Dr. C.T. Vivian, and also the statue of Baphomet.
This is Evelyn Tamu Al-Islam, and I am calling to weigh in on the agreement regarding Rodney Cook Park in Vine City and the National Monuments Foundation, number one. And number two, to vote in favor, to urge the council, that is, to vote in favor of a statue for Congressman John Lewis, as well as to support the establishment of the Reverend C.T. Vivian Library. Both of these are groundbreaking opportunities for the city of Atlanta to ride into history additional contributions by these men who were giants in supporting civil rights, human rights, and indeed democracy at large. The Reverend Dr. Vivian was an extraordinary orator, and if you've ever heard him speak or are familiar with his library, numbering in the thousands of volumes, you would understand why it is really essential to establish the Reverend C.T. Vivian Library so that that proud legacy of the city of Atlanta does not go unrecognized and is available to citizens far and wide in perpetuity. Thank you.
Taylor Long. My wife and I live in Fulton County, near Collier in Northside, and there's just been an exorbitant amount of noise and fast cars and drag racing going on, especially down Northside, over the last couple of weeks, and just wanted to raise that to your awareness and bring it to the surface. And any help you can do there would just be fantastic. Just disturbing the peace, upsetting our kids, and just keeping us up at night. So, thank you for your help, and we appreciate all you do. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Hello, this is John Addison, and I wanted to call and voice my support for Michael Bond's proposal to build monument statues to Congressman Lewis and to Reverend C.T. Vivian and others. So I think that is a wonderful memorial to great men. Thank you.
Hello, this is Tracy Barish. I'm a resident of Midtown. In addition to, I know, the crackdown on the street racing that's been happening, something needs to be done to address all the cars that have no more mufflers that cruise up and down Peachtree Street, West Peachtree, Juniper, all hours of the day and night. It's so loud. I know we have noise ordinances in this city, and something needs to be done and give people fines for not having mufflers on their cars, because it's waking people up in the middle of the night, and it's just a real public nuisance. So if that could be addressed, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
My name is Pat Daniel. I am calling to express my support for Councilman Michael Bond's ordinance number 20-0-1334 in support of the National Monument Foundation's component of the Rodney Cook Senior Park, because of the 8,000 volume C.T. Vivian library that has been given to be in the park. This will preserve the important history of Vine City. It will become a one-of-a-kind destination to learn about and foster peace. It represents the values of Vine City community. It will provide hundreds of jobs for Vine City residents. The National Monument Foundation has been listening to the desires and needs for almost a decade in order to design this park the way that the people of Vine City want it. The history of the Atlanta Way should be celebrated in our city and promoted as an example to the rest of the country of how different races can work together in Dr. King's beloved community to promote the well-being for all. Thank you for listening to my comment.
Robert Dubois. I vote in favor of finalizing the agreement to honor our heroes at Rodney Cook Park at Vine City in partnership with the National Monument Foundation, as well as I vote in favor of the statue of Congressman John Lewis and the Reverend C.T. Vivian Library. Thank you very much.
Hello, this is Sarah Ann Vaughn. I am begging you all to pass an ordinance banning the street racing and the ATV and the other vehicles that are out in our streets all night long, terrorizing people. They're dangerous. Someone's going to get killed. People have already gotten hit. And the noise goes on and on all night long. The city has got to stop this behavior. It is ridiculous. Thank you so much.
Hi, my name is Jamie. I'm a resident and homeowner in District 7, and I'm calling to ask the City Council please pass an ordinance to do something about all of the street racing. As y'all know, it's an absolutely out of control problem. I've had to call 911 multiple times just on my street because of speeding of excess of 80 miles an hour. There's houses right there that can easily lose control and hit a house. They could kill someone walking down the road. It's out of control. Our roads are getting ruined. Private parking lots are ruined with all some donuts being done in them. Every Saturday night on Peachtree, roads are blocked so people can do what they want on public streets and race each other. I mean, if there was an emergency, we couldn't get to a hospital, neither could others. This is a huge problem. Nothing has worked. So, whatever needs to be done, taking care of it needs to be done. Thank you. Bye.
I vote in favor of finalizing the lease agreement regarding the Rodney Cook Park in Vine City and National Park Monument Foundation. I also vote in favor of a statue for Congressman John Lewis to be there, as well as the C.T. and Octavia Vivian Museum and Library. I also would want the construction of the museum and statues should have equitable representation of blacks and minorities as part of building and constructing the monuments, statues, park, and museum. This is Don Rivers. Thank you.
Wayman Harley, Atlanta, organized community organizer. I am calling pertaining to the number one vote in favor of finalizing the agreement to honor our hero at Rodney Cook Park in Vine City in partnership with the National Monument Foundation. My second reason, a vote in favor of the statue for Congressman John Lewis and Reverend C.T. Vivian Library. And I would appreciate leading my support always in the community while leadership and our economic development and sustainability in the city of Atlanta. And I would like to say thank you so much for all the good work and the great services at the City of Atlanta Councilman, all in the effort of giving into our community. Thank you.
Here we are with a need for more policing, and yet City Council would like less. The street racing that goes on pretty much every night of the week, whether it is at the Beaufort Highway Connector or at Deering and Peachtree, the pride of our city, the city that hosts the 50-year-old Peachtree Road Race, these street racers are desecrating our roads, which us, the taxpayers, pay for, and keeping us up at night with fireworks and revving engines and general lawlessness. This must stop. There must be an ordinance passed to keep this from happening. How hard is it to have Georgia State Patrol or APD or even the National Guard come in and be ready by 8 p.m. to keep them from racing on these very heavily trafficked areas? It must stop. Please do your job. Get something done. You, the City Council, or the mayor, and I'm not the only one, but the do-nothing mayor, but show up on the Today Show mayor, it's got to stop. You are going to be in a position where people are going to stop paying their taxes because you are not keeping us safe. You are letting people desecrate our roads and our landmarks. It's the Wild West. Bottom line, this is Amy Matre, M-A-T-R-E.
Hey, my name is Thompson Turner. I'm calling to support the Councilman Michael Bond's ordinance supporting the National Monument Foundation component of the Cook Park. I understand that there's the C.T. Vivian Library has been given to the National Monument Foundation piece on, and we want and I want this to pass, and because of that, it's going to preserve the heritage of Vine City, and it's going to make Atlanta even more of a destination city. It's going to provide jobs for people in Vine City. And so I think that this ordinance 20-0-1334 should pass. Thanks very much.
My name is Deborah Esau, and I would like very much for you to
please pass the street racing ordinance before more people get injured or people get killed. We need to get our city back, and we need to get a lot of this violence and unnecessary roughness curtailed. Would greatly appreciate your attention to this issue. Thank you.
Pat Duncan. I live on Peachtree behind Piedmont Hospital, right in the heart of where all of the mayhem occurs every weekend evening with street racing, gathering of hundreds of vehicles on Noodle Bridge, shooting off firecrackers, shooting off guns. I want to know at what point will our mayor and city council step up to create some sort of ordinance and enforceable ordinance to stop this. Someone is going to get hurt. Someone is going to get killed. I don't feel safe in my own city. It's happening 2 red lights down from me. And once the sun goes down, especially on evenings, I don't feel comfortable leaving my house at night. This is an unacceptable way to live. I pay some of the highest property taxes in the state of Georgia, and I don't feel safe in my own town. Our elected officials need to step up and make some change and allow our police officers to do their job to make us feel safe in our own city.
My name is Susan Lindley. We have been fighting against these street gangs, whatever they are, motorcycle riders, these racers for several years, and we've been ignored about it. This is already on the books and our laws. Please stop this before someone gets killed in our neighborhood. This is absolutely outrageous. We have an election coming up, and we're keeping tabs on how you all are voting. So just keep that in mind. Thank you so much. Goodbye.
My name is Naomi Mann, and I'm a citizen of Buckhead, Georgia. And I just feel that the street racing is absolutely inappropriate, and the lack of support to the police is absolutely just gross. And that the fact that it is okay for people to go and loot and not be accountable to any of it, no charges, no investigations, nothing is ridiculous. And our officers protect them, endanger themselves every day, and then we don't support them. And then you have street racing and these, clubs like 1145 or 54, whatever, on Peachtree, and then that circle building that used to be the SunTrust off of Cheshire Bridge, that are completely packed with people all the time. And then, they seem to be one cultural group, which I'm not a racist, but it just happens to be that they're, it's the same situation. And then there's street racing in front of my building in Noodle Bridge every single night, fireworks, endangering the police officers. So how would you like it if people were blowing up things in front of your house every night? It's just disgusting. So this needs to stop, and they need to let the police do their job. And, if people decide to break the law, then they're breaking the law, and they need to be treated accountable. Anyway, that's my feelings. And this just all has to change. It's disgusting.
Hi, this is Brittany Myers in South Atlanta. I'm calling to express support for a number of ordinances and resolutions that were on the table during the last session. And most of those ordinances involve supporting the Black Lives Matter movement, supporting reimagining policing, and investing in communities and community infrastructure. I want to express support for legislation that's on the table to get officers to cooperate with the district attorney when they're involved in shootings. And I also want to express support for looking into non-lethal alternatives to crowd control. This movement means so much to the people of the city and the people in this country. And I know a lot of people are looking at Atlanta right now. I have a lot of faith in Atlanta. And I think as a historic city in the civil rights movement, we should really be looking into this very seriously, really be treating this very seriously, and stand up for something, stand up for citizens in areas that are being overlooked. So thank you for your time, and I hope you'll support this legislation.
Yes, my name is Katina Davis, and I'm calling in regards to the vote. I want to vote in favor of a statute for Congress John Lewis and the Reverend C.T. Vivian Library. Thank you.
Yes, hi there. This is Nina Long calling. I'm a resident at on Collier Road, and I'm very upset about the street racing that's been happening lately, specifically at night, but it is happening at all hours. Right now it seems it's very disturbing. It's dangerous. It jolts me up in the middle of the night, and it's so scary to know that this is happening right outside my bedroom window. And you know, I love this neighborhood and I love this city, and it's very upsetting to see how many citizens are getting affected by this and the peace that is being disturbed. And it seems that more needs to be done about this street racing, these loud cars, and the violence that is just running rampant through these city neighborhoods. Again, this is Nina Long, and I'm just expressing my sincere concern about the street racing here in Atlanta. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Hi, this is Amy Dickey. I live in District 7. I'm calling to please urge City Council to do something about the street racing. I know there's an ordinance up for vote. Go ahead and do that if you need to, but the fact is there are already laws in place that prevent this type of activity from going on. And the fact is that the chief of police and the mayor have disabled our APD from doing anything about it. It's time to stop being permissive on crime and stop this type of behavior before it gets out of control and somebody dies. We already know that this was the cause of all the shootings. About 14 people got shot as a result of street racing during the riots. And it just continues on a weekly basis. The poor people of Buckhead and all around Atlanta, those unsuspecting travelers driving through Atlanta are being terrorized by this activity, and it continues to happen until, again, somebody is going to lose their life. I have a 15-year-old driver, and I'm scared to death to let her drive the streets of Buckhead, not only for the street racing and the ATVs that are going on, but also the water boys and the slider crimes and you name it. Just the general lawlessness that has been able to continue to go on week after week, month after month, year after year, because we have a disabled police force as a result of the mayor's actions and the police chief's action and the inaction by the Atlanta Council. Please act to make our city safer. Thank you.
Yes, hi, my name is Sherry Daigle. I live on Peachtree Road in Buckhead, and I'm calling to appeal to you to have an ordinance against streetcar racing. It's very dangerous. It disrupts the neighborhood, and people are going to get hurt. So please, can you pass an ordinance to stop streetcar racing? Thank you.
Hello, my name is Gwendolyn Redding, and in regards to Rodney Cook, I'm in favor. And for a statue of John Lewis, of course, there should be a statue for Congressman John Lewis, and most definitely all well and deserving for C.T. Vivian, a library. All these and recommendations, and I'm in favor of all three. Thank you so very much. My phone number is 404-735-0623.
This is Thomas Dodge, a resident of the 5th Congressional District. I am calling in support of the City Council passing an ordinance that will create a statue for Congressman John Lewis and a statue for, of course, Dr. C.T. Vivian, or adding the name of Dr. C.T. Vivian and having a library named after him, since he's an avid reader. I think these are two great guys, of course, along with Reverend Joseph Lowery, and the city should definitely honor them with a permanent recognition. Again, my name is Thomas Dortch. I'm the National Chair, one of the Black men of America, and a citizen here of Atlanta. Thank you.
council members. My name is Leslie Adam Flores. I presently live in Zone 2 of the city, right next to I-75 and the Howell Mill corridor. I have lived in the city since 1983. I am imploring you to please pass the street racing ordinance. I have 4 sons, 2 which are under the age of 16. I have had to leave the city nearly every weekend in order for us to get some rest and sleep without hearing this drag racing night after night. And now I have 2 that drive in the city, and I am petrified that they get caught up in this nonsense. I am asking you to please do the right thing and get this off our streets of Atlanta. Thank you very much.
Michelle Green, and I vote in favor of finalizing the lease agreement regarding Rodney Cook Park in Vine City and the National Monument Foundation. 2, I vote in favor of the statue for Congressman John Lewis, the Reverend C.T. Vivian's library. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Angela Smock. I am a Buckhead resident and calling with concern about all the street racing, all the crowds blocking Peachtree Street doing donuts at night. Every single night I hear the street racers. I understand that with the pandemic, not as much traffic. It has sparked a lot of interest, but I don't feel like anything is getting done. We have street cameras. You'll have highway cameras. You have license plate readers. So, you know, at the very minimum, when the 17th Street, the Deering Road and Peachtree Street bridge is blocked with people continuing to do donuts in the middle of the night, and I see that the cops come, at least we can get license plate and maybe send them a ticket. I mean, there's a hospital, Piedmont Hospital, very close to that, and it really scares me that something bad could happen, and blocking access to Piedmont Hospital. Because even when the police arrive, no one seems to hurry to get out of there because they know the police officers can't do anything. They can't chase them. They have no ability to do their job except to just hopefully the people run away. We've got to do something. An ordinance needs to be done for the safety of our community. Besides the fact that the streets are all just looking horrible with donuts. My neighborhood has marks in it from people doing donuts. Loring Heights does. Brookwood Hills does. The point is, this is a problem. This is a problem that I pay Uganda taxes, and I have to deal with, worried about going out at night that this could possibly affect me and my family.
Hi, this is Jeff LeBeau calling about street racing, loud cars, drag racing that seem to have taken over our city. Thank you for starting to address this very dangerous and obviously illegal activity. Very important to let the APD do their job and stop this dangerous activity now. Last time I checked, Atlanta Dragway was in Commerce, Georgia, not in Buckhead. We need the mayor and the council to support the police, as they certainly deserve, and stop the lawlessness. These few lawbreakers, disruptors, should not be able to destroy the quality of life for everybody else. How long do we have to wait to stop this? Are we going to let them kill some people? It's terrible. This has to stop. We're the laughing stock of the country. Please stop it now.
Hello, my name is Catherine Kiley, and I live in Buckhead, right close to the Midtown line on Peachtree Street. And I'm calling about the car racing and drag racing and donut racing and all the stuff that has been going on all summer long and beyond. And I'm just wondering how this happens. Every weekend I'm calling 911 when they block Peachtree very close to Piedmont Hospital, both sides of that bridge over there. The first time it took 50 minutes for the police, 50 minutes for the police to show up. And the last 4 or 5 times, they've shown up within 15 minutes. But, you know, we're all ensconced in our homes where we can't go out. When we do and want to go out to eat in the neighborhood and it's safest to eat outside, you've got these cars backfiring. The sound is unbelievable. The sound is so loud and it's so predictable when it happens. It starts crazily on Thursday nights. Saturday night, same time, between 12:30 and 1:30, they blocked Peachtree on both sides here. And I asked the 911 operator last week, I was like, how do they just not know this is going to happen again? Same time next week. And she said, we're doing our best. Well, it's just getting to a fever pitch. I just can't understand it. Now, I'm expecting today, what usually happens on Sundays is the ATVs will go down, driving down every lane in the street. And I can see all this from my window. It's one of those things that all my neighbors have been taking video too. If you need more videos, I'm happy to get it for you, but it's just not the way for us to be able to live here in the city. I've lived here for 50 plus years. I've lived here for over 50 years, so just want to let you know, I expect something to be done about it soon. If somebody's going to get hurt and people are going to get angry and do crazy stuff. So I appreciate your listening to me. Thank you.
Hi, this is Christine Kowski. My husband and I live at the Brookwood on Peachtree condo. Last night, my husband has AML, and he goes to Winship. And we were trying to get to Emory because he was having a reaction to the chemo. And this is the second time this has happened to us, that the Peachtree Road is blocked at near Deering with the people doing donuts and throwing firecrackers. And that's our only way to get over to Emory. I'm very concerned about this, and it's affecting his health. And we have too many emergencies of having to get to Emory. And that's really our only way. So I would appreciate it if somebody would make a decision to get this to stop all over the city. I know it's happening everywhere. And for my building alone pays $2 million in property taxes, so I think we should have a voice in this. Thank you. Bye.
My name is Stacy Brooks, and I support Michael Bond's legislation to build monuments to Congressman Lewis and Reverend Vivian and others. Now's the time to give them the outpouring of love for Lewis and Vivian and the need for peace in our city. Over $100 million gift to the city that will cost taxpayers nothing. Please support this legislation.
Hi, Deborah Fowler. Thank you all for your service. I'm calling today regarding the request to pass an ordinance for the drag racing and car speeding that is out of control in Atlanta at all hours of the night and day. It is dangerous for those driving, and it is dangerous for those around and for the overall citizens of Atlanta. Please allow APD to arrest them as legally permitted and do their job, and please support and back the APD for doing what is legally required. It is absolutely imperative that we change Atlanta now for the better. Thank you very much.
Yes, this is Amy Yon, and I'm calling about the street racing that has become quite the problem. I live at the corner of Collier and Peachtree Road, and it seems that this is starting to happen every night. And the tires are squalling at 2 o'clock in the morning, and I don't know why. Just can't get under control. The bridge on Peachtree over 85 has black circles all over from where they wheel tires on it, and it's just unbelievable the chaos that occurs all night long.
and I'm getting very tired of it. Thank you.
Yes, this is David McCord, Council District 6, reside in the city of Atlanta. I want to encourage the council to vote in favor of the lease agreement regarding the Cooks Park in Vine City. And number 2, emphatically encourage the council to vote for the John Lewis statue at the CT Vivian Library. Thank you.
Hi, this is Bill Torres. I hope that you all will pass the street racing ordinance before someone gets hurt. It's a real problem, and we hear them racing every night.
Sharon Voorhees. I was just calling to say that I'd like to see an ordinance passed about street racing before more people get injured or get killed. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon. This is Byron Amos, a lifelong resident of Vine City. I remember when I got the first call when Vine City began to flood decades ago. It was Councilmember Young, myself, Mayor Franklin, and an army of residents and volunteers stood there as we watched my neighbors and my friends lose everything in the flood of Vine City. If you was not there, I wouldn't expect you to understand. If you're not a member of the Atlanta Fire Department, in which lost a member of its family, firefighter Solomon, out of the great station of Fire Station 16 on this very same piece of dirt, I wouldn't expect you to understand. But what I would expect you to understand today, that this part can no longer continue to be a pawn in the political game of some. It is time for this council to put this issue to bed. So I am asking you to support the legislation being brought forward by Councilmember Bond in dealing with finalizing the lease for this property, and also bringing forward legislation that will approve the CT Vivian Library, as well as the statues of Congressman John Lewis and others. It's time for this council to deliver to my residents and to my neighborhood and to the west side of the city of Atlanta a world-class park for a world-class city for our world-class citizens. Support the legislation being brought forward by Councilmember Bond and courageously vote to do so. Thank you for your support.
Hi, this is Gail Williams, and I am calling and voting for or asking for a favor of a statue for Congressman John Lewis in the Reverend C.T. Vivian Library. I'm also in favor of finalizing the lease agreement regarding Rodney Cook Park in Vine City and the National Monuments Foundation. I hope this message is received well and taken into consideration. Thank you so much for your time, and do have a wonderful day.
Yes, this is Kevin Higginbotham. I'm calling in reference to the street racing ordinance. Looking at this, the street racing ordinance needs to be passed as soon as possible. There are more and more innocent civilians and innocent citizens that are being harmed or either hurt or killed by this crazy people who are doing this. We really need to have every council member on board. You know, it's ridiculous that we have cars zooming at over 100 miles an hour, both in town, whether it's Linux or whether it's the highway. This is extremely dangerous, and we need something done about it as soon as possible.
Yes, this is Diane, and I just wanted to leave a comment about the street racing. It really is out of hand, and I was going through with my family the other day through the 75-85 connector with a brand new driver who had never driven on the interstate before, who was already nervous, and we were surrounded by bikes, and it was extremely scary. They were going probably 100 miles an hour, and it's just, I mean, I didn't even know what to tell her to do. She was so scared, and I just told her, stay in your lane, don't move, and it really is, it's horrible for the look of the city. It's extremely unfair to other people that are law-abiding citizens that follow the rules, and it's just a terrible situation because you don't even know what to do. I mean, you don't know what to do to combat it. So anyway, I just wanted to make that comment. Thank you.
Hello. I am retired Circuit Major Ivory B. Young Sr., and I am speaking on the behalf
my son, late Ira, late Councilman Ira Lee Young, Jr. My family and I are asking for your support, for your approval of the completion of the Rodney Cook Park in Vine City. We are urging your support to help fulfill Irish vision to build a beautiful statue of our civil rights leaders. I am almost 80 years old, and I love to see my son's dreams become a reality in my lifetime. It was his dream before his urgent death, before his untimely death, to develop his first class car in the third district. Please support this agreement. Please support this agreement for the Rodney Cook Park and the Monument Foundation. We thank you in advance for your support. This is retired Sergeant Major Ira Young.
Hi, this is Wayne Overstreet, and I would like to leave a comment or request that you vote on number one, vote in favor of finalizing the lease agreement regarding Rodney Cook Park in Vine City and the National Monuments Foundation, and also vote in favor of the statue for Congressman John Lewis and the Reverend C.T. Vivian Library. Those are my comments. Those are my requests. These are two things that would have significant impact on the city of Atlanta, our youth in the future, in securing the legacy of our former leaders and their commitment to peace, excellence, and commitment to being public servants. Thank you.
Hi, this is Laurie Malice, and I live in Ardmore Park neighborhood off Peachtree, and I'm calling to complain about the late night streets that are being blocked off, particularly Peachtree at Deering, and the donuts and the very loud fireworks and just very, very loud car sounds that are happening late at night. So I'm just hoping that we can do something about that, because it's an ongoing, it's not just a one-time event. It's happening nightly, and it's disturbing us. And our residential neighborhood is right off Peachtree. So I appreciate you listening to this message, and hopefully the police can prevent these from happening in the future. If you need to reach me, my number is 404-401-0440. My name again is Laurie Mallett. Address, if you need that, 1864 Angico Road, Atlanta 30309. Thank you.
My name is Sean McDaniel. I live in Ponce Highlands. And for the past several weeks, we have heard street racing, drifting, and burnouts all around our neighborhood. Last night, it was especially bad. It was in the Publix parking lot on Ponce de Leon. They woke the entire neighborhood up at 3 in the morning. Many of us called 911 and the police, and were told that there wasn't anything that they could do. This went on for about 60 minutes. Finally, the police showed up and escorted them out. At the same time, they, on the downtown connector, earlier that evening, my husband and I were heading home from the airport, and on the downtown connector were passed with 3 cars going about 100 miles per hour, 2 cars on our left, and 1 on our right that went between my car and another car exiting. And it passed within an inch of us. It's just too much of this stuff going on. And we would like the police or some other organization to do something about this. Thank you.
My name is Deanna Vivian, and I wanted to lend my support for voting
addition, I'd also like to lend my support for a yes vote in favor of the statue for Congressman John Lewis and the Reverend Dr. C.T. Vivian Library. I look forward to these favorable votes being passed. Have a great day.
Yes, this is Donald Bermudez calling in favor of the statue for Congressman John Lewis and the C.T. Vivian Library. I am in favor of it. I think it would be an excellent attribution to the city of Atlanta for both individuals. So I would encourage the city council to vote unanimously on that situation. Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Coleman. I'm asking for you to please pass the street racing ordinance before more citizens become injured, more people get killed. We definitely need the street racing ordinance passed for the safety of every citizen and to reduce the lawlessness and the noise that has been in effect for months now. So please pass this. Every council member signed on to this, and the city is begging to have things change with the street racing. It's been horrible. Thank you so much. Have a nice day.
Yes, this is Daniel Blackman. I am a resident of Forsyth County, Georgia. However, I was an 18-year resident of the city of Atlanta, and I still maintain business and business-related work in the city of Atlanta. And I'm calling today in regard to being in favor of finalizing the lease agreement regarding Rodney Cook Park in Vine City and the National Monuments Foundation. I believe it's fitting for the time that we are in with the passing of Reverend Albert Love, Reverend Joseph Lowry, Reverend C.T. Vivian, and more recently as well, Congressman John Lewis. The reason why this is important for me is because honoring their legacies and the work in which they have submitted to build Atlanta is not only paramount to where we're going, but critical for the work that's been established. To those of you who will have an opportunity to make this vote, a vote in favor of the statute for Congressman Lewis and the Reverend C.T. Vivian Library is what I would like to state my support in favor of. Having known both Reverend Vivian and Congressman Lewis, I would appreciate your consideration. Thank you for your leadership during these trying times, and I look forward to hearing the outcome of these public comments. Thank you.
This is Mike McLeod, MCLEOD. I live on Martina Drive in Atlanta, and I'm calling to support whatever legislation or action can be taken to stop street racing, illegal ATVs, and other hooliganism. We're putting up with far too much lawlessness in the city of Atlanta, and it needs to stop. And I support any legislation that will clamp down on street racing.
Yes, my name is Debbie Gross. Please pass the ordinance to stop the drag racing that's going on in our city. It's dangerous. It's scary to people in the car that are driving by these people. I don't understand why this is still allowed. Please, please pass the ordinance to stop the drag racing. Thank you so much.
I vote in favor of finalizing the lease agreement regarding Rodney Cook Park in Vine City and the National Monument Foundation. I also vote in favor of the statue for Congressman John Lewis, the Reverend C.T. Vivian Library.
Hello, my name is Mike Ryan. I would be in favor of creating city ordinance against street racing, drifting, and any other disturbance that blocks roadways at any time of the night or day. I hope that the city council can act on this. This has soon become an issue. It's not appropriate. It's not safe. And it certainly decreases the livability of our city, which is great. And it's done great through what has been a really tough time. And I hope that the city council can do its part to continue to support the public in keeping this a livable city. Thank you so much.
My name is Anita Thornton, and I'd like to vote in favor of finalizing the lease agreement regarding Rodney Cook Park in Vine City and the National Monument Foundation. I also would like to vote in favor of a statue for Congressman John Lewis and the Reverend C.T. Vivian Library. Thank you so much.
My first name is Joe, and my last name is Walker. And my comment, I would like to vote for the library and the statue for John Lewis and the C.T. Vivian Octavia Museum and Archives, the library with Rodney.
My name is Clay Connor. I live in Collier Hills. I'm calling in favor of the street racing ordinance. There are too many idiots driving around doing this at night in my neighborhood, and it's very dangerous, and I cannot believe this continues to happen. This needs to stop. Thank you.
This is for our elected officials in the city government. Please start doing your job that you were elected to do and represent the law-abiding citizens of Atlanta with our interests, and stop protecting criminals and stop lining your own pockets. If you do not start doing what you're supposed to do, what you should morally and ethically be doing, we will come for your jobs in this next voting cycle. Not only will we take your jobs from you, but we will then investigate you to the fullest extent of the law, because most of you, if not all of you, are corrupt. And in doing so, we will prosecute you and put you in jail and take everything from you that you've stolen from the city of Atlanta residents. Do your damn jobs and protect the public.
Oh, I gotta get my name. I don't know how to do it.
Yes, my name is Robin Worley, and I'm just calling to support Congressman Michael Bond's legislation to build monuments to Congressman Lewis and also Reverend Vivian. And I think it will be wonderful, especially at the new Rodney Mims Cook Peace Park. I think that Atlanta is beginning to be seen as an international leader for peace, and so I think the ordinance is number 20-0-1334. But anyway, I think it's a really good thing, and so I'm proud of what y'all are doing, and those are my comments. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Erica C., asking council members to support a vote in favor of finalizing the lease agreement regarding Rodney Cook Park in Vine City and the National Monument Foundation. Also, a vote in favor of a statue for Congressman John Lewis, the Reverend C.T. Vivian Library. Thank you.
Hey there, Lauren Jones over in the 4th Ward, and I'm calling about the street racing. I think we should have more street racing. In fact, we should just shut off 85, 75 south for the street racing, and then north for all the ATVs and Atlanta bike life. And then, in fact, we can use the Waterboy entrepreneurs to sort of be vendors officially for it. So we should just shut down the entire city, actually the entire inside the perimeter. So we shut down for street racing. So yeah, that's my opinion. Thanks. Have fun.
This is Lisa Sullivan. I'm calling about the street racing ordinance. I would assume it's against the law to drive down the wrong side of the street and not obey stoplights and things like that. So since they're not doing what you're supposed to do lawfully, then I guess there needs to be a street racing ordinance saying that you cannot race on the streets, drive on the wrong side of the road, disregard lights, and put other people's lives at risk.
Hi, this is Kara Texton. I'm a City of Atlanta taxpayer and live in the Buckhead community. And I just wanted to express my extreme concern about the street racing. It is dangerous, it is loud, it is disruptive, and someone is going to get really hurt. It is ridiculous that the police cannot stop the street racers from doing this, and I demand immediate action be taken. I see that action was taken for the water boys, and I demand as a taxpayer this be action taken upon also. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Hi, my name is James Smith, and I'm calling to urge Atlanta City Council and all of your associated boards to vote in favor of finalizing the lease agreement regarding Rodney Cook Park in Vine City and the National Monuments Foundation, and also to vote in favor of a statue for Congressman John Lewis and Reverend C.T. Vivian. Also, in this time, I want to remind you all that you're funded by taxpayers. And if everything you do isn't for the welfare of everyone, including blacks, including people of color, including women, including LGBTQ, including any indigenous, any ostracized group, you aren't doing a service. So remember that, especially right now during this pandemic. Self-interests are not the priority. Thank you.
My name is John Walter, a resident of the city of Atlanta, living on Peachtree Road, not far from Deering. I'd like to comment on the continuous noise and the blocking of traffic by young men in fast cars doing donuts and wheelies, and also racing up and down Peachtree Road late at night, far exceeding the speed limit of 35 miles an hour. It's become tedious, we get woken up, and I'd like the council back to outlaw this type of behavior. Thank you very much for your service.
Yes, my name is Joe Beasley. I reside at 87 Peachtree Street. I want to speak on behalf of disallowing a contract between the city of Atlanta and Rodney Cook Jr. Rodney Cook Jr. Used lies and subterfuge to get the park named for his father. And I made it clear that Rodney Cook Sr., while he was not a bad gentleman, he certainly was not a friend of the black community. I don't believe that his name should be on the park in Vine City. He's done some good things, but I think the record would bear out that he's the architect of the modern-day Republican Party, and that he did not mentor Julian Bond. He voted having seated, but he mentored Coverdale, Senator Coverdale, and Newt Gingrich. And we know that they are staunch Republicans as opposed to Mr. Cook was not able to deliver on getting the funds for the statues. And I don't think he should be trusted any further. So I would urge you to deny the contract between the city of Atlanta and Rodney Cook Jr. It will be just, I think, there's no other park in my knowledge in Atlanta that's very common. Thank you very kindly, Joe Beasley.
This is Alex Reuter, and I am calling to implore the city of Atlanta to pass a street racing ordinance to make possible to free us from the constant noise and illegal shutting down of streets and the loss of safety for everyone. This has been going on too long and with very little repercussions for those engaging in these illegal acts. They're growing more frequent and bolder every single week. Please help the citizens of Atlanta by giving law enforcement the necessary tools needed to eliminate these issues, and it starts with the ordinance. We all deserve safety and peace on our streets. Thank you very much for your time.
Hello, my name is Shirley Stewart, and I vote in favor of finalizing the lease agreement regarding Rodney Cook Park in Vine City and the National Monument Foundation. Thank you.
My name is Kateria Thornton, and I want to vote in favor of a statue for Congressman John Lewis and the Reverend C.T. Vivian Library. I think that for the Black community and other communities in general, that would be something nice to have, just to educate a lot of people who aren't aware of those two historic legends within the Black community. So I would definitely like to vote for that. Thank you.
My name is Lisa Diorio, and please do something about the street racing, the donuts, and intersections, the loud engine noises. It's clearly against the law, and for some reason, our poor police officers can't enforce the law these days due to lack of numbers. Their own population is dwindling. We clearly don't have half the police force we used to have in order to enforce laws on the books that can maintain a peaceful society. Please help us. Bye.
Hello, my name is Allison Valente. I can be reached at 404-964-1001. This came about, or this number and this threat, this came about on a thread from next door. I'm part of a pretty large group of citizens who are concerned about the safety in our area, specifically that of Buckhead. On Far Road and all around Far Road every night, it's pretty much a madhouse on the streets, and I would say that a big portion of the activity is lawful, and there's not a lot of police enforcing any of the rules. But specifically, I understand that drag racing, cruising, and a noise ordinance is in discussion, and I think that that's absolutely necessary, mandatory, needs to happen. I've been a resident of Atlanta for over 20 years, and I remember back in the day when Peachtree was, no speeding, no cruising, no loud music, and so forth, and it was enforced. There was signage, and again, there was signage and it was enforced, period. Now it's utter lawlessness, madness. You think you're transported into another era in another country. So I definitely would like for these things to be brought to the attention of the public and enforced in a...
Yes, my name is Joanne Walter. I live on Peachtree Road, 2288 Peachtree Road in Buckhead. I'm calling about the street racing situation that we have. We need to pass an ordinance before anyone gets killed. We need to enforce something for the noise ordinance, for cars, for motorcycles. It's totally out of control. It's dangerous to be on the streets. You can't get to the hospitals. You can't get to the expressway. Last night, the explosions we could hear started at 10 o'clock at night, 11 o'clock at night. Could not sleep at all last night because of all the noise that was going on Peachtree. Our peaceful way of life has been taken away from us. I would like you to consider this, Felicia Moore, and the rest of the council, because we want our city back. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Janet Andrews, and I want to register my vote in favor of finalizing the lease agreement regarding Rodney Cook Park in Vine City and the National Monument. This vote will be in favor of a statue for Congressman John Lewis and the Reverend C.T. Vivian's Library. Please support this effort. This will be a phenomenal contribution to our community. Thank you.
My name is Reverend Dr. Gerald L. Durley, Pastor Emeritus of Providence Missionary Baptist Church. I have been actively and intimately involved with this project and am thoroughly convinced that this park will, with the statues honoring these legendary civil rights activists, is timely during this historic moment when the nation is in dire need of healing. This lease is very important, and it must be granted for the project to continue. I'm asking that the City Council would proceed and vote in favor of putting together this lease. It will be a great honor for the realization of the dream of my good friend and former City Councilman Ivy Young. Also, the CT and Octavia Vivian Library will constitute a significant contribution to Atlanta and the world. People will come from all over to study from this rare collection of African American authors. This library must be built and this collection housed therein. I'm asking for the City Council to approve the statue of Congressman John Lewis to be included in the park, and also the Reverend Dr. C.T. and Octavia Vivian Library should also be approved to be in this park. Thank you so much for allowing me to share this public opinion, and I hope that you will vote favorably for both of these concerns.
Hi, yes, my name is Sharita, S-H-A-R-R-I-T-A, and Harden, H-A-R-D-E-N. I'm calling regarding Antonio Brown. I want to vote and let it be known that Antonio Brown should be removed from office. Again, Antonio Brown should be removed from office immediately. So again, this is Sharita Harden, 404-422-3240. Thank you.
Hi, this is Blair Parker. I did leave a message earlier complaining about the street racing.
Hello, my name is the Reverend Dr. Gerald Lee Durley, Pastor Emeritus of Providence Missionary Baptist Church. I've been intimately and actively involved with this project since its inception, and I'm thoroughly convinced that this park, with the statues of the legendary civil rights icon, are essential at this critical moment in history when the nation is in dire need of healing. I ask the City Council to approve the lease so the vision of the City Councilman Ivy Young can be realized in the...
Yes, this is Linda Island, Vice President. I just had to call back to express my concern on...
This is James Prosser, 855 Peachtree Street Northeast, and I'm calling to complain about the constant drag racing and the dangerous conditions on our public streets because of the drag racing and donut turning and peeling rubber. And this is becoming an intolerable situation, both in terms of safety on the street and noise nuisances. So please step up enforcement in this area. Thank you.
This is Kathy Miller. I'm calling to complain about the loud racing cars in Midtown. One just went by on 14th Street, very loud, very fast, and bright yellow car, and nothing seems to be done about these cars. They do this all day and all night, well into the early morning hours. I'd like to see the City Council address this issue and get them off the roads. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Yes, my name is Kevin Fortune, and I wanted to comment on the C.T. Vivian Library. I would like to see you guys approve it, put resources into it, and do whatever you can to bring that into fruition. Thank you.
Atwater, Crawford. Number 2, I vote in favor of the statue of Congressman John Lewis, the Reverend C.T. Vivian Library. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Blair Parker. I'm calling specifically to address the street racing that's happening on Peachtree. This has been going on for quite some time and has been getting progressively worse. I live on Peachtree and am woken up by the sound of the drag racing night after night. This wakes me up at all hours of the night, 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock in the morning, and I cannot get back to sleep. So this is affecting my health. This is affecting my work. This is not fair to the residents that, pay taxes, that are homeowners, taxpayers that live in Buckhead. The fact that the, Atlanta Police Department has the no chase policy and can't stop this, this is unfair to those of us that live here. Like I said, this has been going on relentlessly, night after night, for weeks and months on end now. And, it's gotten to the point that if this does not stop, I am going to be moving outside of the city because, I cannot continue like this. I can't continue to be woken up and have this affect my health and affect my job. If I cannot, continue to work, and be productive at work, and they might fire me from my job. So, this is completely unfair, and it's
ridiculous that the mayor has prevented, the city from, or the police officers in our city from enforcing the laws and preventing the street racing. So thank you for listening to my comments, and I implore the city council to please, take this matter seriously and address this issue before, somebody gets hurt or, something worse happens in the city. Thank you very much.
I want to thank the public for participating in today's meeting and your calls. We've had some connection issues because a storm has come through, so we want to make sure we have a correct record of all the members who are on the line. So, Mr. Clerk, could you please do a roll call?
President Felicia Moore.
Present.
Council members Michael Julian Bond. Matt Westmoreland. Here. Andre Dickens. Here. Carla Smith.
Here.
Amir Faroki. Here. Antonio Brown. Cleta Winslow.
Here, and Madam President, I'll be voice voting today.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Winslow.
Madeline Archibald.
Here.
Jennifer Ide.
Here.
Howard Shook.
Aye.
J.P. Matsakite. Here. Dustin Hillis. Here. Andrea Boone.
Present.
Marcy Collier Overstreet.
Present.
Joyce M. Shepherd.
Present.
I understand, Mr. Brown. Yes, I understand, Mr. Brown. Are you on the call?
Yeah, Bond and Brown are on the call.
Okay. Yeah, I think you all were muted when we came through. Is that all members, Mr. Clerk?
Yes, Madam President. All members present.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, we will now move to the report of the journal.
I, Forrest Webb III, Municipal Clerk, do certify that the action minutes of the July 6, 2020 virtual City Council meeting are true and correct.
On unanimous consent with all members present, if there's no objection, we will accept the report of the journal. Next is communications.
Madam President, if I could found items 1 and 9 as a block.
Proceed.
20-C-0058, a communication from Debbie Skopinski, President of the Atlanta Planning Advisory Board, submitting the appointment of Ms. Dorothy Hurst to serve as the Atlanta Citizens Review Board in the Neighborhood Planning Unit NTU Group M through R category. This appointment is for a term of 3 years. 20-C-0066, a communication from Nancy Flake Johnson, President and CEO of the Urban League of Greater Atlanta, submitting the appointment of Ms. Leah Pullum to serve as the Atlanta Citizens Review Board. This appointment is for a term of 3 years. Staff recommendation to refer to Public Safety and Legal Administration and Committee on Council.
Let it follow that course.
Madam President, if I can sound items 2 through 4 as a block.
Proceed.
20-C-0059, a communication from Pierre Gaither, Executive Administrator of the Atlanta Board of Education, submitting the Board of Education's appointment of Charles Schultz to the Atlanta Beltline Affordable Housing Advisory Board. This appointment is for a term of 2 years. 20-C-0060, a communication from Pierre Gaither, Executive Administrator of the Atlanta Board of Education, submitting the Board of Education's appointment of Aretha Bolden to serve as the Beltline Affordable Housing Advisory Board. This appointment is for a term of 2 years. 20-C-0061, a communication from Pierre Gaither, Executive Administrator of the Atlanta Board of Education, submitting the Board of Education's reappointment of Leslie Grant to the Atlanta Beltline Affordable Housing Advisory Board. This appointment is for a term of 2 years to begin retroactively on May 16, 2020 and expire May 15, 2022. Staff recommendation to refer to Community Development and Human Services and Committee on Council.
Let it follow that course.
Madam President, if I could file next items 5 through 8 and item 10 as a block.
Proceed.
20-C-0062, a communication from Municipal Clerk and Election Superintendent Forrest Webb III, submitting the certifications of the official and complete statement of votes cast from the Cobb County Board of Registration and Elections for the City of Atlanta's most in conjunction with the presidential preference primary special election. The special election was held March 24, 2020, as conducted on June 9, 2020, per Secretary of State's COVID-19. (20-C-0063), a communication from Interim Chief Procurement Officer Martin Clark, submitting the June 29, 2020 through June 3, 2020 weekly contracts report to the Atlanta City Council and Clerk of Council. 20-C-0064, submitting the July 6, 2020 through July 10, 2020 weekly contracts report to the Atlanta City Council and the Clerk of Council. 20-C-0065, submitting the July 13, 2020 through July 17, 2020 weekly contracts report to the Atlanta City Council and Clerk of Council. 20-C-0067, submitting the July 20th, 2020 through July 24th, 2020 weekly contracts report to the Atlanta City Council and the Clerk of Council pursuant to Code Section 2-1142 of the Atlanta City Code of Ordinances. Staff recommendation to accept and file all.
The staff recommendation is to accept and file all. If there's no objection from the body, we will accept and file on unanimous consent. Next item.
That concludes all communications, Madam President.
All right, thank you. We now will go to consideration of vetoed legislation.
There is one item, Madam President.
Proceed.
20-O-1449, an ordinance by Council Members Antonio Brown, Jennifer I, Madeline Archibald, Matt Westmoreland, Andre Dickens, Amir Faroki, Michael Julian Bond, Joyce M. Shepard, Carla Smith, Andrea L. Boone, Cleta Winslow, as substituted and amended by the Public Safety and Legal Administration Committee, requesting that the Atlanta Police Department pursue amendments to the Atlanta Police Department Standard Operating Procedures related to the use of force to incorporate certain principles regarding alternatives to the use of force and for other purposes. Ordinance 20-0-1449 was adopted on substitute as amended at the last virtual meeting of the Atlanta City Council on July 6, 2020 by a roll call vote of 15 yeas, 0 nays. It was vetoed by Mayor Bottoms on July 14, 2020.
Are you going to read the mayor's veto letter, please?
Yes, Madam President. Dear President Moore and members of the Atlanta City Council, on July 6, 2020, the Atlanta City Council adopted Ordinance 20-O-1449, which the Atlanta City Council requests that the Atlanta Police Department to pursue amendments to and standard operating procedures to incorporate certain principles regarding alternatives to the use of force. Recent incidents of persons needlessly facing injury or death at the hands of APD officers has illuminated the urgent need for reform within APD to rebuild the trust so desperately needed throughout the community. Additionally, I agree that there exists a need to examine the City of Atlanta's use of force policies and procedures. However, the City of Atlanta must ensure that it advances these policies in a manner likely to withstand legal scrutiny. Pursuant to Section 2-41 of the City of Atlanta Charter, official acts of the City Council which have the force and effect of law shall be by ordinance. Accordingly, acts not intended to have the force or effect of law, such as those requesting that certain actions to be taken by the executive branch or those otherwise setting forth non-binding statements of policy, are properly expressed by the Atlanta City Council through the passage of a resolution rather than the passage of an ordinance. The purpose of the City of Atlanta Charter, ordinances, and resolution autonomy is to provide a mechanism for the City of Atlanta Council to express its policy preferences concerning the exercise of powers constitutionality delegated to the executive branch, while ensuring the City of Atlanta actions remain in compliance with the separation of powers doctrine established in the Georgia Constitution. The Georgia Constitution provides expressly for separation, executive and legislative branches, and thus establishes the separation of powers doctrine. Purdue versus Baker 277, Georgia 113, 586, SE 2D 606, 615, 2003. A legislative enactment violates separation of powers when it increases the legislative powers at the expense of the executive branch, or when the enactment prevents the executive branch from accomplishing its constitutionality assigned function. Purdue versus Baker 277, Georgia 113, 586, SE 2D 606, 615, 2003. The core legislative function is the establishment of the public policy through the enactment of laws, while the function of law enforcement is per se an executive function. Purdue versus Baker 277, Georgia 114, 586, SE 2D 606, 615, 2003. Brown versus Scott 266, Georgia 4446, 464, SE 2D 607, 609, 1995. While it is not the intent of the Atlanta City Council to provide unconstitutional direction concerning the operations of the executive branch pursuant to Ordinance 20-0-1449, because the position of the Atlanta City Council is expressed in the form of a legally binding ordinance, it remains vulnerable to constitutional challenges. The effect of implementation of the reform of the standard operating procedures and work rules of APD require doing so in a manner devoid of constitutional controversy. Thus, while the Georgia Constitution prohibits the Atlanta City Council from taking legislative actions to direct the law enforcement operations of APD, I, through a series of administrative orders, have required the implementation of police reform measures described in Section 2 of Ordinance 20-0-1449 and have ordered a comprehensive review of policing techniques, which shall include the consideration of additional measures described in Section 3 and 4 thereof. Accordingly, I request that you sustain my veto of Ordinance number 20-0-1449. Sincerely, Keisha Lance Bottoms.
All right. Is there a motion to override? Hearing none, the mayor's veto will be sustained. Now we will go to unfinished business.
There is none, Madam President.
All right, so now we're at consent agenda section 1. Are there any items from any members? Please indicate with your speaker button. If you do not have a speaker button, just speak up. Let me know the page number and the item number. Any items to be removed from consent agenda, section 1? Seeing no speakers indicated, hearing no one speaking up, let's open the vote on consent agenda, section 1.
Please hold.
Madam President,
The vote is
Hold on one second. Hold on, Mr. Clark. Yes, Mr. Dickens.
Yeah, we have to remove something from the consent agenda on page 6, item number 3.
And the item legislation number?
Yeah, 20-0-1473.
Okay, Mr. Dickens is removing, and what committee was that in, Mr. Dickens?
That's in transportation. It's just to add funding, of course.
Okay, so Mr. Dickens is removing under the Transportation Committee, page 6, item 3, 20-0-1473. Any other members, any other items? If not, Mr. Clerk, if you can open the vote on consent agenda section 1 minus that item.
Please hold while we recalibrate. The vote is now open. Will everyone please vote?
Okay, Ms. Winslow, how do you vote?
In favor.
Mr. Shook, how do you vote? Mr. Shook? Mr. Brown?
Affirmative.
Okay, I'm going to get to you. Give me 1 second. Mr. Brown?
Affirmative.
Ms. Boone?
Yes.
And Ms. Overstreet said yes. All votes are cast. Mr. Shook, last chance. Okay? All votes are cast.
The vote is now closed. Populating votes now. Please continue to hold as we populate votes.
Okay, Mr. Shook is back on the call. Mr. Shook, how do you vote?
Aye, thank you.
Yes, if you could populate Mr. Shook as well, Mr. Clerk.
Please hold, Madam President.
Yes, thank you.
Please continue to hold, Madam President.
Yes, I understand. And for the public, we are working as diligently as we can as normal. Storms have come through Atlanta, and some people are powering out, and some people have been kicked off the system. So just give us a moment. I think Ms. Walden responded to you, Mr. Clark.
Madam President, I'm not certain if you heard my remarks. I believe I was on mute. The vote is 15 yeas, 0 nays. For the viewing public, the screen display is not displaying the 15 yeas as unanimous because the screen is frozen. But for the record, it's 15 yeas, 0 nays.
It is a unanimous adoption of the consent agenda, 15 yeas, 0 nays. It is adopted. Consent agenda section 2, all items on consent agenda section 2 shall be referred to the committees as indicated. Now we go to the report of the standing committees. And as I stated earlier, we will go into the committee of the whole. Mr. Mascott, I'll entertain that motion.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Yes, second.
Okay, there's a motion by Massakai, a second by Smith to go in the committee of the whole. This will be for the purpose of hearing from Committee on Council and then the Zoning Committee. Any discussion on the motion? If there's no objection on unanimous consent, the body will go into the committee of the whole. So we will start with the Honorable J.P. Massakai, Chair of Committee on Council.
Thank you, Madam President. The first item on the agenda for Committee on Council is public comment.
Oh, hold on. Go ahead. I just wanted you to remember you had public comment. Thank you. Go ahead.
Absolutely. The first item is public comment, and Mr. Evans, I believe that we do have some folks who have signed up for public comment. If you could let us know how many we have and begin that, I would appreciate it.
Yes, I want to get for the City Council to vote for the finalization of the agreement to honor our heroes at the Rodney Cook Park in Brown City in partnership with the National Monuments Foundation. I vote for a favorable statute of Councilman John Lewis. Please, thank you. My name is Scott Smith, and my phone number is 404-662-1113. Thank you.
Hi, this is Molly Reed Wu, and I was calling to wish you all well. I hope everybody's okay right now. I want to say I really appreciate the way our mayor and city council has done everything possible to try to keep us safe and keep healthy in Atlanta. One thing I think we can think about right now, while we have a little time to consider how we redevelop our city in light of COVID and in light of new circumstances financially, is the 40 acres in the heart of the city that we call the Gulch right now. And let us reconsider the contract that was giving away literally billions of dollars in public funding that we desperately need right now for vital services to an outside private investment corporation that really was not going to do anything we needed. In fact, they would do something that would be devastating. They would put retail, hotel, and housing with tax-exempt privileges to compete with the hotel, retail, and restaurants and everybody here already suffering and they were making it. And it is. So instead, we can do something that we really do need right now in Atlanta, and we can start right away with developing the most sustainable, accessible green space in the world in an urban area. And we can highlight the Georgia grown products that we produce in Georgia. We can have an outdoor education center. We can have community gardens. We can have track and fields for children to play and adults to walk. And basically have a 40-acre nature garden as well. And we're in the Garden Club of Georgia to have a lot. And we can have matching grants from $10,000 to $1 million to Georgia-based corporations. And if we do that, and they submit their proposals for having a little development in this 40-acre tract in the middle of the city, we would automatically double our tax base in that area and an income like we've never seen before. So I think it's good that, given the circumstances, we rethink the contract that we have kind of agreed to with CIM, and given that it is an emergency and even eminent domain would be worthwhile looking at right now, that we need to redevelop the heart of our city in a way that sustains our city. And thank you so much for considering some progressive ideas for our city, ones that are sustainable, livable, and will keep us healthy. And wishing us all the best, and stay well, friends. Lots of love from Molly Reed Wu of Planet.
Greetings to you, Committee on Council members and staff, and special greetings to you citizens of Atlanta who are watching and are listening to your government in action. Ben Howard, Senior Advocate, Public Policy Analyst. This Wednesday, August 5th, NPUR will meet after having taken a hiatus in June. To enter the virtual meeting, one must use the code word, quote, Antonita, unquote. Because the ethics code is under your purview, I ask you to consider how ethical it is for an NPUR chair to promote herself by using city property to advertise her name to anyone who tries to get into a neighborhood planning unit or a meeting. Should you agree to take up this suggestion that you take some action about that act, I'll call it, be advised that you will be met with resistance.
Yes, this is Carrie Clements Johnson, and I was calling in support of Mr. Michael Baum's resolution to have the National Monument Foundation control for 50 years. I wanted to support that because we just need to tell our story, and the statutes will do that. So I would hope that that passes the City Council. We do need to have as long as we can to keep the park and to keep the statues in the park. It really should have been for 99 years rather than 50 years, the resolution. Thank you so very much. Bye-bye.
Greetings. This is Sunshine Lewis, daughter of the late John H. Lewis Sr. I'm in full support of Michael Julian Bond's papers that would give the 50-year land lease for the park. My father fought for the rights of the people and lived and died fighting for the people's rights. And I would love to see this to take place more than anything. Thank you so much. Grace and mercy.
This is Kathy Miller. I live at 13th Street and Piedmont Avenue, and I'm calling to complain about the loud racing cars that's occurring in Midtown all hours of the day and night. This is getting ridiculous. It's constant, it seems like. And they are not only, they're doing donuts in the road, burning rubber, and blocking streets. Something needs to be done about this, and I'm calling to let the council know that I'm filing a complaint about this. Hopefully you can do something to stop this immediately. Thank you.
My name is Monique Fraser. That's Monique. Last name Prather. P as in Peter, R-A, T as in Tom, H-E-R. My family and I have been longtime residents of Vine City, and I am calling to lend my support of the paper by City Council Person Michael Julian Bond for the lease of Cook Park land in Vine City to preserve the got some things on my mind, to preserve the history of Vine City and its residents and the people of Vine City, the black people of Vine City. Thank you very much.
My name is Julian Smith Jr., and I'm calling in support of Michael Julian Bond's legislation for Cook Park to ensure that history is maintained and preserved. Thank you.
My name is Patricia Harris, and I would like to just vote in favor of finalizing the agreement to honor our heroes at the Rodney Cook Park in Vine City, and also vote in favor of a statue for Congressman John Lewis and the Reverend C.T. Vivian Library. Thank you.
My name is Jerry Murphy, and I'd like to make a comment that I would love to support the Mims Cook and Councilman, let me start again.
And thank you so very much for this opportunity, Archbishop John Lewis, longtime resident of Vine City, native Atlantan. My call is in reference to the legislation that goes forth today, or the paper, perhaps should I say, that is being introduced in council today as it regards the 50-year lease on Mims or on Cook Park. It is my humble opinion that if Black Lives Matter, if our history or our story, as I like to say, really matters, that it is important that our history be preserved and documented. And let me hasten to say that I was so excited on yesterday when I had the opportunity to look online and to see the actual statue of our beloved, and my namesake, John Robert Lewis, that statue being near completion. From my understanding, there are others that are there that are also, 2 or 3 others that are also near completion. In order for our history to be preserved, it is necessary that I feel that these statues and any other way that we can preserve that history needs to happen. It is also my understanding that historically the community met at the very beginning after the flood in Vine City, and it was the community who said that they wanted to have this park and to have these statues there in the park. So I'm calling now really to say thank you in advance, hoping and praying that you will see fit to pass this legislation today, which will ensure the fact that our history, not only in Vine City, but African American history, will be preserved. When I think of most recently John R. Lewis and Reverend C.T. Vivian and others who have given so much, I think the very least that we can do is to commemorate and to celebrate their history in this manner. Thank you so much.
My name is Jerry Murphy. I'm making a comment in favor of the Rodney Neal Cook to finalize the heroes of that park. In addition, I also would like to comment on the character and the lies and everything else of Councilman Antonio Brown. It's amazing how things have to come to the light and go people realize, you know, that it's been just going around in circles since he's been elected and trying to stop everything. Even me getting a document so I can file a claim about how my car was damaged just because of the roads in Barron City. I'm appalled at Councilman Antonio Brown, but you reap what you sow. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Wanda Whiteside. I'm a resident of Vine City, Atlanta, Georgia, and to support the finalization of the agreement to include statues of civil rights leaders inside Rodney Cook Park. I explicitly indicate the inclusion of C.T. Vivian and Congressman John Lewis. Thank you for your time.
All right, that concludes our public comments. Next, we're on to communications. We have two items before us today, which are appointments of individuals to the Small Business Advisory Council. If there are no objections, I'd like to take them together. The first is 20C0053, which is a communication from Leona Barr Davenport, President and CEO of the Atlanta Business League, submitting the appointment of Ms. Shawn Graham to serve on the Small Business Advisory Council. This appointment is for a term of 2 years. The next item is item number 20C0054, which is a communication from Council President Felicia A. Moore, submitting the appointment of Ms. Shirley Langley to serve on the Small Business Advisory Council. This appointment is for a term of 2 years. Both individuals appeared before the Community Development Human Services Committee on July 14, 2020. The motion is to confirm.
Okay, there's a motion to confirm. Is there a second?
Second, Overstreet.
Motion by Massacite, second by Overstreet. Any discussion? Hearing none, let's open the vote.
The vote is now open. Will everyone please vote?
Ms. Winslow, how do you vote?
In favor.
Ms. Archibong, how do you vote? Ms. Archibong, how do you vote? Mr. Shook, how do you vote?
Aye, thank you.
Ms. Archibong, are you there? Okay, let's close the vote.
Yeah, no, I'm voting I vote yes. I'm sorry.
All right, no problem. Mr. Clerk, please put Ms. Archibong in the affirmative.
Duly noted. Vote is now closed. Populating votes now. 15 yeas, 0 nays.
15 yeas, 0 nays is confirmed. Next
All
item.
right. Yes, next are ordinances for first read, and item number 20-1518 is an ordinance by Committee on Council to amend City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances, Section 66-2, Precinct Boundary Lines and Polling Places, by amending the 2017 Precinct and Polling Places Ordinance in Fulton County Precincts 2A, 2L1, 2B, 2L2, 5D, 6F, 7D, 8D, and 10C that will be referred. And next items are resolutions. The first is 20R4175, which is a resolution by Committee on Council to regulate and provide for the calling of a special election and to call a special election in accordance with Act number 426, HB 1167, to determine the approval or non-approval of the residents of the City of Atlanta of a homestead exemption from the City of Atlanta ad valorem taxes for municipal purposes in the amount of $30,000.00 of the assessed value of the homestead for residents of the city who hold real property subject to a written lease having an initial term of not less than 99 years, with landlord that is an entity exempt from taxation under Section 501(c)(3) of the Federal Internal Revenue Code and who owns all improvements located on the real property and for other purposes. Motion is to approve.
Okay, is there a second? Overstreet, second. Okay, motion by Massacite, second by Overstreet. Any discussion? All right, hearing none, let's open the vote.
Please hold. The vote is now open.
Ms. Winslow, how do you vote?
In favor.
Mr. Shook, how do you vote?
Aye, thank you.
All votes are cast.
The vote is now closed. Populating votes now. $15 yeas, 0 nays.
15 yeas, 0 nays. It is adopted.
That concludes our business. Yeah, that concludes our business. Thank you, Madam President.
You're welcome. Thank you, Mr. Massacite. We now go to the Honorable Carla Smith, Chair of the Zoning Committee.
Thank you, Madam.
We have one public comment.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. If the clerk will please play any public comments.
Yes, Mr. Massenberg, I believe we have one.
Greetings to you, Zoning Committee, council members, and staff. And special greetings to you, citizens of Atlanta, paying attention to our government in action or our government's inaction, as the case may be. Ben Howard, Senior Advocate, Public Policy Analyst. Reportedly, the NPUR Zoning Committee, chaired perennially for decades by Renette L. Scott, has taken up a proposal from a developer to build a 4-unit dwelling alongside a stream within Neighborhood Planning Unit R. That matter should have been on the June NPUR agenda. It was not. Thankfully, in the midst of all that is happening in the city, the county, the state, the country, and the world, the NPUR 9 bylaws cause the monthly NPUR meeting for July to be canceled. And here we are in August. I urge that if and when any recommendations come to you from Neighborhood Planning Unit R, be it from their meeting at this August 3rd, upcoming Wednesday, you mandate that those recommendations be accompanied by the minutes of the NPUR meeting, verifying that a vote of the membership was taken, and further verifying that a member of the city planning department was present to witness that vote. I hasten to caution you that any attempt to interfere with any of the antics of the NPUR 9 will be met with fierce resistance from the NPUR 9 movers and shakers, Antonita Robinson, Paulus Blair, Ricardo Jacobs, Renette L. Scott, Alfred White, Allison Hathaway, and any NPUR 9 cohorts they took up along the way.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. There are no items for consideration at this time. There's only one held item on the agenda, and this will remain held. I do have an update. The ZRB public hearings will resume virtually via Zoom this Thursday, August the 6th. They will have a meeting on the 13th and another one on the 20th. All of these will be at 6 p.m. The hearings will be broadcast on Channel 26 and live streamed on the NPU Facebook page at NPU Atlanta, and they will be run on the Office of Zoning websites also. And that ends my report. Do you want me to make a motion to? Okay, let's now go back to the regular report and come out of committee of the whole.
Okay, so there's a motion to return to regular session and to come out of committee of the whole. Is there a second?
Second, Massacite.
Motion by Smith, second by Massacite to exit committee of the whole. Let's open the vote.
The vote is now open. Will everyone please vote?
Ms. Winslow, how do you vote?
In favor.
Mr. Shook, how do you vote?
Aye, thank you.
All votes are cast.
The vote is now closed. Populating votes now. Please continue to hold as we populate. Madam President, the screen is frozen again. The vote is 14 yeas, 0 nays.
I think it is 15. Mr. Shook and Ms. Overstreet both voted in the affirmative. It's 15 yeas, 0 nays.
Thank you, Madam President. Duly noted. 15 yeas, 0 nays.
15 yeas, 0 nays. We have exited the committee of the whole unanimously. Now I'll entertain a motion to adopt and engross all actions taken in the committee of the whole.
Great. This is Smith. I'll so moved on that motion to take all the items in gross.
Second, Massacite.
Okay, motion by Smith, second by Massacite to adopt and engross all actions taken in the committee of the whole. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, let's open the vote.
The vote is now open. Will everyone please vote?
Ms. Winslow, how do you vote?
In favor.
Mr. Shook, how do you vote?
Aye, thank you.
Ms. Overstreet, how do you vote?
Affirmative.
All votes are cast.
The vote is now closed. Populating votes now. Yeas, 0 nays.
15 yeas, 0 nays. We have adopted all items engrossed from the committee of the whole. Thank you, and we will now move to Transportation Committee. The Honorable Andre Dickens, Chair.
Yes, Madam President, this is an item that we pulled off of the consent agenda earlier, and so this is an ordinance. This is our 20-0-1473. It was on page 6 on the agenda, item number 3. Let me read it off, and I'll read this. So we need to amend it. So an ordinance by Transportation Committee as amended. Well, actually, sorry, Madam President, do I need to read it in?
Yes, read the caption, and then you can read your amendment.
All right, let me get the original.
Read the caption, and then the motion, which was to adopt, and then your amendment.
Okay, all right. An ordinance establishing the fiscal year 2021 Airport Renewal and Extension Fund, Airport Passenger Facility Charge Fund budget by transferring to and from appropriation in the amount of $159,896,000 to provide funding for various projects at Hartsfield-Jackson Atlanta International Airport and for other purposes. And the amendment is correct.
The motion from the committee was to do what? To adopt.
The motion from the committee was to adopt, and it was favorable.
Okay.
Yeah. But now we need to. So I make a motion to amend to correct the funding sources on the last project in the table. And so
Could you read,
that's my motion.
Read the amendment for the record. Can you read it?
Yeah. This is not as easy as it is when we're in the building. Go back and forth. Let's see. All right. An ordinance by Transportation Committee as amended by the Atlanta City Council, an ordinance establishing the fiscal year 2021 Airport Renewal and Extension Fund 5502, Airport Passenger Facility Charge Fund 5505, Aviation Encumbrance Program 5536, budgets by transferring to and from appropriations in the amount of $859,896,000 to provide funding for various projects at Hartsfield-Jackson Atlanta International Airport and for other purposes. And the motion is to amend and then.
Okay, is there a second? Second, Overstreet. Okay, motion by Dickens, second by Overstreet to amend. Any discussion on the amendment? Hearing none, let's vote on the amendment.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote?
Ms. Winslow, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Shook?
Aye, thank you.
All votes are cast.
The vote is now closed. Populating vote.
Mm-hmm.
15 yeas, 0 nays.
15 yeas, 0 nays. The amendment has passed. Now we're back to the motion to adopt.
Now I make a motion to adopt as amended.
Is there a second?
Shook seconds.
Okay, motion by Dickens, second by Shook. Any discussion? Seeing none, let's open the vote.
The vote is now open. Will everyone please vote?
Ms. Winslow, how do you vote?
In favor.
Ms. Overstreet, how do you vote?
Affirmative.
And Mr. Bond? Mr. Bond? Okay. All votes are cast.
The vote is now closed. Populating vote. Fifteen yeas, 0 nays.
15 yeas, 0 nays. It's adopted.
All right, that concludes the report of the Transportation Committee.
Thank you so much. We now are at the Finance Executive Committee, the Honorable Jennifer I. Chair.
Thank you, Madam President. I have 2 items on my report. The first one is 20-0-1474. This is an ordinance by Finance Executive Committee authorizing the mayor or designee to enter into amendment number 1 for contract number EAS 1200441, emergency request for cleaning and disinfecting services with 3 contractors: EAS Brooks Environmental, CRM Services, and MJ Consulting, LLC, doing business as Spalding Deacon, to include a cumulative budget amount not to exceed $2 million, effective retroactively April 17, 2020, in accordance with Section 2-1163 of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances. All contract work shall be charged to and paid from accounts listed and for other purposes. And at the request of the administration, there was a motion to file, and so that is the recommendation, is to file.
Okay, the motion there's no need for a second. We're back in regular session. The motion is to file. If there's no discussion, let's open the vote.
The vote is now open. Will everyone please vote?
Ms. Winslow, how do you vote?
In favor.
Ms. Overstreet, how do you vote?
Affirmative.
Mr. Westmoreland, how do you vote?
In favor.
All right, that's all the votes.
The vote is now closed. Populating votes now. Yeas, 0 nays.
15 yeas, 0 nays. Item filed. Is that correct? We are filing? Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, next item.
Item number 2 is 20-1492, an ordinance by Councilmember Antonio Brown authorizing the Chief Financial Officer to amend the fiscal year 2021 general fund budget to transfer $73,348,723 from various departments in the general fund to a trust fund account to grant time for the Atlanta City Council to receive the report on recommendations for systemic changes, reinventing the culture of operations in our city and being a model for cities across the nation. Authorized pursuant to Resolution 20R4068, authorizing the CFO to create the appropriate trust fund account necessary for such actions to waive Section 2-943, annual appropriations divided in 12 parts, expended monthly and for other purposes. And the motion was to file with 5 yeas and 2 nays. So that's the recommendation, is to file.
Recommendation is to file. Any discussion? Seeing none, let's open the vote.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote?
Ms. Winslow, how do you vote?
In favor.
Ms. Overstreet?
Affirmative.
Mr. Westmoreland?
Affirmative.
All votes are cast.
The vote is now closed. Populating votes now. Yeas, 2 nays.
13 yeas, 2 nays. It is filed. Ms. Archibald.
I just wanted to take the record what I said during the Finance Executive Committee. It has traditionally been the case that if a personal case is introduced and do not file it, is considered disrespectful. If the author wants it to be filed, that's something, but for this body to file it is not the norm, and so we should allow for paper to be voted up and down. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Brown.
Thank you, Madam President. I just want to thank Councilmember Madeline Archibald and Councilmember Jennifer Ide for voting against the filing in Finance Exec Committee. You know, we're not just filing away a piece of paper. We're filing away the interests of the Brooks family and thousands of public comments that were made to support this piece of legislation. And while I respect council and their decision being made, I just wanted to go on record to make that clear. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. Ms. I
only have the 2 items, and that concludes my report.
All right. Well, we'll now move to City Utilities Committee. The Honorable Madeline Archibald, Chair. Ms. Archibald, you may be muted. Okay, I know Ms. Archibald was just here. Maybe she got thrown off the system. Are you there, Ms. Archibald? Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Is it City Utilities report?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. We do not have a report at this time, Madam President.
Thank you. We now go to Community Development Human Services Committee, the Honorable Matt Westmoreland, Chair.
Thank you, Madam President. We have one item on our report. That is Resolution 20-R-4174. A resolution by Councilmember Andrea Alboon authorizing the mayor on behalf of the Atlanta Workforce Development Agency, aka WorkSource Atlanta, to amend and renew cooperative agreement FC-11905882, cooperative agreement for workforce service delivery providing adult dislocated worker and youth services to Arbor ENT LLC, DBA ResCare Workforce Services, in an amount not to exceed $2,050,000.00. All services to be charged to and paid from the accounts listed herein and for other purposes. The motion coming out of committee was unanimous to file this piece of legislation.
Okay, the motion is to file. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, let's open the vote on the motion to file.
Please hold. The vote is now open. Will everyone please vote?
Ms. Winslow, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Shook?
Aye, thank you.
Ms. Overstreet?
Affirmative.
All votes are cast.
The vote is now closed. Populating votes. Yeas, 0 nays.
15 yeas, 0 nays. It is filed. Next item. Mr. Bond?
I'm sorry, Madam President, I was muted. That concludes my report, Madam President.
Mr. Bond asked to speak before you conclude. Mr. Bond?
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to call up my piece of legislation I have from the Hill. It is known as the Cook Park lease ordinance. I apologize, I don't have the number.
Could someone please find the number? For him, please. Let's see if I can find it. I'm looking.
Yeah, I'm having trouble with my screen. It's blocking up, so I can't scroll.
Partnership to shelter, trust fund, amending section, expand the role. Maybe I'm looking at I'm looking under the wrong committee. That would help. Hold on one second, Mr. Bond.
Item 14, 20-0-1334.
Okay, could you read the caption, please?
An ordinance by council members Michael Julian Bond, Amir Faroki, and Cleta Winslow, as substituted by Community Development Human Services Committee, authorizing the mayor on behalf of the city to enter into and execute a 50-year lease with the National Monument Foundation for city-owned property consistent with the map contained in Exhibit A, whereby the terms of the lease will include the foundation development of the Peace Museum Complex, which will include the Peace Column Museum, the Georgia Noble Peace Pantheon, and 18 monuments to Georgia peacemakers at no cost to the city, and authorizing the waiver of the City Code Section 2-1547 regarding the procedures for leasing city-owned real property for purposes of entering the lease, where said waiver is based upon the unique circumstances of the proposed park and requiring certain prerequisite transactions to occur prior to executing the lease and for other purposes.
Thank you, Ms. Shepherd. Mr. Bond, back to you. And
Yeah,
it's been held, I believe,
Shepherd.
the requisite 2 times, so you can bring it up.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, and thank you, Ms. Shepherd, for reading it in. I just want to say to everyone, I believe it's time to move this issue forward, and I'm excited to announce that I've spoken with Councilmember Brown, and he has I believe, 2 amendments to the legislation that he would like for us to consider. And once we've done that, I hope that we can get a unanimous vote on this proposal. So I'd like to come back and speak, to reserve my right to speak. But
first, we need a motion. Can we get a motion?
Motion to approve.
Is there a
Second,
second?
Brown.
Okay, motion by Bond, second by Brown. Okay, it's before us. Mr. Brown, do you have an amendment?
Yes, Madam President, and thank you, Councilmember Bond. The amendment, council members, you all should have received it via email. The amendment proposes to change the following by deleting language in Section 2B, where we remove topped with Chief Tamachichi, chief of the Yamakra tribe and co-founder of Georgia. We're removing that language and just keeping in a 115-foot peace column to be located in the park. So that's the First Amendment within these changes. And then the Second Amendment is letter F in the legislation. And it's basically stating that an historic oversight committee, that these committee members will be appointed as follows and will require council confirmation. We strike the language around selected by the National Monument Foundation, and the selection will not be deemed final until approved by the mayor or her designee, where such approval will not be unreasonably denied, conditioned, or delayed. Committee members must be accomplished historians who specialize in Atlanta history, human rights. And we've replaced it with the advisory council that was just unanimously approved in consent agenda that passed through the Community Development Human Services Committee before we went on recess. And those are the 2 changes. And I would like to motion to approve these amendments as stated.
Second.
Okay, there's a motion by Brown, a second by Bond on the amendment. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing no speakers, anyone who's not on the system who would like to speak? If not, let's open the vote on the Brown amendment.
Please hold.
vote is now open. Will everyone please vote?
Ms. Winslow, how do you vote? Hold on a second. Ms. I, did you want to speak now?
I just want to clarify that we're voting on the substitute that was emailed to us, or we're voting on
the amendment,
which is not what the substitute that was emailed.
It is.
It is,
Councilmember I. So we took, instead of putting forth a substitute, we just did amendments to change his existing paper to reflect what the substitute stated.
Okay, but the email we got at 4:07, that is the language that we're voting on?
4:07.
From Julia?
Oh, no, that's a separate issue. Councilmember I believe, Councilmember Vaughn, you can speak to this, but I believe that substitute, Councilmember is the substitute taking the donation of the statues for John Lewis, and
yeah, it's not necessary. It ended up not being necessary, so we're going ahead with your amendment, and then the paper as is. Because I was just told that was unnecessary for me to do, so I don't need to do it. So disregard.
Okay.
All right, let's continue the vote. Ms. Winslow, how do you vote?
In favor.
Mr. Shook?
Aye, thank you.
Ms. Overstreet?
Affirmative.
All right, all votes are cast on the amendment.
The vote is now closed. Populating vote. Yeas, 0 nays.
15 yeas, 0 nays. The amendment has passed. We're now back to the motion to adopt. Mr. Bond?
Yes, full approval.
Mr. Westmoreland? Is there a second on the motion to adopt as amended?
Winslow, second.
Okay, motion by Bond, second by Winslow. Your next speaker is Mr. Westmoreland.
Thank you, Madam President. I had a couple questions for the Law Department before we take final action on this. Is someone from Law President able to speak?
Yes, please unmute Law, and everyone else, please mute your phone. Go ahead, Law Department.
Yes, this is Michael York. You called me a couple of things.
I can sort of hear you, but you sound a little distant.
Is that better?
That is much better. Thank you.
Yes, all right. This is Michael York from the Law Department. There are a couple of us on.
Appreciate it, sir. Was wondering, I know we've talked about this a couple times in committee, and just before we take action as a full body, wanted to get a sense from the Law Department to ensure that all remaining legal and or operational issues have been ironed out as it relates to this paper.
Yeah, well, one, I'm not certain I've got the paper that's in front of you. The last one I've got was at 407 from Julia Pulidendi. So what I'm looking at may be different than what you're looking at, quite frankly. But I cannot say all the operational issues have been worked out. The two legal issues we were asked that we addressed in the last paper have been worked out. But I cannot say that all operational issues have been worked out.
Is there a way for us to hear what might be remaining and how we would reach resolution on those?
Yeah, I'd have to, frankly, either defer to Councilmember Bond and or somebody from the operations side. But the paper in front of you, I don't believe reflects input that they would have had on the legislation.
Mr. Bond, I'd like to avoid going into the committee of the whole if possible. Do you have a sense of what remaining issues exist and how we're going to resolve those?
Hello?
Yep.
Hello?
Yes.
I can hear you.
Mr. Bond, you don't have the floor. Just please indicate on your button. Mr. Westmoreland, go ahead.
Well, I do have a question for anyone who can answer it about what operational concerns still remain and how we're going to reach resolution on those.
Okay, is that to someone in the administration?
It probably should be.
Okay. So let's see what your other two colleagues have in terms of questions, and I can come back to you. And if we have to go into committee of the whole, I'm going to reshuffle you here on my speakers list. Well, that didn't work. So let's go to Ms. Hyde. Just indicate again, Mr. Westmoreland, that you want to speak, so I have you on the list. Ms. Hyde.
I'm probably in the same situation, but I'm going to want to hear from the administration on this. I had questions that were related to why we were making some changes in the substitute that looked like good changes to me, that some were legal and some were operational. So I can...
okay. All right. So if the law department can reach out to whomever in the administration can best do this. Ms. Archibald, what is your question so that we'll know who to have on? Okay, Ms. Archibald is gone. So,
I'm not. No, I'm not. You were still talking. I didn't want to overtalk you. The question that I have to the waiver of the provisions of the procurement code. So if Mr. Clark could be available.
Okay. Can someone in the law department respond to Ms. Archibald, or can we get available who needs to be available? Law department.
Yes. I will do my best. This is Nina Hickson. I will do my best. I'm trying to handle the mediation, and so I will try to find somebody. I'm actually talking to Judge Wright right now, but I will get somebody as soon as I can. Thank you.
Okay. All right. If the body is so willing, if we could sort of lay it on the table for right now, and then we can go to public safety, and then maybe by that time they will be able to get somebody on the line that can answer these questions. Mr. Bond, is that acceptable?
Well, I'm not sure. This has been an issue that's been around for almost 4 months now, and yeah, I'm not sure about that. I think I prefer to go with the orders of the day.
Okay. So I guess you all are asking for someone from the Ms. I. Did you have that? I know Ms. Archibald named someone specific.
I mean, I would like to hear from somebody in the COO's line of command, so maybe I will make a motion to go into committee of the whole so that we can do that.
Okay. I hope that they will be available, so making that motion. Ms. Ida, are you making that motion?
I am making, yes, ma'am, I am.
Is there a second to go into committee of the whole?
I'll second Brown.
Okay, there's a second by Brown, a motion by I to go into committee of the whole. Let's open the vote.
Please hold. Please continue to hold. The vote is now open. Will everyone please vote?
Ms. Winslow, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Shook?
Aye.
Ms. Overstreet?
Affirmative.
Mr. Cass?
Populating votes now. 14 yeas, 1 nay.
14 yeas, 1 nay. We are now in committee as a whole. Ms. Ide, is there someone from the administration that can answer questions related to this legislation? Please make sure we unmute the phone if they are available.
Good afternoon. This is Joshua Williams, Chief Operating Officer. Thank you, Council President. I appreciate the opportunity and have joined the conversation.
Okay, Ms. Ide, you want to start off, and then we'll follow by Mr. Westmoreland, and then Ms. Archibong, and then Mr. Bond.
Okay, or if Mr. Westmoreland wants to get back in line before me, that's fine with me. Okay, you do. All right. Well, thank you, Mr. Williams, for joining us. And I know that this paper's been around for a while, but it also, for those of us that aren't on CDHS, snuck up on us quickly here. So I just wanted to hear from the administration of where everything has sort of played out operationally. It looked like we were going to have a substitute that was going to authorize the mayor to negotiate a contract. It looks like now we're just saying, that we are asking the mayor to sign this contract. So I just want to hear from the administration on whether you feel like this paper is ready to move forward and all of the details of this arrangement are nailed down, because I think that we've heard about all of the parts of it that everybody supports of, having a statute honoring our civil rights legends, but this also does involve a lease and some pretty complex financial arrangements. So I just wanted to hear an update from the administration.
Yes, ma'am. And I know that our city attorney and our CPO may be on the call as well. I can certainly speak to the areas related to the operation. And I know that there may be some other areas related to the procurement efforts that may need to be discussed, as well as any other legal issues. But from an operating perspective, we've actually had quite a few conversations with the National Monument Foundation, specifically around the design review process. And that process is a standard process that is needed for any large-scale project such as this that impacts our parks. We've actually been in close collaboration with them. I think those discussions have gone very, very well. And as it currently stands, we've provided, as late as last week, an update to their review. As part of that process, they're required to provide a list of construction documents, if you will, a set of construction documents for Parks and Rec to review and approve. As part of that, it will require them to submit documents to support many of those elements related to environmental assessments, site surveys, and many other components that's related to the actual work itself. In addition to that, we articulated in the letter that was provided to them regarding the request for those documents to be reviewed, any written specifications and manuals that will be needed, as well as just the other technical specifications to make sure that we've completed a very thorough review prior to giving that final approval from an operation perspective. I do expect that the continued work in partnership with the Monuments Foundation will continue. There are some other operating departments that will need to provide some review as part of this process. Those departments, of course, will be the Department of Watershed as well as Public Works. There's a component with our Office of Cultural Affairs, and much of that work has started and will still in that review process. There's a kind of a phased approach, if you will, as you work through that process, and as we get those responses back from the Monuments Foundation and the team, we'll be able to assess those. And then once that process has been fully completed, then the Parks and Rec Department will then be able to provide a formal review and approval as such related to those documents that are being provided through the process that's currently stood up. I do know our CPO, Martin Clark, interim CPO Martin Clark may be on the phone. I think you may have asked that he provide an update as well. There were some components related to, I think, the procurement portion that may be a part of this that I want to offer him an opportunity to provide an update on as well if he's on the call.
Good afternoon.
That would be helpful, yes.
Good afternoon, Council. Yes,
This is Martin Clark, interim Chief Procurement Officer. If I recall correctly, and I apologize, I don't have the paper in front of me as my power is out up here, but on this one, I believe they are asking for a waiver of the code. As you may know, 1191.1 does not apply here because this is real estate, so there's no special procurement. Consequently, I believe they are asking for a waiver under 1547, I believe, as there is the possibility, of course, that there may be others that could possibly provide this service. So again, there is the paper asks the council to consider waiving the competitive requirements in allowing this service to be provided.
Madam President, this is Councilmember Ide. May I ask Mr. Clark a question?
Sure, go right ahead.
So, Mr. Clark, that was one of my questions, is has procurement done an analysis of the, you're correct, the paper does say it's authorizing a waiver of 2-1547. Have you all done an analysis of whether such a waiver is appropriate, if there are other, qualified lessors out there, and how this source, how it was determined that this is the source that we should go with?
Yes, there are other potential entities that can provide this service. I believe it is the wish of the administration that this particular entity has an ability to provide the service, and therefore asking the city council to go forward and authorizing them to allow them to complete the service. But in a strict review, there are other entities that could potentially complete this service.
But there hasn't been any sort of selection search. We just picked the person that came to us to say they want to do it.
There was not a competitive process. That is correct.
Okay. Going back to Mr. Williams on some of the operational, how much, well, let me ask you, Mr. Clark, one more question on that. Does this need to then be a special procurement? I mean, I just want to make sure that we are doing this by the dotting our I's, crossing our T's, that instead of, it seems a little bit cart before the horse that we have a contractor that wants to do something with the city, and so we pick them to provide the service rather than the city deciding that we need something and going out and looking for contractors. So from a procurement point of view, I understand that we can always waive the code, but the code provisions are there for a reason. What is the best practice in this situation?
Sure. As mentioned previously, the 2-1191.1 was not applied here because this is not a special procurement. This is real estate. And if you look historically, and we went through this exercise, we have not applied 2-1191.1 to real estate. Instead, we will look to the real estate provisions under, I believe it is 2-1547. I'll allow law to chime in if they wish, but our interpretation is that we would have to waive the competitive real estate provisions in order to make this happen. With regards to the potential, again, for another firm to be able to do this or another entity to do this, that is a possibility, as I restated. In terms of best practices, it is the will of the body determine whether or not you want to take another look at that or ask the administration to consider that. Because there, of course, are potential entities that could provide it, Councilwoman Ide.
Yeah, I mean, I will say that is one piece of this that what the city may decide we want to happen at this park is one thing, and I think most of us agree on that. I think that that then going out and looking to see who can provide that service is the way that we typically do this, and the way that our code is laid out, that's how we do it. I'm not really sure how this is different from one person coming and saying they'd like to lease City Plaza from us, that this seems to be directed by the person who wants to do business with the city rather than the city going through our procurement process. Going back to Mr. Williams, you noted that you've been in discussions with the Monument Foundation, which is great. It sounds, though, that maybe there's some documentation that, is still outstanding that we should have in our hands before the papers are signed off on here.
I'm sorry, Councilmember Ide. Was that a question?
Yeah. I mean, you said you had been in communications and back and forth and had asked for documentations, but it sounds like those discussions are still ongoing, that you hadn't finished that process.
Yeah, there is a process that we go through, as stated before, and that process dictates a formal review through the design review board that's currently facilitated under the Parks and Rec Department. That is a standard process, and we're working through that. And yes, I do will say that the work that has transpired thus far has definitely been positive and ongoing, and I think the work just needs to continue to address those outstanding issues.
Okay. All right. I may have one more question that might be better for the law department. If somebody from the... Okay. So there had been a substitute that's not before us, but it had been circulated to council that made some changes and would have... and I don't know if you all received that. I think that it did go to Ms. Hickson. That it seems like it would have removed this need for council to waive 1547. I don't know if you all worked on that, if that came out of the law department, the substitute, but I'd like to have a better understanding of, is there an option to having to waive the real estate code here?
Someone from the law department available?
And President Moore, could you put me down, because I have a question as well.
Sure,
Councilman Winslow. Thank you.
Gotcha. Anyone from law available to speak? And everyone else, please mute your phone.
Yes, this is Mike Ward from law. I'm sorry. Could you repeat the question?
I was just saying, what we have in front of us right now is asking City Council to waive Section 1547. There was a substitute that has not been brought forward, but that was circulated to council members and to the law department that struck that language out. So I was interested in how the substitute, to the extent you're familiar with it, would have still achieved the purpose of, what the sponsor wants to do here without the requirement of waiving 1547.
Yeah. Good question. Well, the substitute removed the exhibit that was a form of lease that council had been authorizing the mayor to negotiate with NMF. That's out. But to the extent that this paper authorizes an agreement to be negotiated with NMF, the same legal issue, I suppose, that procurement has raised with regard to waiving it would still apply. I don't know that fixes that problem, if that's a question.
Okay, I'm just looking at the substitute, and it's authorizing the city to accept a donation of the artwork installation, but then it has a strike through of the authorizing the waiver of 21547. So I was trying to piece together why in the substitute we were able to get rid of the need for the waiver.
Well, I see what you're saying. I don't know that that's a need. Well, that gets rid of the need for the waiver. That just takes that provision out.
Okay.
Which implies, which implies that it would not apply, and that the procurement process would have to be followed.
Okay. All right, Council President, that's it for me for the moment.
Okay.
A lot of unanswered questions, but I'll wait.
All right. We will now go to Mr. Westmoreland.
Thank you, Madam President. For the law department, in the legislation itself, Section 4 references Phase 1 of the park will be completed consistent with the terms outlined in the GLA in Exhibit B. The only phase that's referenced in the legislation or in the ground lease agreement is Phase 1, which my understanding is the east column, and then in the basement of that building would be the library that would hold the King and Vivian papers, and then later phases would be, if you look up in the legislation, in Section 3, like 3B is Phase 1, and then 3C is Phase 2, and then 3D is Phase 3. Is it your understanding that this piece of legislation and the ground lease agreement both only deal with Phase 1, and that we will be coming back with additional legislation to do the additional buildings in Phases 2 and 3?
Yeah, this is my court again. I'd have to refer that question to Councilmember Bond, to be honest with you. And again, if you're looking at the original legislation, we didn't weigh in on that. We looked at the substitute, but not the original legislation that's before you now.
Hold on. The law department has not reviewed 20-0-1334.
Law department, that's a question.
Yes, no. What you're looking at is what was pulled from CDHS. Okay, as I mentioned on the last time it came up to CDHS, the only comments we made to that paper was respect to some language that was in the ground lease that was attached as an exhibit.
I know, but so I'm item number 14, the paper that Councilmember Shepherd read the caption for. There's Exhibit F online is 20-0-1334 as substituted by CDHS on May 26, 2020. So that's the substitute that Councilmember Vaughn brought. So that's the one I opened and have been reading. My question is, has the law department reviewed what CDHS accepted as a substitute on May 26, 2020 in its entirety?
We did review it, but we did not comment on it in its entirety. We weren't asked to.
Okay. Can you comment on its entirety now, starting with the question around whether Section 4 designates that this is just related to Phase 1 or if it's related to Phases 2 and 3 as well?
I apologize, Councilman Westmoreland. I cannot. I need to review it in its entirety and put that in context, I'm afraid. And I've not had the opportunity.
All right. Councilmember Bond, I'm working hard to try and get to resolution in my mind today, and that's...
Well, I'm waiting to speak.
Difficult. Yeah, I know. I don't know how that works with the Madam President. I mean, I have a question.
Mr. Bond is next. I don't know. Is everyone else hearing static, or is it just me? Okay, maybe just me. I may need to hang up and go back in. So, Mr. Westmoreland, go ahead and ask Mr. Bond your question. I'm going to dial back in.
Okay. Well, Mr. Bond, my question was, I think I share the same sentiments that Councilmember Ide and others have shared, which is a desire to get to yes on this legislation. I have a lot of concern about doing so because I have several other questions that are law related and a couple that are finance related, and the answers aren't there yet. So I guess my initial question would be, do you know if this piece of legislation only refers to phase one of the three phases, and if it's coming back to 2 and 3, and then I guess more broadly, how you're feeling about moving forward if the law department's not ready to comment on the paper as a whole?
Thank you for your question, Mr. Westmoreland. First, this paper has been reviewed by the law department. I was in conversations with our city attorney, Ms. Nina Hickson, back some months ago, and they raised to me that there were 2 legal issues with the paper. And I took them at their word that that would mean that the paper had been reviewed and its attachments, and that they would address those 2 legal issues. As this came up in committee before, as you might recall, they stated that fact, and we held it, that those 2 legal issues were addressed. I subsequently asked earlier in the process our COO to look at all the different management issues so that, there wouldn't be any surprises. But understand, this legislation and the substitute that I actually preferred both speak to allowing the mayor the authorization to enter into a lease that needs to be drafted and would not go into effect until it actually had the mayor's signature. I have always maintained, as the author of the paper, that the management issues that Mr. Williams referenced really have nothing to do with authorizing the mayor to go into a lease. And as far as the process, this is an exceptional project, so it takes exceptional action. But this is also a project that's almost more than a decade in the making. And it has been a frustration for me that the current members in the bureaucracy of the city seem to be dumbfounded and uninformed about this decades-long process to bring this project to fruition. I was prepared to introduce the substitute that Ms. Ide was complimentary of or positive about, but I received a text message from Mr. Ward at 4:03, and it says, Councilmember Bond, I can't, quote, sign off on the ordinance donation, needs to be via resolution. And so I took that to mean that there was something wrong with the substitute. Because I asked the law department to do 2 things. One, to improve the substitute that I asked Ms. Julia to draft so that we could incorporate the donation of the statute into the legislation, and also incorporate input that I got from Councilmember Dickens on making sure that going forward, the lease includes EBO, that the Monuments Foundation would follow the EBO protection in our laws, but much like many other contractors with the city are asked to do and perform. So what I believe this legislation does, it allows the mayor to enter into a lease, subsequent which those sections or phases would be incorporated as conditions in that lease. And so as far as the substitute is concerned, the one that I actually prefer, that it addresses that plainly and takes out the issue of procurement, because then subsequently you'd have to address that during the lease anyway. And when the lease is signed, it would come back before the council. So the council would also get another crack at it.
So I really appreciate everything you just said, and reviewing the substitute that you say you prefer, I do as well. So I'm going to go back to the law department unless Ms. Moore is back and needs to kind of take my question. Like, law department, how do we get the substitute that the sponsor prefers and that other people seem to prefer into a place that's movable today?
Much more again. Well, the substitute still authorizes the mayor to enter into a lease with a specific entity, which still avoids but doesn't address the procurement issue that Interim Commissioner Clark just spoke to. So I wouldn't be prepared to sign off on that. And again, with regard to this resolution, what I was asked to do initially on Friday was prepare a resolution just accepting the donation of a monument, a statue of John Lewis in the Cook Park, which we believe was appropriate via resolution. When Councilmember Bond today asked that it be put into the ordinance instead, that's when I raised the issue about that piece of it. But again, I don't know that liking the waiver, but still authorizing in this paper, which will have effective law as an ordinance, the negotiation of a lease with NMN fixes that problem. If that's the question, I don't think it fixes it, because you're still manning an entity in a real estate matter that Mr. Clark just said did not qualify, in their opinion, for a waiver or special procurement.
So you're saying if the substitute that we were all sent at 407 became a resolution, you would feel comfortable with it?
On the procurement question, no. But basically, otherwise, yes, I think. As far as the donation is concerned, as far as accepting the donation, yes, that could be the only resolution, and I'd be a lot more comfortable with it.
Madam President, I would be curious to hear Councilmember Bond's thoughts on everything that he just heard.
Mr. Bond? Mr. I don't know if he's muted. Could you check to make sure Mr. Bond is unmuted? Okay, I don't know where Mr. Bond is.
Hello. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Well, I respectfully disagree with Mr. Ward. There's no reason why we couldn't do an ordinance accepting a donation versus a resolution. There's no reason at all. There's no immaterial difference in accepting a donation via ordinance or resolution. As a matter of fact, we do it routinely through the council when we accept donations or even give donations to entities in our districts and in our communities. We do that via ordinance. So there really is no difference on that particular point. The point of the substitute is to facilitate the negotiation for the lease. And all the things that we're discussing about, and even all of the so-called bureaucratic issues, those are things that aren't germane to the mayor negotiating a lease. When we talked about Chastain Park, for example. We talked about the improvements that went on there just a few years ago. We didn't ask them to draw up architectural designs, to spend money, on getting building permits and drawings and et cetera, before we entered into a lease. We wouldn't ask anybody to do that. The Monuments Foundation is almost $1 million in on what they provided to the city of Atlanta thus far. And this is a process that the previous administration was on board with and has passed it to the present administration to complete. You all got packages today with a synopsis of the project and also a letter from our dearly departed member, Councilmember Ivory Lee Young, who was urging in that letter, in an email, to make sure that we got this project underway and got it done. 2 weeks ago, when I was advising or advocating for this to move out of committee, I wanted to do it prior to the, and I tried to talk around it, but I wanted to do it prior to the deaths of Reverend C.T. Vivian and John Lewis. Well, we've all lived through the last 2 weeks. We know what happened. This is a great project. I'm satisfied with the substitute. I think it gets us to where we want to go. How we get the substitute before us is that either in committee of the whole or when we get back in regular session, that I, and with a second, move the substitute. I preferred it, but I dropped the idea when I got the text message from Mr. Ward at 403 because I didn't believe the law department was going to speak in favor of it.
All right. Let me let Mr. Westmoreland wrap up his questions.
Yeah, I have several more that they would almost all go away if we did the substitute. And so it'd be, I don't know if either the city attorney or the deputy city attorney or someone could speak to that topic at hand, but like Mr. Bond, the substitute waives, for lack of a better word, a lot of the immediate concerns that I had about entering into an agreement today, because legislation would come to us with a ground lease agreement once it was negotiated in the future, which I think would be helpful for a lot of us to hear, and this would accept the donations today so we can start moving some aspects of this forward. So I guess, I'm sorry, I don't mean to ramble. My question is Ms. Hickson or deputy or anybody, how do we get the substitute to a good place where we can move it forward today?
Well, I do support the substitute. This is Mike Ward. I can't, as far as the donation is concerned, yes, it can have the force of law. You can pass it. My only concern, frankly, was that it could be challenged at the executive level, because this is an ordinance that has the force of law that's basically telling the executive branch to enter into and to negotiate, a maintenance agreement to go with the donation. So that was my only concern. But can you pass it? Yes. Will it have the force of law? Yes, if it goes through.
Okay, thank you. President, I will yield Councilman Westmoreland, I'll yield the floor and take Mr. Bond's lead on what he'd like to do with the substitute.
Okay, so we will hear from Mr. Bond, and then Ms. Winslow, and then Mr. Dickens, Brown, and Nessakai. Mr. Bond.
Yes, Madam President. I'd like to move a substitute that you all received at 403 in your email in place of the ordinance that was called up from the committee.
Second, Faruqi.
Hello? Is you still there?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just talking. I said the motion by Bond, second by Massacre to bring forth the substitute. If there's no objection to bringing forth the substitute is before us on unanimous consent. Mr. Bond, let me, if you don't mind, let the other speakers see if they want to speak to the substitute, which is now before us, and then I can come back to you. Is that okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so I'm going to exit you out. Just resubmit yourself. The next is Ms. Winslow.
Thank you, Madam President. And I'll try to be brief. But for most of us that have been on council for a while, this is probably about an 8 to 10 year journey that our former colleague was working on. He used to sit, when we were seatmates, sit next to me and talk about how he was going over to England to meet with Prince Charles. Now, he didn't tell me why he was going over there. I couldn't figure it out at the time. He was pretty tight-lipped about what was going on. And that was probably good because there were probably other cities who were probably trying to compete for this Nobel laureate headquarters to be located in the city of Atlanta. I mean, this is the northern North America. This will be the North American headquarters for the Nobel Peace Laureate. I mean, this is a coup. We got however many states, 50 states, 50 or 51, 50 states, and we're getting it in the city of Atlanta. But not only that, it's coming into an impoverished area. That's even more important so that we can kind of raise all boats. And, you know, when the Piedmont Conservancy, when that legislation came before us years ago, we weren't negotiating. The procurement department didn't tell them, oh, no, we can't accept the Piedmont Conservancy group. We're going to have to go out there and get bids from other organizations. They didn't do that. We didn't do that to them. They had a group that came in called the Piedmont Conservancy, and that was the group that the city of Atlanta worked with. That group. They didn't go out and say, no, you guys can't have it. You got to go out and somebody else is going to have to bid on it. So I'm just really concerned with what I'm hearing. I really am. You know, this is a big, big deal. We've lost 3 of our great civil rights leaders just in less than a year. We could have had this done, could have at least had 2 of the 3 people honored before they passed away. 2 of the 3 people honored before they passed away. Now we have to honor them, you know, after they're gone. And so I would hope that we could go on and get this passed through. And I just believe that the administration is going to do the right thing and negotiate with this group that's already here, already on board, already has raised millions of dollars for this project to put the C.T. Vivian Library in place. You know, when we talk about how we want to educate our young people, how we want to tell them about who were the people that were the guideposts for us in the past. This is one of those ways to do that. You know, and I'm kind of frustrated like Michael because, I feel like people are kind of sending us around in circles, and that's not right. Let's not do that. Let's honor these folks. They have done a great service, not only for black folks, they've done a great service for other minorities that have sat in the seats that we're in. You know, Alex Wan was a minority. He's a minority. He's been in that seat, District 6. So we've had other minorities. Mr. Faroki, he's a minority. Okay, he's not black. He's a minority. So let's do the right thing and move this forward and honor these individuals and show our young people that who we really have in this city that have really done, that really gave their lives. They really gave their lives for us to be in these seats today. Thank you.
Mr. Dickens.
Yes, so as Councilmember Bond mentioned, I was asking to add provisions in there to make sure that we had our DBE provisions met, our minority and women business enterprises to be included in the construction and the work around these activities there. And so I know that there's a substitute that came about, and I just wanted to ask Mr. Bond, I think whatever you had before, we were going to add those stipulations to it. Now that the substitute is back, can those be added to it as well? And that'll be a question from Mr. Bond, and then I'll have another question after that.
Yes, the substitute incorporates your amendment.
Okay, great. Thank you for that. And then, Madam President, can you make sure that the COO could still be available for when we go to public safety? I did want to ask questions related to street racing. I know it's a function under him as it's related to APD. So
okay, you put it out there. We would have to go into committee of the whole in order to hear from him. I'll put a question out there now to the parliamentarian. Let's finish this subject matter. If it's appropriate for us to go ahead and have him speak while we're already in the committee of the whole. But let's finish this topic first.
That's why I asked. Thank you, Madam President. Yes.
Okay, so I'm asking the parliamentarian. I'm sure he'll give me a response. So let's move to the next person, Mr. Brown.
Thank you, Madam President. As the District 3 council person in which this park, will be placed in our district in Vine City, there's been a lot of controversy behind it from the very beginning since I came onto council originally. And I just want to make it clear that no one is making any kind of assertions that we don't appreciate what the park is going to be and the statues honoring John Lewis that just came to be over this past weekend, as well as C.T. Vivian. However, we're honoring C.T. Vivian within this. So I want to make it clear that no one has concerns around that. I think my concern, I spoke with Councilmember Bond earlier, and we spoke specifically to the law department in regards to his conversation with Mr. Ward, as well as with Carmen Chubb, the chief of staff for the mayor. And I guess I just need clarity from Joshua Williams, because I was unaware of the waiver of the procurement code, and that part makes me uncomfortable, because I'm not comfortable with waiving the procurement code in the benefit of an organization within the city of Atlanta to do this work, and I wasn't aware that that was a part of what was being required. And I know that it's not in the substitute now, but I just want to make sure that I'm clear on where the administration, where the mayor, and where Josh Williams stands in regards to either supporting the waiver of the procurement code, or are they not in support of the waiver of the procurement code in regards to eventually entering into an agreement with the National Monuments Foundation. I just needed clarity there because I was unaware of that.
Mr. Brown, before he answers, the law department would like to speak.
Yes,
Ms. Frazier, go ahead. Please make sure her phone is unmuted. Give it 1 second. We want to make sure Ms. Frazier, are you there? Okay, they say she's not on the call, so I'm gonna tell her. I'll text her and tell her to call back in. Mr. Williams, can you answer? Everyone else, please make sure your phone is muted.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. We'll ask our interim chief procurement officer to opine. From my view, I think the requirements that are set forth in the code will require us to take a more detailed review in that regard. But I'll turn it over to our interim chief procurement officer to provide more detailed guidance and provide some feedback as it relates to the questions presented by Councilmember Brown.
Hello?
Yes, Mr. Brown?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hey there, this is Martin Clark, Interim Chief Procurement Officer. So yes, 2-1547, specifically subsection E, states that leases should be solicited through a request for lease proposals. Subsection F goes further on and discusses the process by which this is executed. The Department of Procurement, as it does all the time, continues to recommend competitive procedures in entering into leases. However, the governing body has the ability to waive this provision, provided that whoever should bring forth this paper shows a circumstance that's compelling for them to consider the waiving of 2-1547 and the requirements that are part of the subsections. Again, the Department of Procurement recommends a competitive process. That is what we do. We try to provide the public a transparent and competitive process as stated within the code. However, again, it's up to the governing body to make that decision to waive those requirements.
Thank you, Mr. Clark. Madam President, can I reiterate my question, please, because I didn't get an answer? So,
go ahead.
So, Mr. Clark, I appreciate the clarity around the code of ordinance within our procurement process, and thank you for that information. Mr. Williams, I'm going to refer back to you my question because I'm still unclear. Are you saying that at this moment in time, you do not have an answer on whether or not the administration and or the mayor supports the waiver of the procurement code to allow the National Monuments Foundation to facilitate this agreement?
Councilmember Brown, my point, I guess, and I'll be more clear, I apologize, was that the decision to waive the code would be that of the council, and that would be the recommendation that you all would consider that as part of this substitute, as I understand it, that's been brought forth by Councilmember Bond.
Thank you, Mr. Williams, but I'm still confused, and the reason why I'm confused, and this is where I just need clarity because I'm just seeing the substitute. Me and Councilmember Bond have had conversations about this. I was supporting, the paper. I was unaware of the substitute. I was unaware of some of these concerns because when me and Councilmember Bond spoke, he had specifically stated he spoke with Carmen Chubb and Mr. Ward that were in support of this. So I didn't object to his conversation in which he stated he had. But I'm confused because the mayor would still need to enter into this lease agreement. So, I think it's important that the mayor and or the administration weighs into the fundamentals if you're having conversations already with the National Monuments Foundation to enter into an agreement.
Mr. Brown, could you hold that point? And the law department is now on the line. They wanted to speak earlier, and then we'll come right back to your point if she doesn't respond to it. Ms. Frazier?
Yes. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Awesome. I wanted to just weigh in because I think it's very important to note that, as everyone has stated, the whole concept is something that everyone can get behind. The issues and the concerns that the law department has, the document that we were asked to look at this weekend was the acceptance of the statute. And that was fine. Our position has always remained the same as it related to the ground lease, and that is that we needed to make sure that all the appropriate steps were in place so that we can be in compliance with our code. Very much like what what Councilmember I raised with respect to waiving the code. What Councilmember Brown is saying, those are ultimately decisions that you guys make, but as it relates to weighing in on the legality of what we're asking to do with that ground lease, there has been no opinion by the law department because the specifics and the details have not been set out. So it's not possible for us to opine as it relates to the ground lease until we have some specificity. And we haven't had that yet. And so I don't want the council to think that, you're getting a runaround, et cetera. What we were asked this weekend to look at was the acceptance of the statutes. And we as Mr. Ward appropriately denoted, had no problems with the acceptance of the statute, along with the maintenance support agreement. But as it relates to the ground lease, that is the larger issue and something that this body needs to have details, and the law department can't provide you any opinion on it until we get more details. That hasn't been presented to us at this time.
Mr. Brown, you have the floor.
Thank you, Ms. Frazier, and thank you, Madam President. I'm in support of the substitute that Councilmember Bond has put forth. There are still the same amendments that I'm going to request that we amend this paper to address to move this forward. But again, I just need to reiterate that I'm just so confused by what is transpiring here, because I can't get a clear answer on what the administration's position is. I can't get a clear answer on whether or not, Mr. Williams, you said that y'all have been in conversation with the National Monuments Foundation now working through this, which I know is true because Justin Johnson has been speaking to that. But I'm just very confused by this whole process, and I don't know what the administration's position is. So anyway, Councilmember Vaughn, I would like to put forth the same amendments that we originally put forth in the original paper before this substitute was brought forth. So those amendments won't change. And I just want to clarify, because I don't see this in the substitute outside of the two amendments that we previously discussed. And maybe I don't see it clearly in the substitute, but there was a section that required the National Monuments Foundation to submit a financial presentation to discuss their wherewithal to be able to move this project forward. I think it was under Section 4 originally. It says that National Monuments Foundation is required to provide a comprehensive financial model to the city for the Peace Museum complex and the statutes within the park. That I missed as a part of my original amendment. But outside of that, Councilmember Bond, can we make those amendments to this paper before we vote on this paper to move it forward?
Mr. Brown, thank you, Madam President. Thank you for your question, Mr. Brown. I supported your amendments, and I still support your amendments. We had a very good conversation, and we want to move this legislation forward. As for the particular point that you missed, it should still be there because the substitute only dealt with 3 issues. One was the acceptance of the statute. The second was making sure that Councilmember Dickens' concerns about the EVO issues were there, and then the other with the procurement question. So all other language should still be inside of the document.
Thank you, Councilmember Bond. Just for clarity purposes, I'm looking at the substitute right now. Councilmember Bond, has the National Monuments Foundation provided a comprehensive financial model to the city for the museum complex yet?
I'm sure they've done that several times.
Okay, because in the legislation, it originally has, and then it was stricken to say to. So, I mean, those two represent two different, positions. One is that it's forthcoming, and the other one is that we've already received it. So I'm just seeking clarity so that I know where we stand on moving this forward.
Well, I'll tell you that over the last few months, the National Monuments Foundation has submitted to the administration and its various departments information that it has already submitted several times to those same departments, particularly Parks and Recreation. So I'm sure that they would not have a problem of resubmitting any additional information.
Perfect, Councilmember Bond. So, Councilmember Bond, do we make just for point of clarity, do we make the amendments now
yes.
that were okay?
If you have an amendment, you can move your amendment.
You can move them, or I can as a friendly amendment, which would be quicker.
We're going to move it, and we're going to second it and go through the process. So if you have an amendment, Mr. Brown, what is it?
Yes. So thank you, Madam President. There are two amendments, Section 2, letter B. We're striking out the language that says topped with Chief of the Yamakra tribe and co-founder of Georgia. We're striking that language to just say 115-foot peace column shall be located, and the language continues. And then the second part of the amendment is letter F, and we are putting forth, we're striking the current letter F in the substitute, and we are replacing it with letter F that basically reiterates the council-approved Cook Park Advisory Council that was voted on today in the consent agenda. So we're going to replace that language to reflect what's in letter F. And both of these amendments, again, have already been emailed out to the council members. If you check your email, these amendments were emailed by Julia at 4:15 p.m. These amendments remain the same, and a motion to approve these amendments, Madam President, I'm sorry.
Okay, that's the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Bond. Any discussion on the motion? Please indicate by speaking out, because I don't want to confuse them. Okay, hearing that, let's open the vote in committee of the whole on the amendment to the substitute that's before.
The vote is open.
Please mute your phones if you're not speaking.
Will everyone please vote?
Ms. Winslow, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Shook?
Aye, thank you.
Mr. Overstreet?
Affirmative.
Okay. All votes are cast.
The vote is now closed. Populating votes. $15 yeas, 0 nays.
15 yeas, 0 nays. The amendment is adopted. Okay. Next speaker is Mr. Massaquoi.
Thank you, Madam President. My question related to the previous, the original legislation, not the substitute.
Okay. So you okay? Ms. Archibald?
Okay, hold on 1 second. I said the substitute. That is my question as well. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Bond.
I'd like to move approval.
Okay, there's a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Winslow, second. Motion by Bond, second by Brown. Any further discussion? Hearing none, let's open the vote on the substitute as amended.
Please hold. Please continue to hold. The vote is now open. Will everyone please vote?
Ms. Winslow, how do you vote?
In favor.
Mr. Shook?
Aye, thank you.
Ms. Overstreet? All votes are cast.
The vote is now closed. Populating votes now. Please continue to hold, Madam President.
Okay.
Madam President, that vote is 15 yeas, 0 nays. We had some technical difficulty on the display. But it's 15 yeas, 0 nays.
15 yeas, 0 nays. It's adopted. And now, Mr. Dickens, you can ask your question while we're in committee of the whole before we go back to take the final vote.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Williams, for being here on the committee of the whole. The council members, we heard a lot about street racing, and I know a number of us have talked about it offline over the weekend. And I think Councilmember Hillis is coming up, is pulling up a paper related to it. But I did, while we had Joshua Williams on the phone. Joshua, CEO, can you tell us what actions are being taken by APD and others to stop street racing and to stop it before it starts? I know it's hard to do, but to definitely once it's happened that cars are being taken and impounded and individuals are being held accountable for being on our streets and causing danger. We have laws on the books right now against speeding and against noise and a number of other things that are violations when we have those larger crowds on our streets and blocking the roadways. So can you offer up what's taking place right now with APD in our departments?
Yes, and thank you, Councilmember Dickens. I have actually had quite a few conversations even over the weekend as I too received a number of calls regarding the issue. I've asked and invited our Chief of Police, Rodney Bryant, to the call, so he'll be able to speak to many of the details. But I do know, and he'll talk through this, there's a number of strategies that he has implemented within his department, some of which incorporate some, strategic task force elements that, I'll make sure that he provides some insight on. We want to be careful not to share too much on this public call, but I'll let him talk through that in greater detail as he feels is appropriate. We've also worked with our transportation department, and they've looked at some opportunities specifically around areas where we may need to leverage barricades and some other infrastructure improvements to help mitigate the issue. But I'll go ahead and turn it over to Chief Bryant so that he can provide some guidance in regards to some of the specifics. And just again, I know there may have been a conversation, a portion that may have come up, but I just wanted to also state that, APD has not been directed to not enforce specifically related to this issue, so they are taking a very proactive approach. And Chief Bryant will speak to that here in a more thoughtful and direct way. Chief Bryant, are you still on the call?
Yes, I am, and thank you, Council, for giving us this opportunity to express and explain our strategies as it relates to street racing. As you know, this has been going on for a while now, and it has continued to grow throughout our city and other major cities. And so what we are doing to mitigate it is using a number of different tactics and strategies to suppress these street racing. They pop up in multiple areas throughout our city. The term that was used earlier today was like, oftentimes it's like playing whack-a-mole, because once we target one area, another group is popping up in another space. We have put a tactical strategy in place to address that, as well as the COO spoke of earlier, putting in traffic mitigations to help minimize people taking over certain streets and ability to race on certain streets. So it has forced them to go into other spaces, and we put our plan in place in those areas as well. We have a strong partnership with Georgia State Patrol, where we are able to go after some of these vehicles. The difficulty is if we don't know that they're setting up, it makes it that much, the crowd gets in the way, and it makes it that much difficult for us to get in there to disperse it. And so now we have to operate from a place of response. But that has been effective in some instances as well. What we're suggesting is that if we have the ability, even though we do have a number of ordinances and laws on the book to address it, it's just not discouraging enough for the participants of these races, and it doesn't attack all the participants as well. We think that this new ordinance will give us some strength, as well as become a significant deterrent. And we would begin to see this, we will see these just begin to come down some, as well as the level of enforcement that we'll be utilizing to address it as well. Again, with that partnership with Georgia State Patrol and Atlanta Police Department, I don't want to get into, as it was stated, don't want to get into all our tactics and strategy on a public forum, but we are working aggressively to stop this illegal activity.
Okay. Thank you, Chief Bryant. Thank you, COO Williams. So I'm hearing a partnership with GSP, some traffic mitigation things that come from the Atlanta Department of Transportation. And there's been some questions out there related to and I'm glad that we're going to look at this ordinance today that Mr. Hillis has. I think but as you stated, it'll do some additional good. Do we have staffing in place at the level to be able to go to the spots that we know? I know it's whack-a-mole, but there are still some key spots that they tend to go to, and I don't want to say them on this call, but the residents of those areas know those hot spots, so to speak. Are we like setting up, just having a car there at all times or at like nighttime? Some of those things just deter. You're aware of the spot, and are you actively stopping it at those spots that have been hit the most?
Absolutely. So, a number of places that we've had our complaints, they have not been repeat locations over the past weekends. There are some that continue to be repeat, and we're moving to address those as well. So we do believe that our strategy and plan will help in stopping these actions. So, yes, the total answer is yes, we are in a number of the spaces that we know that they routinely go.
All right, and then another thing is license plate readers are in some areas of the city, and I would imagine you're utilizing them when we don't have a chase policy to follow up and find, to go communicate with those offenders later. Would you say that this calls for us to expand our license plate reader program to areas where you're finding it more difficult to be able to, so I'm asking two questions at once. We have a no chase policy, and I wanted to get your take on that as it relates to street racing. And then I wanted to talk about follow-up detective work that's useful when you have license plate readers.
Okay, so as it relates to license plate reader, the more license plate reader we have throughout the city clearly benefits us in the areas of investigation. Now, based on that, our investigative strategy is also very beneficial. Again, there are some tools that we're using that when we do a follow-up, and we believe that this ordinance can help in that aspect as well, that even though we are hampered by the no chase policy, we still can see some resolution to the investigation once we use everything that we do to include license plate reader, other investigative tools to find out the culprits of these races.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. Well, thank you, and I'll follow up with some of the specific conversations that the offline. And thank you for being on this call, and thank you for trying to stop this from happening before something bad happens to an individual. We got back to school going on later, and we need to get this resolved by then. And just the number of people that are on our streets now, it's something that I hope never happens, but we got the number of people walking up and down our streets and going to and from businesses, and the more activity we have with cars now that people are able to move more freely, it's definitely a potential tragedy waiting to happen. So thank you for your tactics on this. Thank you, Madam President. That concludes my question.
Yes, well, there are a couple other people that want to speak, and I know there's a piece of legislation in public safety legal administration. If you need to talk to the administration or the chief, this is the time to do it so we don't have to go back into committee of the whole. So I'll now go to the chair of public safety legal administration, Ms. Shepard, followed by Mr. Farouk.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Chief Ryan. I'm glad you're on. I expected you to be on in case for our next public safety committee meeting, but thank you for being here while we're in the committee as a whole. I just wanted to just really reiterate that, we talk about the cars, but we still have the problem, not only the cars, but ATVs and motorcycles. And so, of course, we know in terms of reading the tag numbers. We can read that on motorcycles and cars, but not on ATVs. But it is a problem. But it is a problem all over the city, and in particular on weekends. It seems they focus on weekends, and so I can't emphasize enough that we really have to do something. And I'll speak to you later in terms of your strategies, but it's really important that we do something about all these ATVs and these wheelies. And it's not just when they're speeding. I've literally seen in my community when they're doing it, even just in the middle of the street, just showboating in the middle of the street, not necessarily even driving, but just showboating and just doing crazy stuff. And so it seems like there's a culture now that has been created in the city that it's allowed. So we've got to do something to stop it. We have to do something to stop it. So I'm just emphasizing that. Thank you. That's all I have, Madam Chair, other than we'll introduce the amendment Mr. Hill has later. Thank you. Hello? Yes, I'm here. I'm finished, Madam Chair. Okay, thank you, Mr. Baroque.
Thank you, Chief Bryan. Appreciate your attention to this matter, as you know, both from questions from my colleagues and if you were not privy to public comment, I know you've been forwarded emails from plenty of residents who are frustrated. I want to touch on a few things that Councilmember Dickens raised and just press a little bit deeper without betraying any strategies. You know, you did mention it's a game of whack-a-mole, and I understand that. It's oftentimes the case with public safety responses and where criminal activity goes. But there are probably, I don't know, 6 to 10 known areas, corridors, or streets where this is happening week after week after week. And I guess my question to you is, do you feel like APD has a firm grasp on what those locations are? If not, I think council members can probably weigh in pretty quickly offline as to where the trouble spots are. And B, does APD have the resources to cover those known hotspots more or less simultaneously? So it's not a game of whack-a-mole amongst the 6 to 10 spots we know, but knowing where this is popping up in the city on a regular basis, do you feel like you have the resources to tackle this with or without GSP?
So that's a difficult answer, Council Member, because even though we know the strategies that we use multiple police officers, it's not a matter of us sending 1 or 2 police officers to handle an intersection and that it will stop it. So even though, like I said, we're putting some traffic mitigation into certain areas, have cut it down, you have to understand that they may move from one intersection to the very next intersection or 5 intersections over, do it for a quick 10 minutes, and then they're back out of there. So do we have enough resources to address some of the major areas? Absolutely. But as they move and go to find them new spaces and new territories, that could be very challenging. But with the assistance with people calling in and giving us that information and us then moving resources as quickly as we possibly can, we do believe that we can have an effective strategy to, at some point, extinguish this activity throughout the city.
Coordination with GSP, I presume that's, a fairly heavy lift. It takes some lead time to do it and to coordinate with another agency who has their own demands on their own roads and highways. So I'm curious, because this problem in and of itself, there are probably a range of strategies to deal with it, some of which we've discussed on this call. But one reason we coordinate with GSP is they have the ability to pursue to have high-speed pursuit. And our policy is not to chase, and I think that's probably the right policy. I think for the public, it's important to realize that decision was made by police leadership or APU leadership in recent years, not a city council act, not that it's right or wrong, but I just want to make clear that that's how that policy came about. And many other big cities have done the same. And so I guess my question to you is, given this problem and that it's specifically related in some ways to vehicles fleeing a scene, and us coordinating with GSP to at times pursue when necessary, do you foresee APD revisiting its no chase policy, or do you feel like spot coordination with GSP gives us the tools we need to cut this behavior down?
At this time, it's just a matter of us continuing to partner with GSP to see how we could best do it. I'm not in a position right now to revisit that chase policy. Not to say that it's off the table, but right now I just don't think that would be the necessary strategy to address this particular incident.
Simply, in addition to Councilmember Hills' legislation, which I think nearly all of council signed on to and will debate and hopefully pass a little bit later, are there any other legislative actions or tools that the city, whether through council or the mayor's office, could provide to give APD, I guess, more tools or more support in addressing this issue?
Right now, we believe that the legislation that we've had the opportunity to take a look at helps us strongly. We'll continue to evaluate procedures and talk to our other major cities to see how they're addressing it and utilize whatever best resources they have or whatever we come up with to continue to work with the administration and the council so that we could stay at the forefront of this.
Thanks, Madam President. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay. So now I'll entertain a motion to go back into to exit committee of the whole.
So moved. Westmoreland. Shook, second.
Second, Dickens.
Okay, motion by Westmoreland, second by Shook. Any discussion? If not, let's open the vote on exiting the committee of the whole.
Please hold. The vote is now open. Will everyone please vote?
Ms. Winslow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Ide? Ms.
Yes.
Ide, how do you? Okay, Ms. Overstreet?
Affirmative.
All votes are cast.
The vote is now closed. Populating vote. Yeas, 0 nays.
15 yeas, 0 nays. We have now exited the committee of the whole. We are now back in regular session. Mr. Bond.
I'd like to move approval.
Winslow. Well, you want to accept and gross the actions taken in the committee of the whole.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Is there a second by Ms. Winslow?
Winslow, second. Yes.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, let's open the vote to adopt all actions taken in the committee of the whole.
Please hold. The vote is now open. Will everyone please vote?
Ms. Winslow is the second, so let's go to Mr. Dickens. How do you vote?
Oh, yes.
Mr. Brown? Mr. Shook?
Aye.
Ms. Overstreet?
Affirmative.
All votes are cast.
Madam President, did we get a vote? Okay. The vote is now closed. Populating vote. Yeas, 0 nays.
15 yeas, 0 nays. It's adopted. Mr. Bond?
Thank you, Madam President. I'd like to make a motion to send to the mayor's office post haste.
Winslow, second.
Motion by Bond, second by Winslow to send to the mayor's office post haste. Any discussion? Seeing none, let's open the vote on sending to the mayor's office post haste.
Please hold. The vote is now open. Will everyone please vote?
Ms. Overstreet, how do you vote?
Affirmative.
Mr. Shook?
Aye, thank you.
All votes are cast.
The vote is now closed. Populating vote. $15 yeas, 0 nays.
15 yeas, 0 nays. It will go to the mayor's office post haste. All right. So anything else? I think we're finished with CDHS. Am I correct, Mr.? All right. Thank you so much. Now we go to Public Safety, Legal Administration, the Honorable Joyce Shepard, Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have one piece of legislation before us that we'll read, and then I believe we have another that will come off the panel.
Okay.
The ordinance for second read, the ordinance by Councilmember Michael William Bond to amend the chapter of the City of Atlanta, Georgia, 1996 Georgia Law P 4469, adopted under and by virtue of the authority of the Municipal Home Rule Act of 1965, Section 36-35-1, as amended by amending Part 1, Chapters and Related Laws, Subpart A, to add a new Appendix Number 5 entitled Atlanta Citizenry Board, so as to amend the Atlanta Citizenry Board as a chapter mandated board and for other purposes. And the council court is favorable. It requires both the 3 readings. This is the second reading, so we'll come back before us one more time, Madam Chair. Madam President.
Okay. Motions to any discussion? Seeing none, let's open the vote.
Please hold. The vote is now open. Will everyone please vote?
Mr. Westmoreland?
In favor.
Ms. Winslow?
In favor.
Mr. Shook?
Aye, thank you.
Ms. Overstreet?
Affirmative.
All votes are cast.
The vote is now closed. Populating vote. Yeas, 0 nays.
15 yeas, 0 nays. It's adopted. Mr. Hillis.
Yes, Madam President. I would like to move an item that has been held for 2 or more cycles to be considered by this body.
Okay. Would you please read it and the caption?
Yes, it is located on page 52, item number 4, 20-1361. Caption is as follows. An ordinance by council members Dustin Hillis, Joyce M. Shepard, Andre Dickens, Amir Arthur-Roki, Cleta Winslow, Carla Smith, Marcy Collier Overstreet, Andrea L. Boone, Howard Shook, J.P. Massacite, Antonio Brown, Jennifer N. I, Michael Julian Bond, Madeline M. Archibald, and Matt Westmoreland as substituted by Public Safety and Legal Administration Committee to amend Chapter 150, Traffic and Vehicles, Article 3, General Rules of Vehicle Operation, to add Section 150-73 to be entitled Non-Driver Participation in Street Racing and Reckless Driving Exhibitions, to set penalties for violations and for other purposes.
And the motion?
First have a amendment item.
Okay. First, I think you should make the motion to adopt, and then we can amend it if you need.
Okay, I'll make a motion to adopt.
Okay. And okay, second by Ms. Shepherd. Now, your amendment.
Yes, I do have an amendment. If I may, I would just like to offer a little bit of, before I get to the amendment, offer Mr. So this was originally introduced back in May, thankfully sponsored by all of my colleagues, all the members of council. Passed Public Safety and Legal Administration unanimously back in the later part of May. But then some concerns arose. It was referred back to Public Safety. We then substituted it to address those concerns, which was language in the legislation related to recording and some other terms, recording, photographing these illegal events. That was removed due to the feedback we received from the public and concerns of some council members. And it has been held since it was substituted in Public Safety. This additional amendment is in consultation with the administration, including interim Chief Bryant, who we just heard from. And I'll read that amendment in just 1 second to get it pulled up here. Okay. It will amend Section 1A. It will delete under Section 1, Part A, it will delete Item 2, which reads a group of individuals has lined one or both sides of a public street or highway for the purpose of participating in the event. It will then add sidewalks, the word sidewalks, to number 4 to read one or more individuals has impeded the free public use of public street or highway or sidewalk by action of words or physical barriers for the purpose of conducting the event. And then those items will be renumbered to reflect the removal of item number 2. Furthermore, in penalties, which is C under Section 1, it will add wording to the penalties to reflect that vehicles can be held and impound for not less than 30 days or final adjudication of the case. I will move approval on this amendment.
Is there a second?
Second, Matt Sakai.
Second by Matt Sakai. Any discussion on the amendment? Ms. I.
Yes, I have a question for the law department on the part of the amendment that basically allows for the impound. I know that there are some state law restrictions around when we can basically hold people's property who've been charged with a crime, and so I just want to have the law department clarify what the limits of that are. If somebody has not actually been convicted of a crime, can we hold their car for 30 days? Sounds like a good idea, but I want to make sure that it's legal.
Someone from law? Do we have anyone from the law department? Please make sure they are unmuted.
Hello?
Yes, law department?
Hello, this is Amber Robinson. Can y'all hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. I'm just jumping on,
Ms. I, she can repeat her question, Ms. I.
They just unmuted me. This is Susan Garrett.
Okay, good.
So, Susan, this is Councilmember I. Looking at the new language that is added to the penalties, where and I know everybody's desperate to do something to stop this racing, but where we're imposing a penalty to impound a car for up to 30 days before there's been a conviction. I just wanted to understand how that interplays with our state law forfeiture.
Yes, I was just looking at that myself because the state laws, none of the state law provisions that govern impound for after offenses, someone is cited for an offense, allow for this. So I think the better course of action would be to leave the original language that governs the impound, that allows for impound to the extent permitted by the applicable state law, and that would depend on the offense for which the citation and the impound is made.
So to just keep the language to say as allowed by law, but not specifically add in there the
right. I don't think
days.
we would be able lawfully to implement that added language.
Okay. Well, given that response from the law department, I think that we need to make a change to that amendment then.
Mr. Hillis, do you have a response to the amendment change?
I mean, this is just the amendment that I received as a request from the administration. I don't know that they, I would assume that they would have vetted it through the law department, but perhaps not. But could you go into a little more detail, Ms. Garrett, as to the concerns behind this?
Well,
what does state law specifically allow for and not allow for?
There's different provisions, again, depending on which offense you're talking about. But in general, the impound laws allow for impound, but then they have provisions for the vehicle to be reclaimed. For example, if it's owned by somebody else, the owner can come present proof of that and reclaim it. But none of them would allow for impound for a minimum of 30 days or to deprive somebody of their vehicle throughout the adjudication of the case. So the policy can be to use impound to the maximum extent allowed under the applicable state law, but to have a lower threshold of 30 days for final adjudication of the case is going to run into problems.
Okay, I'm going to defer to my colleagues, and I may have some additional questions, Madam President.
Okay, Ms. Hyde, were you finished?
Well, yes, I can be supportive of this paper and supportive of the amendment as long as it aligns with state law, and so I think we need to take the 30 days out, and we can just put some language to the maximum extent allowed under state law. That was my comment.
Okay, Ms. Smith?
Yes. Y'all, I have got a couple of, as Mr. Faroki called them earlier, the hot spots. I've got a hot spot over here on Moreland Avenue that has been around since the 1950s. And during COVID, it has gotten so bad. It's even on weeknights now. It used to just be on Sundays and sometimes on Saturday nights. It is every single night. I have so many constituents that are just really so angry that they email and call me all the time. And as I'm sure a lot of y'all are aware, it's all over social media. We need to do something. I'm going to speak against taking out the one tooth that is sharpened in this legislation. If we pass this and if we can get the word out that we can keep their car for 30 days, I think it's worth, even though probably some parent is going to sue us because their kid was out racing their car. I mean, but I really feel like that we should leave Mr. Hillis's legislation just as it is. I am so excited about this one sharpened tooth of being able to keep the car for 30 days or until it's adjudicated in court. I mean, they shouldn't be out racing these souped up, whatever you call them, hot cars, racing cars. It's not every car that drives out there. It's not every person that's out there driving. They soup their cars up and then they get on social media or wherever they get and they say, oh, let's meet over here or let's meet over. One of the places that they meet is at the dump and up in Buckhead because they meet where the huge parking lots are. And then they all walk around and look at each other's cars and talk about how cool they are. And then different people decide who's going to race who. And then they get on the street about 11 o'clock at night and they squeal their tires and they do donuts and they race down. And y'all know they've stopped traffic on 75. They've stopped traffic on underneath the fifth runway on 285 and done those drifting maneuvers. I mean, these are not regular cars. These are cars that have been souped up. They've put special tires on them. They're not cars that people go to work in. So I really am going to implore everyone to not accept, nothing against you, Jennifer, and I know you're an attorney, but I think it's worth us holding on to this for absolutely as long as we can. And if we get sued, I still think we could go to court and explain, and we could try to keep this on there because this is the only real tooth that we've got to bite with.
Okay.
Did you just call on me again, Council President?
Yes, I did.
Yeah, I mean, Councilmember Smith, I get you. The dump is in my district. I can't tell you how many calls I've gotten. It is theft, though, for the city to take somebody's car if it's not allowed under state law. I mean, I think our law department's very clear. I think we can stay in there to the extent allowed under state law. But to me, I don't want to pass legislation where we're taking private property in violation of state law and then saying we'll explain to a judge. And I want to solve this problem. It's happening to me at the dump. It's happening on Cheshire Bridge. It's happening to me at Armour Otley. My constituents are furious about it, but passing legislation that on its face violates state law isn't the right fix. And I think there's an easy fix on this to add language in that says, to the extent permitted under state law.
Okay, Ms. Smith?
Yeah, but still, I mean, this is actually something that we can take away from them because we can't legislate human behavior. And everyone that is emailing and texting, they're citizens that do have to get up and go to work the next morning. So we can't legislate, oh, please don't bother people in the middle of the night. People are sleeping. I mean, if we can't do something, I think any judge, I think probably a lot of the judges have been bothered by this. I think that they have been driving along and had all the motorcycles come around them, and it's scary. So I think it's really worth leaving this in and trying it. So I really want to leave the legislation as it is amended today.
Okay, Mr. Hillis.
Thank you.
Hold on one second. Yeah. Mr. Hillis, hold on. Let Ms. Hyde finish her comment.
Sure. So, I mean, I'd just like to go back to the law department, and you hear the desire of us to address this problem because it is driving residents crazy. But, you know, what is the likelihood that we're going to get sued if we impound and keep somebody's car for 30 days before their case has been heard? And what is the likelihood that we'll be successful in that matter?
I can't speak exactly to the likelihood that the lawsuit would happen, but certainly if somebody has serious charges against them, they are going to challenge and hire attorneys. They are going to challenge anything that is subject to challenge. And since we are preempted by state law. We are prevented by state law from creating penalties that are more severe than what the state law creates. I think we would, if we had impounded somebody's car pursuant to the proposed language and they chose to challenge it, I think we'd be in a very difficult position.
Right. Thank you, Ms. Garrett. Is the Council President, I would like to make an amendment to the amendment, but I don't know where we are procedure-wise.
Well, I mean, you can, I believe you can amend the amendment if Mr. Yes, you can add amendments to it, offer it up, and we'll see what happens.
All right, well, my amendment would be to add to the language where I believe that what got added was an impounded vehicle may be held in impound for not less than 30 days or following final adjudication of the case. Add in there a comma to the extent allowed under state law.
Is there a second?
Councilmember, if I may.
Brown.
Okay, hold on. Is there a second?
Westmoreland.
Okay, there's a second by Westmoreland. Now we're discussing Ms. I's amendment to say what Mr. Hillis has on the floor.
Thank you, Council President. So just wanted some further clarity, I guess, from the law department, because I still haven't heard what the state law specifically allows if you commit a crime with your vehicle, whether it be street racing, an aggravated assault, reckless driving, whatever. What does the state law say about how long your vehicle can be impounded?
So this is Susan Garrett again from the law department. So the impound laws generally allow the vehicle to be impounded until the person comes and claims the vehicle and shows, for example, that they have insurance, that they have ownership, that they are licensed to drive, or that they are not too impaired to drive the car. So it doesn't provide for impounding the vehicle throughout the prosecution of the offense, and that applies to DUI and a number of other offenses. Now, if there is a more serious criminal offense, then there may be other and the vehicle becomes evidence in that case, then there may be a different procedure for holding the vehicle in those circumstances. But in the context of a traffic offense, the impound is for the purpose of preventing the unsafe use of the vehicle. So if somebody is able to come claim the vehicle and show that that concern is remedied, the vehicle is released. The property is not retained indefinitely.
Understood. So I do understand Councilmember I's concern, also understand Councilmember Smith's concern. But I do see how Councilmember I's amendment to this amendment would be appropriate, so as to not, do something we're preempted from state law from doing. And if we want to change that, then let's petition the state legislatures to change that. Because this is not just a problem in Atlanta, it's a problem in many cities in Georgia, especially our metro area. So that's all I have for now. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Smith?
Okay, I'll say that normally I am on the other side. I'm normally like, okay, state law, we can't do it. I normally am always the one that asks those questions. But this is the only tooth in this legislation. I mean, it's just not, when I saw that Councilmember Hillis put this in the legislation, I thought, oh my goodness, we can actually do something here that will scare some of the racers, because y'all just like going back in time, back in the 1950s and those movies, Rebel Without a Cause and all that, they at least raced for their pink slips of their car. So not that many races actually occurred on the street. They have nothing to stop them. I mean, I could take my old junker car out there and race with them. I mean, I'd get beat, but the only thing that would happen is I would like be embarrassed. I mean, there's just nothing that the police can do. But this amendment onto that legislation, it puts us in a better position for the police to be able to say that they're going to go out there and that they're going to impound cars. It's just like when Councilmember Shepherd was trying to do the legislation with the motorcycles. That would have stopped all of that motorcycle racing if we would have allowed her to impound the motorcycles. And again, we went with the state law on that one, and y'all see, and I know this is for cars, but the motorcycles, they're awful out there. So anyway, I just felt like I had a glimmer of hope here for a minute on us being able to impound their cars and giving them at least pause before they go out and race.
Okay, Mr. Vaughn.
Thank you, Madam President. I guess I have more of a suggestion than a question. Is that why don't we just raise the fine amount for these infractions within the city? Right now, under the state code and our municipal code, those fines are set at a range that a judge might apply. Why don't we just move it up to the maximum? And then you don't have to do anything that would be in, which is our right to do as a city. And saying that these type of infractions within the law, it's a maximum $1,000 instead of a range of $100 to $1,000. That, I think, will send the same message.
Ms. Smith?
Okay, I'm liking hearing this where we're trying to come up with some kind, where we're trying to meet in the middle. So if we raise the fines, let's ask the law department, how high can we go on the fines? And could we do something like the second time you get caught racing your car from the dump or Moreland Avenue or wherever all these hot spots are that drive everybody crazy and keep everybody up at night, if you do it on the second time, can we keep their car for, 10, 15 days? Is there something that we can do where we can maybe tweak this? Is there a law department on the phone? Ms. Garrett?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay.
I believe that the fines are also, the fines have an upper limit that's imposed on them both by our code and I believe by state law. But we can what we can do within that $1,000 limit is fix the minimum fine as $1,000 so that there would not be discretion to impose a lower fine than that.
Mr. Bond, do you want to make that amendment?
Yes, if you'll second it.
I will.
Second, Phyllis.
I'll make the motion.
Second, Smith.
But I had another suggestion that the law department go back and look at the jump.
Hold on one second before you go to the next suggestion.
Okay.
So we need to deal with the amendment we had before us first before we move forward. Too many amendments. So we need to dispose of the one we have first. It's the I amendment. And then we can go to any further amendments. So are you all ready to vote on?
Well, I have a question.
Okay, if it's on the I amendment, that's what's before us, before we get off into other subjects.
Found a vehicle, correct? Is that correct?
Yes, this is on the impound the vehicles. She put in there up until state law allows, but she did leave the 30 days in, so we kind of could talk about that at least after this passes.
Well, what I was going to ask the law department is what happened to the John ordinance that we had, that way back in the day, City Council person Derek Bozeman put in place for Johns who were cruising on what was then Stewart Avenue for the purposes of prostitution. They would arrest individuals, post their photos in the atrium at City Hall, and they would impound their vehicles until their court date. Has there been any research, or has anyone perused that law to see if it's applicable or adaptable to what Ms. Ide is proposing?
Councilmember Bond, I am not aware that we have looked at that ordinance recently, but perhaps we should.
Okay. I would hope that you would, because underneath that ordinance, like I explained, somehow or another we were able to impound vehicles.
Is that a question?
Well, yes. I mean, can someone pull that up and look at it and see?
We'll be happy to take a look at that ordinance after this meeting, if that's what you're asking us to do.
Well, yeah. Well, there's nobody there that can kind of go through the code real quickly and take a look before we take a vote?
Well, Councilmember, what I'm saying is...
Okay, I was going to say the question should be, Ms. Garrett, would that make a difference in your opinion if you have that information?
No, if the city, if hypothetically the city has another ordinance that purports to do the same thing we're talking about here, our opinion would be the same about the viability of that provision.
Well, I guess my question becomes, because I know that, and I don't know if you remember, Felicia, that we had a similar conversation then. And it came back that we could do whatever it says underneath that John thing. And I don't know how different it is from what Ms. Ide is proposing. That's what I'm asking for it to be looked into or examined. And I don't know how quickly someone can go through the code, but whether it'd be helpful to have the answer at this meeting, but of course, I'd like the answer when it can be gotten.
Councilmember Bond or President Moore, if we could have Amber Robinson unmuted, I think she may be able to address this.
If the staff can make sure Ms. Robinson is unmuted, that will be helpful. And me, if this doesn't preclude coming back at a later time and further amending anything, if we're not able to get all the answers to that. You unmuted?
I am, I believe so. Can y'all hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hello? Okay, great.
We can hear you.
Hi, Amber Robinson, Senior City Attorney, and I am currently reviewing Section 106-107, which is solicitation for an illicit sexual act in the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances. Years ago, this was referenced in our code as idling and loitering. But some years ago, this section was amended, most recently in 2008. Though I do not have the pre-2008 legislation before me, or version of the code before me, I can say that since 2008, there has been no provision in this particular code section, which would indicate that we could impound vehicles. So I do know, Councilmember Vaughn, you mentioned Councilmember Bozeman, that would be prior to 2008. So I'm not saying that that was not there. I can say that it's not been there since 2008.
Yeah, it was a long time ago. It was a long time ago. Well, thanks for checking.
Okay, so now we still have the Ide amendment before us, and I would ask everyone to keep your comments to the Ide amendment. Ms. Ide.
Yeah, I was just going to clarify that I think that how I had phrased it was to leave the sentence, an impounded vehicle may be held in impound for not less than 30 days or following final adjudication of the case, comma, as permitted under state law. So we can leave the 30 days in there, but just clarify that we're not intending to do it to authorize something that's not allowed under state law.
Okay. So that is, you're just adding the words as permitted under state law.
Yeah.
Okay. Mr. Hillis. Mr. Hillis? Are you unmuted? Okay, I'm going to go to Ms. Archibald.
Ms. I just clarified what my question or concern was, so thank you.
Mr. Dickens.
Yeah, I think I'm clear with that last little bit with Ms. I. So basically, I'm totally in support of the legislation, but also in support of trying to find something that matches what we can do by state law. So I was going to ask the law department specifically about a terms that say until that your car can be impounded until you have a court appearance. And I think that was, I don't know if that's been fully diagnosed yet, until you have a court appearance before a judge or what have you. So your car is in the possession until you are dismissed or your case is, you paid your fine or what have you. Can the law department opine on that?
Am I still unmuted? This is Susan Garrett. Okay. I still think that might be problematic because it would be placing a lower limit that we don't know how that's going to play out, and it could run afoul of the limitations on the ability to confiscate property. I would recommend that if we leave the language in there about 30 days or final adjudication of the case, that the amendments say or to the fullest extent permitted by state law, so that we would not risk having that provision be declared unlawful, and we could always max out whatever was permissible on a case-by-case basis under the state law. There's a problem with the state law preemption that as soon as we start making the ordinance more restrictive than state law may be, we risk running into problems with enforcement.
Okay. One final question. When someone, let's say, has a DUI, they can't go back in their car, so their car gets impounded. Does state law say, what does state law say about that? Because that seems to be, they're able to impound the car in those scenarios.
So the state law with impound for following a DUI, it allows the car to be recovered under certain circumstances, and I'm going to defer to Amber Robinson to elaborate on that more. If she can be unmuted, if not.
Yes. Hello, I'm not sure if I'm muted. I can't hear.
Yeah,
okay, great. That's right. So the law regarding a DUI is that if you are arrested for a DUI, you must stay in jail for a certain period of time. I believe it is 6 hours pursuant to state law, to allow that you would not drive away after you've already been had reasonable suspicion that an probable cause that you were in fact intoxicated. However, your vehicle is not subject to that time provision, how long the vehicle is impounded. A person can be arrested for DUI and have a sober passenger who is authorized to drive the car, and that passenger can drive away with that vehicle right then and there, and there's not necessarily any need to impound the vehicle whatsoever. So on all DUIs, there is not a requirement that the vehicle is impounded. The vehicle is impounded because you were in jail and there was nobody else to take the vehicle. And for a DUI, you must stay in jail for a certain number of hours, regardless of your bond situation, such that you wouldn't be able to then drive away in your vehicle after you have had reasonable suspicion that you're intoxicated.
Thank you. That was a very good explanation of something I have no idea about. So thank you. All right, Madam President, that concludes my statement. I'm willing to support Ms. Ide, whatever amendment change you had. I think we can move with it, in my opinion.
Okay, Mr. Hillis.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. I was on mute previously when you called me. Going back to Councilmember Bond's points, myself and Ms. Guerra did do a lot of research over city code, trying to come up with a specific provision for a very aggressive impoundment to be incorporated in this legislation, but we did not find that. To Ms. Robinson's point, that was apparently taken out years ago. And with Councilmember Ide's amendment, I think we have that part of the penalty, the impoundment part of the penalty down. We're saying the maximum allowed by state law, whatever that is, whether it's a day or if it's 30 days, that would be great. And so I think we need to move on with voting on that amendment, and then we can consider, other penalties that might also discourage this behavior, such as the amendment proposed by Councilmember Bond. So thank you.
Okay. So I hope we're getting ready to vote on this. Ms. Smith?
Yeah, I just want to say that I really do feel strongly about it, but Jennifer, or Councilmember Ide, you actually were brilliant in taking us where we're going with this amendment to keep us all legal. But I just, y'all, I really wish, because they're not going to stop until we have something. Now, as soon as we're done with it, because I know all we can talk about is this amendment, but I do at some point before we completely finish talking about this paper, I want to talk about that idea of maybe letting them go somewhere else, and maybe we could put something in this that later, when they do have a spot that they can go and race at, that if they get caught more than once or something and haven't gone out to the agreeable spot for them to race. But
okay,
I am going to support.
Okay,
I am going to support Councilmember Ide's amendment. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Ide.
I was just going to ask, Ms. Lindo circulated my amendment, but I like what Ms. Garrett said, to have it say to the maximum extent allowed under state law. So I want to make sure that word maximum is in there.
Okay, so read your amendment again, and then we'll get the second again to make sure we have the exact language you want.
Okay. The language that's going to be added is, hold on. Let me go back to the paper itself. The language that's going to be added is down there in 15073 C2, where it says an impounded vehicle may be held at impound for not less than 30 days following final adjudication of the case, comma, to the maximum extent allowed under state law.
Okay, who did the original second?
Westmoreland, who's at the second.
Okay, are you seconding this just to make sure we have it correct? Okay.
Enthusiastically.
All right. Mr. Hillis.
Yes, I just wanted to clarify with Ms. Garrett. I believe she said that what she was comfortable with is adding the comma and then saying or to the maximum amount allowed by state law.
That's what Ms. Ide just said, I thought.
I don't think she had the or in there. This is Susan Garrett. I think it's more clear that way that we are that the state law, we are respecting that the state law is paramount, and we're going to endeavor under the state law to impose the maximum amount of impoundment. I think the or makes that clearer, but I think it means it's pretty close either way.
So what is the language?
I would respectfully disagree. I think that we're saying we want it to be 30 days or till that date, if that is allowed by state law. So I think I'm going to leave I think it's clear without the or. I mean, I do want to move forward on this, but I think it's clear without the or, that we're going to do what
if I could just add, I just think that what she's saying, if the state law allows for more than 30 days or something else to happen, then you leave it open to be able to go to the max that you may not have contemplated, which may be more than 30 days. I think that's like you said, or. But that's just me throwing it in there. So okay. Which one is it? You make the decision.
I'm just going to stick with the comma to the maximum extent allowed under state law.
Okay. We have a second by Mr. Westmoreland. No one signed up to speak. Let's open the vote on the item amendment.
Yes, Madam President, for clarity purposes, the Hillis Amendment.
We are amending the Hillis. We are amending the Hillis Amendment, and so we're going to vote on the Hillis Amendment next with I's changes to
Duly noted. The vote is now open. Will everyone please vote?
Okay, Ms. Winslow, how do you vote?
In favor.
Mr. Shook?
Aye.
Okay, all votes are cast.
Overstreet,
the vote is now closed.
Yeah, your vote showed up, Ms. Overstreet.
The vote is now closed. Populating votes. 15 yeas, 0 nays.
15 yeas, 0 nays. Yes, on the I's amendment. Now, Mr. Hillis's amendment has Ms. I's additional language in it, and we need to vote on that. So first we have Ms. Smith. So that is before us. If you'd like to speak to the amendment, that's before us. Ms. Smith.
Well, yeah, Councilmember Bond and I spoke a second ago about changing the fine to a minimum of $1,000. Is that part of this amendment?
Let's deal with the Hillis Amendment with the I addition, and then we can add additional amendments if you all would like. So let's open the vote on the Hillis. I'm going to call it the Hillis I Amendment. That way we're not confused, Mr. Clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. Please hold. The vote is now open. Will everyone please vote?
How do you vote?
In favor.
Mr. Shook?
Aye.
Ms. Overstreet?
Affirmative.
All votes are cast.
The vote is now closed. Populating vote. 15 yeas, 0 nays.
15 yeas, 0 nays. The Hillside Amendment is adopted. Now we'll entertain any other additional discussion or amendments on the paper as a whole. Ms. Smith?
Well, I don't know if we want to discuss it. Maybe we could come back and add it at a later time. I think I've probably worn everyone out with this. I really get a lot of complaints about the street racing and the motorcycles, and it does keep a lot of people up. So, Mr. Bond, did you want to do it today, or do you want to wait until later and see if maybe this will work a little bit?
So moved.
Oh.
$1,000.
Okay, then to amend this to where the minimum fine would be $1,000. And I'll second that motion.
Okay, there's a motion by Mr. Bond and a second by Ms. Smith to, what's the language, Ms. Smith?
That the minimum fine will be $1,000.
That the minimum fine will be $1,000. You need to, while we're doing this discussion, indicate where in the paper you'd like that. Let's let the law department opine before we get to discussing and make sure that's an appropriate amendment.
Okay. And Mr. Hillis, can you help me where I should put it?
Okay. The law department?
You can do this, and it should go in section D1, where it says penalties. Currently says violations shall be punished by a fine not to exceed $1,000. So we could just change that to shall be punished by a minimum fine of $1,000 and leave that the same.
So that is your amendment, Ms. Smith? Okay. Let's see, any discussion on the well, actually, it's the bond amendment. Smith seconded. Mr. Hillis, do you have any discussion on that?
I was just going to do exactly what Ms. Garrett just did, so I'm done.
Okay. All right. Any more discussion? Seeing none, let's open the vote.
Please hold. The vote is now open. Will everyone please vote?
Okay, Ms. Winslow.
Aye.
Shook.
Aye.
Overstreet.
Affirmative.
All votes are cast.
The vote is now closed. Populating vote. $14 yeas, 1 nay.
14 yeas, 1 nay. It is adopted. The amendment, the bond amendment, is adopted now. We're on the motion to adopt. And we'll take discussion before we vote on it. Adopted as amended. Mr. Hillis.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. Just wanted to thank all my colleagues for signing on to this, and hopeful that this is going to put our city and our police department in a better position to handle this very, very important issue that has plagued our neighborhoods and roadways, and that we can get a handle on this. So, again, thank you, colleagues. Thank you, Madam President.
Okay, we have to vote on to adopt it, so we're not quite done. But, Ms. Ives?
I just had a question about the amendment we just did, because I wasn't quite certain where it went in. Is the $1,000 for the people doing the racing, or the $1,000 minimum also is for the people who are watching it? I got confused about where the penalty, if the penalty part specified.
Yes, is that a law department question?
Yes. What did we just do here? Did we make it a $1,000 fine for anybody who does any part of this, or did we just make it for the racing?
No, this ordinance creates an offense related to non-driver participation in street racing and reckless driving exhibitions. So this would be in addition to any driving penalties that can be assessed against the drivers.
Okay, so where we just put this penalty piece in, this is not saying that's at a minimum $1,000 for the actual drivers, because that's not what this paper's about. We made it a $1,000 fine for the people who are. But tell me what act is it that is now a minimum $1,000 fine?
It's for people who actively participate in conducting the street racing exhibition. So it doesn't apply to people who are bystanders or passers-by, but people who engage in active and knowing participation in the exhibition.
Including the drivers or not including the drivers?
This is separate from the drivers.
Okay. I'm not totally sure I had understood that, and that was my intent. If we had wanted to make the heightened fine, the $1,000 fine for the drivers, that would be, we can do that, but that's a different place in the code, or that's set by state law?
Both. It's set by state law and would be different provisions in the code.
But we would be able to do that. We just need to be amending a different part of our code.
We can look at that in connection with other provisions, but yes, this ordinance applies to non-driver participation.
Okay. Council President Moore, I'm not sure that I had totally understood that at the time that we were voting on it. I don't know if all of my colleagues focused on that also, that this is not we have not made it a $1,000 fine for the people actually doing the drag racing. It's for the other people who are congregating in it. So I want to make a motion to, let me ask you this, Ms. Garrett, because $1,000 for somebody who may be, just watching, may be a lot. Is there leeway if we set it as $1,000 minimum, $1,000 maximum, does a judge still have leeway in that?
But no, by saying minimum, we're removing that discretion to impose a lower fine. However, this code section, this legislation does not allow people to be cited just for being present or watching. They have to actually do something, collect money, ride in the vehicle, or take some other affirmative action to participate in putting on the event. It's not directed and can't be used just for a bystander.
Okay. But if we pass this today, then there's a little bit of a disconnect that the passenger has a minimum $1,000 fine, but the driver doesn't, until we take further action on that.
With respect to city violations, yes.
I don't know how other people feel about it, Council President. I think I'm going to make a motion to reconsider. I think that we should increase the penalties, but I would rather do it at the same time, so that we're dealing with the drivers of the car, who are the biggest problem, as well. I don't know if we can do all that today, or if that needs to be handled another day, but I'm not really comfortable with making there be heightened penalties for a passenger and others until we fix the penalty for the drivers themselves.
Okay, you have a motion to read it reconsider. There's a second by Councilmember Brown. Any discussion on the motion to reconsider the amendment? Okay, if what we already understand, give me 1 second. Well, you understand what we are reconsidering because we voted on the whole amendment would have to be, unless the parliamentarian types to me otherwise, the Hillis Amendment, which included the amendment by Ms. Who was that? Who made that last amendment?
Bond.
Yeah, the bond, Smith.
Council President, can I ask one more question of the law department then, before we unwind it?
Okay. Ms. Ide has the floor.
Ms. Garrett, could we, in this same paper, address the penalties for the drivers, or would that need to be done in a separate piece of legislation?
I believe that would need to be done in a separate piece of legislation. But most of the driver offenses are established under state law, so we're preempted from making any changes to the offenses that are the same that are set by state law to make them any more restrictive than they currently are.
Do you know what the driver, for reckless driving, what the driver penalties are? Because I just think we shouldn't end up in a place that the passenger penalty is higher than the driver penalty. If we could at least make that match.
I do not, sitting here at this moment, know what they are. Maybe Amber Robinson does if she's still on the line.
Good afternoon. So reckless driving and racing are considered serious traffic offenses, and their maximum penalty can be up to a year in jail, as opposed to a minor traffic offense or a minor traffic offense that is adjudicated in municipal court, which is only up to 6 months. But if adjudicated in state court, racing and reckless driving are punishable with up to a year in jail. Additionally, upon charge of reckless driving or racing under state law, an officer is required to effect a custodial arrest for that traffic violation. They cannot be issued a copy of charges. So if I get charged with racing, I cannot get a ticket. I have to go to jail, and I will have to bond out. And that is pursuant to state law. Same with reckless driving.
And do you know what the monetary range of penalties are for that, for those two offenses?
So both of which, because they are misdemeanors, are $1,000 as well. The maximum fine is $1,000. The difference is the maximum amount of time in jail is a year, as opposed to, for this ordinance violation, the maximum amount of time you could get in jail upon conviction is up to 6 months.
But that's $1,000 maximum, so it could be that the driver gets a $500 fine and the passenger gets a $1,000 fine.
That's correct. If the passenger falls under the definition of participant, which I think Ms. Garrett has made clear does not, it specifically says non-driver.
All right, thank you. I don't know if this bothers anybody else or not, that's a possibility.
It wasn't our intent, Jennifer. You're absolutely right on this.
Yeah.
I would disagree. I think if the goal is to make this activity unpopular and the ordinance is to act as a deterrent, I think that we took the appropriate action. We're trying to dissuade people from participating in these activities.
Okay, Mr. Bond,
either by knowledge of the ordinance or paying the fine.
Okay. So, Mr. Vine, excuse me, but there were several people before you. Ms. Ide, are you going to make the motion to reconsider? You can reconsider the bond amendment. Specifically, just that.
Okay. Then I would like to make a motion to reconsider just the bond amendment on the $1,000.
And is Mr. Brown, is your second still in place?
It is.
All right. So
Madam Chair, point of order. Did Mr. Brown vote for this resolution or did he vote against it? Because if he did,
I voted against it.
Well, wait a minute. Hold on. She had a point. Ms. I voted in the affirmative. She's the one making the motion. Mr. Brown doesn't have to vote in the affirmative to give a second.
Okay, thank you.
Uh-huh. So now we have a reconsideration by Ms. Ide of the bond amendment, second by Brown. So if anyone wants to speak on that, I would ask everyone to clear the deck. If you are not wanting to speak on the motion to reconsider so that I'm not confused, and then I will go in order. So we have Mr. Hillis on the motion to reconsider.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm going to vote no on this motion to reconsider because, as Councilmember Bond stated, this is a severe, severe problem in our city, and we need to be going after everyone. The only thing that has changed since every person on this council put their name on this paper is that we amended it, or excuse me, we substituted it in public safety back on, I believe, June 8th, to address those concerns about filming and photography and recording these illegal events. And then what the changes that we have made today. Nothing else has changed. So I don't know why we're acting like it's surprises and what this addresses and doesn't address. When this started out, when I was drafting it, we did have provisions in there that went after the drivers. We were told by the law department, specifically Ms. Garrett, that we were preempted by state law from doing that because they already have provisions in state law that address reckless driving and laying drag, both of which Ms. Garrett stated have penalties of maximum 12 months in jail and a $1,000 fine. So again, just to reiterate, not supportive of backtracking on this. We need to maximize these fines and penalties to get a hold of this issue that is plaguing our city and every council district. Thank you.
Okay, next speaker, Mr. Brown.
Thank you, Madam President. Just to reiterate, I think council as a whole recognizes the importance of this legislation and is in support of this legislation. The concern is the reason why I voted no to the $1,000 fine was because the Georgia Code specifically states under reckless driving that it's punishable by a fine of up to $1,000. So if the driver is left with the judge making the discretion on what the fine should be up to, then I think the same should apply to any bystanders that may be a passenger or in any other way participating in this drag racing. So that was the reason why I voted no, and I think that's only fair. You can't. I mean, I don't think it's fair for council to push legislation to hold someone that's a non-driver in this equation, to an even worse standard than what the Georgia State Code allows for the actual driver in this matter. And I think that I agree that we want this legislation to be a deterrent from this continuing to happen, but we also must be fair to the people of the city of Atlanta.
Okay, and I wanted to make sure you are muting your phone if you're not talking. Somebody's having conversation and we're hearing a little bit of it. Mr. Bond.
Thank you, Madam President. Well, I would hope that we would not reconsider this. The goal of the legislation is to act as a deterrent to bad behavior. These fines and the disposition of what might be adjudicated in a court of law is not equal or more lenient than what would happen to the driver. The driver is subject to automatic arrest. The passenger is not. The driver is subject to state charges. Passenger isn't necessarily, because, and also remember, the other unspoken dynamic of this is that the driver, because they're faced with a state charge, is automatically going to go to the Fulton County Jail if arrested in the Atlanta jurisdiction or to the DeKalb County Jail. The passenger may not. And if the goal is to act as a deterrent, if the passenger is arrested, if they're taken to the Fulton or DeKalb County Jail, because it's a municipal charge, they're not going to remain in jail. Because we currently do not have an agreement with Fulton or DeKalb County to take inmates of a municipal nature. So the charges are not alike, and they're not the same. And the goal of the legislation is to act as a deterrent. And it's, I believe, would be a mighty deterrent for someone to get into a car knowing that the driver is going to race or circle in the street or whatever they're going to do, if they know that they're going to suffer a higher financial penalty, possibly, than the person operating the vehicle. The goal is to dissuade and to send a clear message. If we're going to be fair, I would think we would want to be fair to our residences. I would think we would want to be fair to our businesses and persons in Atlanta who pay taxes and vote, who are suffering underneath this behavior that has taken our city by siege. So I would hope that we would not revisit this. I've never seen a situation where bad behavior is going on, where being nicer has resolved it. So I hope we wouldn't vote for it.
Okay, Ms. Smith. I loved making the fines higher for everyone. I didn't realize when we did this that the driver might not be fined $1,000, and it would just be the passenger or the people that are around it. But I think what we should do is let's go ahead and get this piece of legislation done. Let's get it done properly. We all said that when we first voted on this, we thought everyone was going to be fined $1,000. So what we can do, though, since we can't tag on for the driver to get the $1,000 fine in with this piece of legislation, we've got a few minutes here. We could drop some legislation tonight that we could vote on in 2 weeks that would also include the driver. And I think Ms. Garrett or Ms. Robinson could help us, write that up pretty quick, and then we could fix it in public safety. I don't want just the passenger to get the $1,000 fine and then the judge to only fine the driver $100. But I do think that the people that are out there racing, they soup up their cars, they've got enough money to pay the $1,000 fine if they know that they're going to have to pay $1,000 fine and that all their friends are going to have to pay $1,000 fine, because they're not going to do this. And Mr. Bond is correct. If they have an audience, they're going to do it. If they don't have an audience, they're not going to do it. So I'd like for us to go ahead, pass this tonight. Let's make Councilmember Hillis's paper whole, and then we can drop the legislation to make the driver pay $1,000.
All right, Mr. Brown. Yes, Madam President. So I just want to raise some additional concerns based on assumptions that were stated in regard to circumstances that could provide for a passenger being fined. The reality is this. You could have individuals getting in the car with someone not knowing that their intention is to go drag racing. They could be hanging out, and then the driver decides to go and do this, and, anything could contribute to this, to a passenger being in a vehicle. So we can't make the assumption
as council members, passing municipal law that everybody that gets into a vehicle as a passenger is aware that they're getting into a vehicle to drag race. That's not right, nor should we as council members be putting forth legislation that states that. And then the other piece of this that I have a concern with, under state law, as a passenger, you can't be charged or fined in a reckless driving situation. So why would we impose that on a passenger under municipal law? Those two just don't correlate with each other, and it doesn't make sense. And I'm not saying that we don't need additional penalties or we don't need this to be stronger to ensure that, you know, we're addressing this and this doesn't continue in the city. But we also can't do that through assumptions and assuming that every passenger that gets in the vehicle is guilty. Because then what are we saying as a council? And then how is that going to affect the individual's lives of going through this process when they may not even have the intention of knowing that they were going to be involved in drag race? So, Madam President, those are my concerns and why I think we need to move this legislation and reconsider it.
Okay.
Madam President,
yes,
Councilmember Winslow, just add me to the list.
Okay, you can go ahead now, Ms. Winslow. Go ahead.
Yeah, I hope we don't start backtracking. I mean, you know, all of us signed on to this legislation several months back. When things got a little tight with the Atlanta Police Department, we kind of pulled back. Okay? Councilmember Hillis has worked with us all the way through. You know, he didn't jam it down our throats. He pulled back. He said, let's breathe a little bit. And now, here we are. You know what's happened? It's gotten worse. Since we've introduced legislation, this stuff is going all over town. It's happening all over town. And it's happening at 1, 2, 3, and 4 o'clock in the morning. It's disturbing, as Councilmember Bond says, it's disturbing the taxpayers that are representing us. They're the voters. We need to pass this legislation, and then if we need to look at, you know, everything's not going to be equal. Everything's not going to be fair. But we need to send a clear message to these people who are out here with these cars. Somebody's going to eventually get hurt. Just like they don't call them the water boys, but just like I call them young entrepreneurs, a couple of months ago, you know, hey, it was going to be an accident that was going to happen. And what happened over in my district? Some customer got shot twice. So we're trying to prevent people from getting hurt. And somebody's going to get hurt. So we don't need to have a bleeding heart for these people. I mean, it's, you know what, you know, when we were young, you know, we did a lot of crazy stuff. These are young people, they're doing a lot of crazy things, but they don't realize they can hurt themselves or they can hurt the people who are participants in this. And that's what we're trying to do, is let them know this is something that's serious. Don't do this. Please don't do it. So I hope we don't start backtracking. That's not a good message for us to send out there to these folks. And it's gotten worse and not better in the city. It has really gotten a lot worse. And so I'm not going to vote for reconsideration. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And understand, everyone, just technically where we are, and hopefully we can get there. We are only reconsidering the bond portion of Mr. Bond's amendment to this amendment. And the rest of the paper will stand until the rest of it will stand depending on what you do. So Ms. Iod, I'd like to give Mr. Westmoreland, he hasn't spoken, then you and Mr. Bond. Mr. Westmoreland?
Thanks,
Madam President, I'll be quick. My understanding of the motion to reconsider was simply so Councilmember Ide could change her vote to better reflect what she thought was happening. And so I'm happy to support it so she can do that and we can get on with the meeting.
All right, Ms. I.
And I was going to say the same thing. I'm not campaigning anybody else to change their vote, but as a professional collegial courtesy, I didn't understand what we were voting on. I realized it after we voted. I would like to reopen it so that I can correct my vote for how I would have voted if I had understood where this penalty provision went. So that's what I would ask, is I'd be allowed to vote the way that I intended to vote if I had understood what we were doing.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Bond, and then we're going to vote.
So I was going to call the question.
Well, let's just vote, everybody, so we don't have to go through that. If that's okay with everyone, there's no objection. Let's open the vote on the motion to reconsider. We are reconsidering the bond amendment.
Please hold. The vote is now open.
Ms. Winslow, how do you vote?
I'll vote in favor, and thank you, Ms. Councilmember Ide, for clearing that up.
Mr. Shook, how do you vote?
Yay.
Ms. Overstreet, how do you vote?
Negative.
Okay, so we have closed the vote. Overstreet, Shook, nay. Winslow, yay.
The vote is now closed. Populating vote. Ten yeas, 5 nays.
10 yeas, 5 nays. The amendment is back before us. Any discussion further on the amendment? If not, let's open the vote again on the bond amendment.
Please hold.
And this is to approve it, Madam President, is that correct?
Yes, this is a motion to approve the bond amendment, yes.
Okay.
Again.
State the amendment again. State the amendment again.
The bond amendment, could the clerk, do you have a copy of the bond amendment that you can read for the body just so they're clear what they're re-voting for?
I do not, Madam President.
Okay, any staff have
Madam
the
President?
language? Yes, Mr. Conway.
I have it before me.
Could you please read it for us?
The bond amendment, as I recorded it, strikes the words under C1 in the paragraph. It strikes the words fine not to exceed, adds the words a minimum fine of, and it would read this way: violations of section 150-73B shall be punished by a minimum fine of $1,000 and court costs, etc. That's how I recorded the bond amendment. That's what I understood.
And that sounds exactly correct.
Second.
So any other discussion? Any other questions? Okay, let's open the vote up. Who is this?
Sorry, Madam Chair, I got disconnected. I am so sorry.
Okay, you didn't hear it?
No.
Did you hear the amendment?
No, I didn't.
Mr. Conway, could you read it again, please?
Yes, Madam President. The bond amendment would change the paragraph C1 to read this way: violations of section 150-73B shall be punished by a minimum fine of $1,000 and court costs, and then it continues. That would be the bond amendment if it's adopted.
Okay, any other questions? Let's open the vote on the bond amendment.
The vote is open.
Ms. Winslow, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Shook?
Aye.
Ms. Overstreet?
Affirmative.
All votes are cast.
The vote is now closed. Populating vote. Yeas, 3 nays.
12 yeas, 3 nays. The bond amendment passes. It's adopted. So now, Mr. Hillis, on the full paper.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. I do have one additional amendment that's been brought to my attention by law and by staff.
Okay.
And that is, let me find it here, in Section 1, Part B, which is violations, or excuse me, Part C, which is penalties. That same Section 1, we just amended to do a minimal $1,000 fine. There's an error in there that states, currently reads, I'll read it in full what it reads currently. C, penalties 1, violations of Section 150.73B shall be punished by a fine, well now it reads, of a minimum of $1,000, and court costs or imprisonment for not more than 12 months. That actually needs to read not more than 6 months due to the limitations on the municipal ordinances. I will make that amendment to change both the word 12 and the number 12 to 6.
Okay, so let me, who's the second?
Smith.
Okay, that's Hillis, second by Smith. Mr. Hillis, I'm going to ask you just to read the amendment as you like, and I just want to ask a question before you do. Are you saying the amendment is now reading that there's a minimum fine of $1,000 and 6 months in jail?
No, ma'am. The jail is already in there, but it currently states 12 months, and that cannot be the case in the municipal ordinance.
Okay, so read the whole amendment, please, again.
So the amendment is under Section 1, Part C, number 1, it will strike both the letter or the word 12 and number 12 to read 6 in both of those locations.
Okay, so I just was asking it because the public's trying to follow along too, so would you read what the language would be, the whole sentence with your amendment?
Yes, I will read it. I will read it incorporating the bond amendment that has already passed.
Okay? Yes, please.
Violations of Section 150.73B shall be punished by a fine, a minimum fine of $1,000, and court costs or imprisonment not to exceed 6 months, or by any one or more of these punishments, subject to all limitations contained in the charter of the city or applicable state law. Motion to approve.
Okay, and there was a second by Ms. Smith. Okay, if anyone has any discussion, please add your name to the speakers list. Seeing none, let's open the vote on the Hillis-Smith amendment.
Vote is now open.
Ms. Winslow, how do you vote?
In favor.
Mr. Shook?
Aye, thank you.
Overstreet?
Affirmative.
All votes are cast.
The vote is closed. Populating vote.
15 yeas, 0 nays.
15 yeas, 0 nays. The Hillis Amendment has passed. Any further amendments? If not, let's open the vote on the resolution as amended.
Please hold. Please continue to hold. The vote is now open.
And I said resolution, I meant to say ordinance. Thank you, Mr. Conway. Ms. Winslow, how do you vote?
In favor.
Mr. Shook?
Aye, thank you.
Ms. Overstreet?
Affirmative.
All votes are cast.
The vote is now closed. Populating vote. Yeas, 0 nays.
15 yeas, 0 nays. It's adopted. Mr. Hillis?
Thank you, Madam President. First, thank you for keeping us in line with all those amendments that needed to be made. Thanks to all my colleagues. Glad to see this pass unanimously. Everyone that signed on the legislation voted in favor of it. And again, thank you. And I just want to, I know we heard from Interim Chief Bryant earlier, but this is just a plea for APD to fully enforce this and really get a handle on this severe issue in our city and in every council district. We're all affected from it. So, again, thank you.
Okay, Ms. Smith?
I want to thank Mr. Hillis. I know you've been working on this for a very long time, and when you called and told me some of your ideas, I thought that's brilliant because, like I said earlier, the car racers aren't going to do it if they don't have an audience. And so I have really got my fingers crossed very tight that this works all over the city to at least cut down, if not totally eliminate the racing. And I did want to also just bring up that we still all need to remember that I think it was the mayor that was looking into maybe having like a day or so, weekly or monthly, that the Race Atlanta or Road Track Atlanta or whatever it's called, so that some of these drivers might become professional drivers maybe. But anyway, I just wanted to thank you again, and you've done a lot of hard work, and I really, really appreciate it.
Okay, Ms. Shepherd?
Madam Chair, I just want to say, I think we're at the very last end of the Public Safety Committee, and I want to thank Mr. Hillis too, and hoping this will work. Also just want to say that LRB started meeting last week for the first time last Thursday, and so we will have LRB meetings going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other report?
That is the end of my report.
Wonderful. Now we go to items for immediate consideration. I understand Mr. Brown has an item for immediate consideration.
Yes, Madam President, let me pull up the item for immediate consideration. A moment. My apologies. All right. Colleagues, the item for immediate consideration is a resolution by Council Members Antonio Brown, Michael Julian Bond, Jennifer I, Carla Smith, a resolution that the Atlanta Police Department pursue amendments to the Atlanta Police Department standard operating procedures related to the use of force to incorporate certain principles regarding alternatives to the use of force and for other purposes. Whereas millions of people worldwide watched in horror as a black man, George Floyd, was killed before our eyes by a Minnesota police officer while his fellow officers stood by in silence. And whereas citizens globally reacted through protests and demanded action to prosecute the officers involved in the killing, while chanting about the need for systemic changes in existing policing policies which could have allowed such an atrocity to occur. And whereas 8 Can't Wait is a project by the anti-police brutality agency Campaign Zero, created in an effort to reduce police violence through the adoption and implementation of restrictions in police use of force policies, which are found to be associated with reductions in killings by police. And whereas Campaign Zero was launched in August 2015, as a result, police protests in Ferguson, Missouri, following the death of an unarmed black teenager, Michael Brown, by a white police officer. And whereas the agency recommends 8 procedural changes, which they have determined result in decreased police violence by 72% and have shown to reduce killings by police and save lives, including these include 1, banning chokeholds and strangleholds, 2, requiring de-escalation strategies, 3, requiring warning before shooting, 4, exhausting all alternatives before shooting, 5, duty to intervene from other officers, 6, banning shooting at moving vehicles, 7, requiring use of force continuum, and 8, requiring comprehensive reporting involving use of force against civilians. And whereas the time is now to take swift action to implement real systemic changes in police policies and begin to reinvent the culture of policing with use of force in support of alternative methods. And whereas several cities, including the city of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, the city of Charlotte, and Raleigh, North Carolina, the cities of Tampa, Florida, and the city of Somersville, Massachusetts, have either previously incorporated the alternatives to use of force in their police procedures or adopted modified versions of the 8 principles recommended by the Campaign Zero. And whereas the Atlanta City Council supports the long-term goal to develop a non-police group to respond to non-criminal calls and other reforms to curb the use of excessive force. And whereas Atlanta Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms issued an executive order on June 4th, 2020, to convene an advisory council to examine the city's use of force policies and procedures in order to make recommendations for any operational or legislative changes within 45 days of the issuance of the order. And whereas the Atlanta City Council supports APD amending the standard operating procedures to incorporate procedural changes which support alternatives to use of force, and whereas the further changes may be considered following recommendations from the Mayor's Policing Advisory Council, now therefore be it resolved by the Council of the City of Atlanta, Georgia, that the Atlanta Police Department is hereby requested to pursue amendments to the Atlanta Police Department standard operating procedures related to the use of force to incorporate certain principles regarding alternatives to the use of force described herein. Be it further resolved that these alternatives to use of force referred in Section 1 of this, I think this should say resolution and not ordinance, but it says Section 1 of the ordinance, in which studies have shown to reduce police violence against citizens, should include but should not be limited to the following: 1, banning chokeholds and strangleholds; 2, requiring de-escalation; 3, requiring warning before shooting; 4, exhausting all alternatives before shooting; 5, duty to intervene from other officers; 6, banning shooting at moving vehicles; 7, requiring use of force continuum; and 8, requiring comprehensive reporting involving use of force against civilians. Be it further resolved that the amendments to the standard operating procedures referenced in Section 1 of this should include consideration regarding the development of preliminary and initial force supplement reports with input from objective defensive tactics instructors independent of field operators. Be it further resolved that insofar as APD's current standard operating procedures may already include one or more of the aforementioned procedures for alternatives to use of force, APD is hereby requested to conduct a thorough review thereof, determine if additional updates are needed. Be it finally resolved that all resolutions or parts of a resolution in conflict herewith are hereby waived to the extent of the conflict. Councilman, colleague.
I was going to ask you, since it seemed to have some issues throughout, that you, after you make your motion to adopt, the first thing we would do is amend it and change the word ordinance to resolution wherever it appears in the body of your text.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am, Madam President. And I was just going to say, colleagues, this resolution comes at the recommendation of Mayor Bottom, who made the recommendation for us to put forth a resolution after her veto of the initial 8 can't wait, and which was passed by council, I believe, unanimously. So we did adhere to her recommendation, and we put forth this resolution. Madam President, do I need, so I'm motioning to approve the resolution. Do I need to make the amendment before I motion to approve the resolution?
Yes, I would suggest that, you made the motion to adopt. Is there a second?
Second, Smith.
Okay, there's a second by Smith. Now you can make a motion to amend it to change the word ordinance to resolution wherever it appears in the body of the resolution.
Yes, ma'am. I'll make an amendment to change the first "be it further resolved" clause that states in the first sentence ordinance, to amend that to say resolution, as well as the second "be it further resolved" paragraph. I believe that's the first sentence that also says section 1 of this ordinance, to change it to section 1 of this resolution. And those are the only 2 areas in here that make mention to an ordinance as opposed to a resolution. And motion to approve the amendment.
Is there a second on the amendment?
Second, Smith.
Second by Ms. Smith for the amendment. Is there any discussion on that amendment? Let's open the vote on that amendment.
The vote is now open. Please vote.
Ms. Winslow, how do you vote? In favor. Mr. Shook?
Aye.
Ms. Overstreet? Affirmative. All votes are cast.
The vote is now closed. Populating vote. Yeas, 0 nays.
15 yeas, 0 nays. The amendment passes. Any discussion on the paper as a whole? Seeing none, let's open the vote on the paper as amended.
Please hold. The vote is now open. Will everyone please vote?
Ms. Winslow, how do you vote? In favor. Mr. Shook?
I'm a nay, and at the appropriate time, I'd like to explain my vote, please.
Okay. Ms. Overstreet? Affirmative. All votes are cast.
The vote is now closed. Populating vote. Yeas, 1 nay.
14 yeas, 1 nay. It's adopted. Mr. Shook?
Yes, Thank you. My concern over this piece of legislation is that it invites people to believe that the mayor, with council support, initiated, a detailed, thorough, thoughtful analysis of all the police processes and procedures months ago. They're well on their way. And I think that there comes a certain point when this keeps going on over and over and over again. I know I have more than a few constituents who feel that at least some members of the Atlanta City Council are totally and wholly different when it comes to the crime that is racking this city. And, we all say we want more cops to do this and that and control this and make people feel safe. But the board knows they must continue to feel beleaguered every time they listen to us. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other items for immediate consideration? Seeing none, we will now go to...
Yes,
Yes.
ma'am, I've got...
Immediate consideration?
Ma'am?
Is it immediate?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, go ahead.
Okay, let me pull it up. And I would also like to invite every member of council to add their name. This is the resolution to accept the statue donation of John Lewis's statue. And the resolution reads as follows. A resolution by Councilmember Michael Julian Bond, a resolution authorizing the City of Atlanta to accept a donation of an artwork installation dedicated to Congressman John R. Lewis in Rodney Cook Senior Peace Park, the total value of which to be an amount not to exceed $350,000 and for other purposes. Whereas the struggle and quest for civil and human rights in America is a historic, well-documented, and ongoing movement. Whereas while a countless number of people, organizations, and institutions, both domestic and foreign, have been involved in the struggle, there are those notable few individuals whose lifelong dedication to a cause of freedom and whose significant contributions to this cause have had a tremendous positive, multi-generational, and lasting impact on the lives of countless other people, causing them to be universally regarded as true pioneers and champions for peace, justice, and equality. Whereas the late Congressman John R. Lewis is among those champions who has been recognized, honored, and commemorated locally, nationally, and globally as a civil rights hero and champion for peace, justice, and equality. And whereas Congressman John Lewis, referred to by Time magazine as a living saint, was a lifelong fighter for justice and peace, and who often found himself at the core of good trouble. And whereas Congressman John Lewis was the first leader of the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, known as SNCC, from 1960 to 1966, and was the youngest speaker at 23 years of age to speak at the 1963 March on Washington. And whereas Congressman John Lewis was brutally beaten on March 7, 1965, on the Edmund Pettus Bridge in what became known in history as Bloody Sunday, in an effort to win the right for African Americans to vote. And whereas Congressman John Lewis served with distinction on the Atlanta City Council from 1981 to 1986, and was a fierce fighter for the rights of in-town neighborhoods and an opponent of roads that threatened to disturb the quality of life and local residents. And whereas Rodney Mims Cook Jr., an international authority on classical architecture and urban planning, is the founder of and president of the National Monuments Foundation, hereafter referred to as NMF, a public nonprofit organization whose purpose is to create destination landmarks of national and historical significance in the areas of cultural, civic, and social activism, whereas NMF has had designed and is having constructed on their behalf a statue of Congressman John R. Lewis bearing his image, likeness, and character. Is referred to in the future as the John Lewis statue, and whereas NMF has offered to donate the John Lewis statue to the City of Atlanta to be placed and maintained as a public monument at no cost to the city in Rodney Mims Cook Senior Peace Park, whereas it is the desire of the City of Atlanta in acknowledgement of its appreciation and respect for those and civil rights heroes and sheroes whose dedication in the advancement of civil and human rights and to public service in general have furthered the city's social, cultural, humanitarian goals and objectives, to accept this donation, the John Lewis statue from NMF, and whereas the donation of the city to the City of Atlanta has been valued in an amount not to exceed $350,000, quote, the donated installation, whereas the donated art installation is intended to be a celebration of Congressman John Lewis's work and his significant contribution to the story of civil rights in Atlanta and beyond. And whereas the donated art installation is also intended to pay homage to the beloved community of civil rights activists and pioneers who contributed to the history of civil rights in Atlanta and whose struggles and triumphs helped make it possible for Congressman Lewis to become a powerful actor for social change. And whereas the acceptance of the donated art installation does not require the expenditure of any city funds and thus is not subject to the requirement of Chapter 46, Article 2 of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances related to the implementation of the city's public art program, and whereas pursuant to Section 1-102C7 of the City of Atlanta Charter, the City of Atlanta is authorized to accept donations from any source for any purpose related to the powers and the duties of the city, including art installations, and whereas it is the desire of the City of Atlanta to accept donations of an artwork installation dedicated to Congressman John R. Lewis from NMF for the public display in the Rodney Cook Senior Peace Park, the total value of which is to be an amount not to exceed $350,000. Whereas it is also the desire of the City of Atlanta to enter into a maintenance agreement with NMF with an estimated value of $7,000 for the period of up to 20 years, the maintenance agreement, to help ensure the ongoing maintenance and upkeep of the John Lewis statue. Now, therefore, the City of Atlanta, the City Council of the City of Atlanta, Georgia, hereby resolves that in accordance with Section 1-102C7 of the City of Atlanta Charter, the City of Atlanta is authorized to accept the donation of artwork installation dedicated to Congressman John R. Lewis with the National Monuments Foundation to be installed and displayed at Rodney Cook Senior Peace Park upon the completion of the construction of the donated art installation at Rodney Cook Senior Peace Park, the total value of which is to be the amount not to exceed $350,000. Be it further resolved that the mayor or her designee on behalf of the city is authorized to negotiate and enter a maintenance agreement with NMF with a value not to exceed $7,000 and for a period of up to 20 years for the ongoing maintenance of the John Lewis statue for a period of and upon the terms as shall be agreeable to the city. Be it further resolved that the mayor or her designee on behalf of the city is authorized to enter into any necessary agreements in connection with the donation as authorized herein. Be it further resolved, no agreement in connection with the donation is authorized herein shall become binding upon the city, and the city shall not incur no liability upon the same until the agreement has been approved by the city attorney or her designee as to form executed by the mayor or her designee as attested to by the municipal clerk. Be it finally resolved that all resolutions and parts of resolutions in conflict herewith be the same or hereby waived. I'd like to open this up for any amendment or any addition of names for anyone. I hope all.
If we can get all the names now, we can take that with your reading before you make the motion to adopt. So members, if you want to add your name, please indicate with the speaker button. Ms. Winslow, Shook, and Overstreet.
Yes, Winslow, yes.
Okay.
Thanks.
So I'm just going to call on you one-on-one just to make sure we get the clerk's office can get it. So Ms. Winslow said yes. Mr. Hillis?
Yes.
Mr. Hillis?
Yes.
He would like, okay. Mr. Brown?
Yeah, I have a point of clarity, President, Madam President. I thought we just passed this through an ordinance. I thought we just voted to pass this through the ordinance that 20-0-1334. Everything he stated is in the ordinance that we just passed and approved. So I'm just trying to get clarity just to make sure I'm not looking at the wrong thing.
Mr. Bond?
No, you're correct, Mr. Brown. This is the policy statement that will represent the intentions of the council apart from the lease.
Okay. So does any? I just know I've heard from council members in the past that that this is not the right way that we're supposed to do it. So I'm just seeking clarity here. It has any.
So let's do this, Mr. Brown. Mr. Brown, let's do this. Let me call on you. Just hit your speaker button again. Let me get the people who want to sign on, and then we can go to the paper as a whole. Mr. Westmoreland?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Boone?
Yes.
Ms. Smith?
Yes.
Ms. Shepherd?
Yes.
Mr. Faroki?
Yes.
Mr. Massacite?
Yes.
Mr. Westmoreland?
Well, I've said yes, but I'll say yes again.
Okay. Okay. Does anyone else that Ms. Overstreet wants to add or name any other members? Okay, this is Elm.
I thought you were going in some kind of order. This is Archibald. Yes.
Okay, no, just for those, yeah, I was going in the order of signing up and speaking. Ms. Archibald as well, and this is Elms number 22239.
I had the same understanding as Archibald.
Sure. Ms. I wants to be added as well. Any other members?
Dickens.
Dickens. Add Mr. Dickens.
Madam President, you can add me as well.
Okay, Mr. Brown. Add Mr. Brown. Okay, so Mr. Bond, can we get a motion before we get into discussing it?
Move approval.
Is there a second? Second by Boone. Motion by Bond, second by Boone. Mr. Brown, you had a question on the paper.
Yeah, my only question is, has anything changed from the ordinance in the resolution? Has anything been taken out, or because I know we made quite a few amendments to the original ordinance that speaks to this same resolution?
No, not at all. Mr. Brown, what used to happen back when I was 27 years old, I first got elected to the council back in '93, for every piece of legislation that was introduced that was an ordinance, there was a corresponding resolution. That is a practice that has dropped away. But what that used to allow for is for the colorful, expansive language to be in the policy statement, and then you'd have the bare bones of the ordinance for the implementation that had the power of law. What we're doing here now is the council's policy statement where we can go into detail and illuminate, alliterate, and expound on Councilman Lewis's life and legacy.
I understand. Thank you for that clarity, Councilmember Bond. I just know other council members have stated to me in the process of us doing the same thing that it's not custom, so I just didn't know because, you know, the same council members voted to sign on to it. So I just wanted clarity on that. So thank you so much, Councilmember.
Well, yes, it's a practice that has kind of fallen away, but it's still legal and above board.
I'm in full support.
Okay. Yeah, when historians look up who's responsible for the statute, now they know without a doubt because all of our names are on it.
Okay, I see no one else signed up to speak, and we have a motion and a second. No further discussion. Let's open the vote.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote?
Ms. Winslow, how do you vote?
In favor.
Ms. Overstreet?
Affirmative.
Ms. Mr. Shook? Mr. Shook? Ms. Hyde?
I just hit my button.
Okay. All votes are cast.
The vote is now closed. Populating votes. Yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. It is adopted. Any other items for immediate consideration? All right, okay, Mr. Bond.
In fact, the motion to send this to the mayor post haste.
Is there a second? Second by Winslow. Any discussion? Okay, let's open the vote on sending it to the mayor post haste. Let's see after the meeting.
The vote is open. Apologies, please hold. The vote is open. Will everyone please vote?
Ms. Overstreet, how do you vote?
Affirmative.
Mr. Shook? Mr. Shook. All right, all votes are cast.
Winslow, aye.
You were a second, so you were already.
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
The vote is now closed. Populating votes. 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. It is adopted. While the motion to send it to post haste passed, Mr. Bond?
Yes, thank you, Madam President. I just wanted to thank everyone for their voted support and just noted that both he and P.T. Vivian, but Congressman Lewis was our alumnus and colleague who served this city faithfully and well. And for me, it was more than a personal relationship. Definitely miss his leadership, but he is an inspiration and left lessons for all of us to follow in how to better serve our citizens. And the irony of his service is that the street that is named for him is one he opposed. So that's a beautiful thing because he was siding with the community. So I love John very much, and I want to thank all of you for adding your names and casting your votes in support.
All right. So now we go to items to be referred. Ms. Archibald?
All right. Let's see. Elms number 22212. An ordinance by Councilmember Madeline Archibong imposing a moratorium on the acceptance of any application for special administrative permit or building permit for which a special administrative permit has not been applied for, including land disturbance permits for any property abutting the intersection of Fletcher Road and Boulder Crest Road for a period not to exceed 180 days and for other purposes.
Okay, that goes to CDHS.
ELMS number 22211. An ordinance by Councilmember Madeline M. Archibong, an ordinance to waive City Code Section 15-07.006 of the subdivision ordinance of the City of Atlanta for the purpose of facilitating an acknowledgement of property located at 618 and 626 Gresham Avenue as 3 separate lots of record and for other purposes.
Okay, CDHS.
ELMS number 22198. An ordinance by Councilmember Madeline Archibong authorizing the transfer of $30,000.00 from the Council District 5 carry forward account to the Council District 5 distribution account to continue serving the Atlanta community for the public good and for other purposes.
Finance Executive Committee.
Thank you. That concludes my papers.
Okay, the next person is Ms. Boone.
Thank you, Madam President. First item, a resolution by Councilmember Andrea Boone, a resolution authorizing the mayor or her designee to accept an in-kind donation from the University of Pennsylvania, a Pennsylvania nonprofit corporation for the purpose of assisting in the development of an evaluation protocol of the City of Atlanta's COVID-19 Emergency Rental Assistance Program and for other purposes. ELMS number 22226.
Okay, that will go to CDHS.
An ordinance by Councilmember Andrea Boone, an ordinance authorizing the mayor or her designee on behalf of the City of Atlanta to revive and renew a home investment partnership home contract with Quest Community Development Organization, Inc., for the property located at 694 and 700 Daldigny Street in an amount not to exceed $800,000.00 for the development of 12 units of affordable multifamily housing and for other purposes. ELMS number 22232.
Say that one more time. I'm sorry, I interrupted you.
ELMS number 2232.
CDHS.
An ordinance by Councilmember Andrea Boone, an ordinance to waive the source selection and payment provisions contained in the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances, Article Procurement and Real Estate Code to ratify prior services from Arbor ENT LLC, DBA Rest Care Workforce Services, and authorizing the mayor on behalf of the Atlanta Workforce Development Agency, Workforce Atlanta, to amend and renew cooperative agreement FC-1190-582 co-op agreement for workforce service delivery providing adult dislocated worker and youth services with Arbor ENT LLC, Rest Care Workforce Services, in the amount not to exceed $2,050,000.00. All services to be charged to and paid from the accounts listed herein and for other purposes. ELMS number,
okay, I'm sorry.
ELMS number 22227.
CDHS, Finance Executive Committee.
An ordinance by Councilmember Andrea Boone. An ordinance authorizing the mayor or a designee to install traffic calming devices on Hemphill School Road Northwest to waive certain provisions of Section 138-84 of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinance and for other purposes. Elms number 22228.
Okay, that wasn't the sidewalk waiver. What was it to do again? I'm sorry.
Or authorizing the mayor or designee to install traffic calming devices on Hemphill School Road.
Transportation Committee.
An ordinance authorizing the mayor or designee to install traffic calming devices on Lake Valley Road Northwest to waive certain provisions of Section 138-84 of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances and for other purposes. Elms number 22228.
Okay. I'm sorry. I was trying to get the, and I'll just say it on the air, for him to resend us the executive phone number. If he would just re-text that, it would be easier than trying to find it from before. And I apologize to you, Ms. Boone. Could you just tell me one more time what that was to do?
To install traffic calming devices on Lake Valley.
Transportation.
An ordinance by Councilmember Andrea Boone, an ordinance waiving the sidewalk requirements of Section 15-09003 of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances for subdivision application SD 19035 for 170 South Alvarado Terrace Southwest to provide that in lieu of constructing the required sidewalks at the subdivision site, the developer of the subdivision shall construct approximately 250 LF of sidewalk along the east side of Peyton Place, starting approximately 185 feet south of the southeastern intersection with Martin Luther King Jr. Drive and proceeding south and for other purposes. Elms number 22222.
Transportation Committee.
That includes my legislative items, Madam President.
Okay, Mr. Brown.
Thank you, Madam President. Elms ID number 22210, a resolution urging the Georgia General Assembly to review and revise its statutes related to searches with warrant, Title 17, Chapter 5, Article 2, Sections 17-5-20 through 17-5-32 of the Official Code of Georgia, annotated to specifically ban the use of no-knock warrants and for other purposes.
Finance Executive Committee, Public Safety and Legal Administration. First, Public Safety, then Finance. I'm sorry.
Elms number 22225, an ordinance by Councilmember Antonio Brown authorizing the transfer of $15,000 and 0 cents from the Council District 3 carry forward account to the Council District 3 distribution account to continue serving the Atlanta community for the public good and for other purposes.
Finance Executive Committee.
That concludes my legislation.
Mr. Faroki.
Yes, Elms number 22220, an ordinance by Councilmember Amir Faroki authorizing the mayor or her designee to make the intersection of Ferguson Street Northeast and Iverson Street Northeast a four-way stop controlled intersection, to authorize the Department of Transportation to install stop signs at the intersection and for other purposes.
Okay, Transportation Committee.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Ms. I.
Yes, Elms number 22234. There's an ordinance authorizing a donation in an amount not to exceed $5,000.00 from the Council District 6 carry forward account to Helping Empower Youth, Hay, Inc., to support efforts to improve opportunities for youth and for other purposes.
Finance Executive Committee. Is that it?
That's it.
Mr. Massacai.
No, I don't have any, Madam President.
Okay. All right, Mr. Hillis. Mr. Hillis.
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Uh-huh.
Yes, I have one item. It is Elms ID 22231, an ordinance by Councilmember Dustin Hillis to extend the moratorium on the acceptance of any new rezoning applications, building permit applications for new construction, land disturbance permit applications, special use permit applications, special administrative permit applications, subdivision applications, replatting applications, and lot consolidation applications established by Ordinance 20-1181 and for other purposes.
Zoning Committee.
And that concludes my legislation.
Okay, Ms. Overstreet.
Okay, let me pull it up. Sorry. Okay, Elms number 22219, an ordinance by Marcy Collier Overstreet, an ordinance authorizing the mayor to enter into a contract in an amount not to exceed X dollars with Fulton and DeKalb counties to conduct a special election on November 3rd, 2020, to determine the approval or non-approval by the residents of the City of Atlanta of a homestead exemption from City of Atlanta ad valorem taxes for municipal purposes in the amount of $30,000 of the assessed value of the homestead of residents for residents of the city who hold real property subject to a written lease having an initial term of not less than 99 years with a landlord that is an entity exempt from taxation under Section 501c3 of the Federal Internal Revenue Code, who owns all improvements located on the real property, to appoint the Fulton and DeKalb County Board of Registration and Elections, acting as its agent as municipal election superintendent for conducting said election, and as absentee ballot clerk, and as municipal registrar, and for other purposes.
Finance Exec Committee on Council.
If we could change, correct my name on here, the spelling.
Okay.
Same for this one. This is Elms number 22232, a resolution by Councilmember Marcy Collier Overstreet authorizing the mayor or her designee to amend the Neighborhood Stabilization Program contractual agreement with Synergy Real Estate Developers, LLC, in an amount not to exceed $129,407.00, and extend the contractual agreement term for an additional 6 months and for other purposes.
CDHS.
Okay, and my name needs to be corrected here also. A resolution by Councilmember Marcy Collier Overstreet authorizing the mayor or her designee to amend the contractual agreement with Urban Residential Finance Authority, DBA Invest Atlanta, to extend the contractual agreement term for an additional 24 months and for other purposes. Elms number 22238.
CDHS.
That's it. Thank you.
Ms. Shepherd.
Thank you.
An ordinance by Councilmember George Shepherd amending the 2021 Community Development Fund budget and Home Investment Partnership Program Fund budget by adding to anticipation and appropriations in the amount of $1,234,002 and transferring from anticipation and appropriation in the amount of $1,234,002 for the purpose of reprogramming community development block grant projects in home investment partnerships approved in annual action plans of the 2015 through 2019 consolidated plan and for other purposes. AMS number 22235.
CDHS.
An ordinance by Councilmember George Shepherd, an ordinance by Community Development Human Services Committee, retroactively authorizing the Department of Grant and Community Development in partnership with the Land Development Authority, Invest Atlanta,
to apply for and accept a grant from the United States Department of Commerce, Economic Development Administration, EDA CARES Act Recovery Assistance Fund in the amount of $836,000.00 for a supplement appropriation revolving loan fund for purposes of preparing for, and responding to coronavirus as part of the Coronavirus Aid Relief and Economic Security Act, 116-136, and authorize the mayor or her designee on behalf of the City of Atlanta to enter into any required agreement for grant implementation to waive Section 2-910 of Division 1 of Article 9 of Chapter 2 of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances and for other purposes. And that's ELMS number 22236.
CDHS.
And I have one more. An ordinance by Councilmember George Shepherd amending 19-0-1394 by correcting the funding source number and project name for projects under the intergovernmental funds and amending the 2021 intergovernmental fund budget in the amount of $15,600 and included in the 2019 annual action plan of the 2015 through 2019 consolidated plan and for other purposes. And the ELMS number is 22237.
CDHS and Finance Executive Committee.
That's all I have, Madam President.
Mr. Matsakai.
Yeah, thank you, Madam President, and apologies. It's an ordinance by Councilmember J.P. Matsakai authorizing a donation in an amount not to exceed $5,000.00 from the Council District 8 carry forward account to Flock Safety to assist the Westminster Millmar Homeowners Association with the purchase of a license plate reading camera and for other purposes.
Finance Executive Committee.
Thank you.
Any other items to be referred, members? Any other items to be referred?
Smith here. I have two.
Okay.
Can I go?
Miss.
Thank you. ELMS number 22223, an ordinance by Councilmember Carla Smith to provide that any person or entity that filed an alcohol application which, having received a recommendation from the License Review Board, remained incomplete pending receipt of building and fire inspections in accordance with Section 10-66 of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances and thereafter expired any time during March 13th, 2020 through July 17th, 2020, shall be authorized to request that the Atlanta Police Department resubmit the alcohol license application package which expired during this period to the Mayor's office, to provide that following such resubmission, the applicant shall be afforded an additional 126 days to complete the inspections required by 10-66B before their application shall once again expire as a requirement of 1066 and for other related purposes.
Public Safety, Legal Administration.
Thank you. ELMS number 22224, a resolution by Councilmember Carla Smith authorizing the mayor to submit to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development the City of Atlanta Citizens Participation Plan, Consolidate Plan, to include the following programs: Community Development Block Grant Program, Emergency Solutions Grant Program, Home Investment Partnership Program, and Housing Opportunities for Person with AIDS Program, and for other purposes.
Okay, CDHS.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Any other member? Last call. Okay, any general remarks? Any general remarks, please indicate with the speaker button. See no general remarks. Ms. Boone.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. I would just like to announce to the public that we will be having COVID-19 testing with the Jackson Memorial Baptist Church tomorrow from the hours of 8 a.m. to 2 p.m., 534 Fairburn Road, Northwest. The Jackson Memorial Baptist Church, 534 Fairburn Road, Northwest. We will be having COVID testing, and we are inviting members of the public, their families and friends to come out and get tested. We must stop the spread of this dreadful virus. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other general remarks? All right, seeing no one else indicated for members and for the public, we will be going into executive session, and I would ask the law department to say why we're going into executive session. But I do want you to know that the live stream you're watching on Facebook, depending on how long we're gone, may end. It will restart when we reconvene, but when we reconvene, we will just be having our adjourning roll call and adjourning. We are at the end of our legislative items. Yes.
Council President, this is Councilmember Overstreet. I do have a general remark. I'm sorry, I just
Sure.
looked at the date. Okay, on Wednesday, August 5th, I will be working with Invest Atlanta for the Resurgence Grant Fund live stream. And this fund is called Rise Together Atlanta. It's the COVID-19 small business grant. They will be answering questions and giving all kinds of information. It will support small businesses and help restore vibrancy throughout the Atlanta communities. So I'm asking that everyone get signed up and join us on Wednesday, August 5th at 4 p.m. live stream. And I'll post where they can sign up soon, tomorrow morning.
Thank you. Any other remarks? Any other remarks?
Ms. Moore, I
Yes.
I have one more too.
Sure.
I also will be involved with the COVID-19 testing tomorrow at the Oak Hill Child, Adolescents, and Family Health Center at 2805 Metropolitan Parkway, and that will be tomorrow, August the 4th, from 8:30 a.m. until 2:30 p.m. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay. Madam City Attorney, if you could give us our disclaimer as to why we're going into executive session, and then I will entertain a motion.
Yes, Madam President, the executive session is being called to discuss matters that are currently in litigation as well as some threatened litigation.
Okay, thank you. I'll entertain a motion to go into executive session.
Motion approved, Hillis.
Need a second? Motion by Hillis, second by Faroki. Let's open the vote on going into executive session. Again, for the public, while we are in the midst of casting this vote, understand that this live stream may end and have to restart when we come back. But when we come back, we will just be adjourning. So there is no other legislative items that will be coming before us. Ms. Winslow, how do you vote?
The vote is open.
Overstreet, affirmative.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Overstreet. Ms. Winslow? Mr. Shook?
Bond is affirmative.
Okay, Ms. Archibald? Okay, Mr. Westmoreland?
Aye.
And Mr. Shook? Okay. All votes are cast.
The vote is now closed. Populating vote. The vote is now closed. 13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. We are now going into executive session. Members, please hang up and call into the secured line. For the public, this live stream will probably end. I think we'll run out of time. It will restart, but we will just be adjourning. Thank you.
Smith is here, and y'all, I have 3 more papers. Just to read in, though. We don't have to vote on them.
Motion to deny. Just kidding.
I don't know what to say to that, Ms. Smith.
No. One of them is a lawsuit, I think.
I like you a lot, but I don't know what to say.
I was on mute, and you all better be glad because I was yelling at you all to please be quiet. We are publicly facing now, and we will start the meeting in a moment. Okay, Mr. Clerk, are you there?
Yes, Madam President.
Let's have a roll call, please.
President Felicia A. Moore.
Present.
Council members Michael Julian Bond.
Here.
Matt Westmoreland.
I am still here.
Andre Dickens. Here. Carla Smith.
Here.
Amir Faroki. Here. Antonio Brown. Here. Cleta Winslow. Natalie Mosby Archibald.
Here.
Jennifer N. Ide.
Here.
Howard Shook. J.P. Matsakite. Here. Dustin Hillis. Here. Andrea L. Boone.
Present.
Marcy Collier Overstreet.
Present.
Joyce M. Shepard.
Present.
Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. I'll entertain a motion to return to exit executive session.
So moved, Smith.
I need a second.
Second, Matsakite.
Okay, motion by Smith, second by Overstreet to exit executive session. Please open the vote.
Please hold. The vote is now open.
Madam President, this is Amir Faroki. I'm logged out of Elm, so please count me as a yes.
Okay, Mr. Faroki will be a yes.
Please count Bond as a yay.
Okay. Mr. Brown is a yes.
Boone, yes.
And Boone.
And I, yes.
I, Boone, Faroki, and Bond as yes.
Westmoreland.
Westmoreland as well.
Hillis. Yes.
Hillis.
The vote is now closed. Populating votes now.
Okay.
Yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. We are out of executive session. I understand Ms. Ms. Smith had some papers that need to be referred. Go ahead, Ms. Smith.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. Thank you all for your indulgence. I have 3 papers that we need to refer. Number 1 is ELMS item 22243, Series 2020 WIFIA Bond Ordinance, a Series 2020 WFIA bond ordinance to ratify, reaffirm, supplement, and amend that certain master bond ordinance adopted on March 31st, 1999 as previously supplemented and amended to provide for the issuance of the City of Atlanta of its water and wastewater drawdown revenue, North Fork Project Taxable Series 2020 on a drawdown basis in the maximum aggregate principal amount of not to exceed $61,949,715 for the purpose of evidencing the city's obligation to repay a certain Water Infrastructure Finance and Innovation Act loan from the United States Environmental Protection Agency and for other purposes.
City Utilities Finance Executive.
Thank you. The next one is ELMS number 22241, an ordinance by Councilmember Carla Smith. This is the 27th supplemental bond ordinance, supplementing the restated and amending master bond ordinance of the City of Atlanta adopted on March 20th, 2000, as previously amended and supplemented, providing for the issuance of the City of Atlanta of its airport general revenue refunding bonds and its airport passenger facility charge and the subordinate lien general revenue refunding bond in the combined aggregate principal amount not to exceed an amount, a blank amount here, I'm sure they'll fix it later, comprised of the City of Atlanta Airport General Revenue Refunding Bonds, Series 2020A, Series 2020A bonds, the City of Atlanta Airport General Revenue Refunding Bonds, and the City of Atlanta Airport General Revenue Refunding Bonds, Taxable Series 2020C, the City of Atlanta Airport Passenger Facility Charge and Subordinate Lien General Revenue Refunding Bonds, Taxable Series 2020D, and together with the Series 2020A bond, the Series 2020B bonds, the 2020C bonds, the 2020 refunding bonds, providing funds for the purpose of, among other things, refunding and redeeming all or a portion of the outstanding 2010C bonds, Series 2011 A and B bonds, Series 2012 A, B, and C bonds, Series 2014 B and C bonds, and Series 2019 A, B, E, and F bonds, as further described herein, the refunded bonds, providing for a reasonably required debt service reserve, providing for the forms and authorizing the execution of said Series 2020 refunding bonds, providing for the rights of the holders of said Series 2020 refunding bonds, authorizing and approving the preparation, use, and distribution of the preliminary official authorizing and approving the preparation, use, and distribution of a preliminary official statement and a final official statement in connection with the offer and sale of said Series 2020 refunding bonds, granting the chief officer, the chief financial officer, the airport manager, the authority to deem final and preliminary official statement for purposes of Securities and Exchange Commission Rule 15C2-12, granting the chief officer, the city finance officer, or airport manager the authority to approve and execute final official statement, authorizing the execution of a continuing disclosure agreement, a bond purchase agreement, an escrow deposit agreement, and certain other agreements in connection with the said Series 2020 refunding bonds, and providing for incremental action, authorizing the negotiation and purchase of municipal bonds, insurance, and the selection of a bond insurer with respect to all of or a portion of said Series 2020 refunding bond, if determined to be in the best interest of the city, designating an escrow agent, paying agent, and bond registrar, providing for severability, authorizing certain officials and employees to the city to take all actions required in connection with the issuance of said bond, Series 2020 refunding bonds, providing certain other details with respect thereto, providing an effective date, providing for authorization of certain conditional agreements to the master bond ordinance, and for other related purposes.
Okay, please make sure, members, that your phones are muted. Transportation Finance Executive Committee.
Thank you, Madam President. And my final one is ELMS number 22242, a resolution authorizing a sixth supplemental indenture of trust to, number one, ratify, reaffirm, and supplement that A, certain indentures of trust dated as of December 1st, 2001, relating to, among other things, the city's tax allocation variable rate bond West Side Project Series 2001 as previously supplemented and amended by B, that certain first supplemental indenture of trust dated as of December 1st, 2005 related to the city's tax allocation variable rate bonds, West Side Project Series 2005A and 2005B, C, that certain second supplemental indenture of trust dated as of December 1st, 2008, relating to the city's subordinate lien tax allocation variable rate bonds, West Side Project Series 2008D, that certain third supplemental indenture of trust dated as of September 1st, 2011, E, that certain fourth supplemental indenture of trust dated as of September 1st, 2014, and F, that certain fifth supplemental indenture of trust dated as of September 1st, 2017, which, among other things, authorizes amendments which establish long-term rates for the Series 2001 bonds, the Series 2005A bonds, the Series 2005B bonds, and the Series 2008 bonds. Collectively, the bonds, number 2, authorize the Chief Financial Officer to accept the terms of the Wells Fargo Bank commitment letter with respect to establishing and resetting the long-term rates for the Series 2005A bonds, the Series 2005B bonds, and the Series 2008 bonds, and the mandatory tender date for the Series 2008 bonds, and execute all certificates and documents necessary to establish such long-term rates and mandatory tender date. And number 3, reaffirming Wells Fargo Bank as remarketing agent with respect to the bonds in connection with such interest rate determinations and for other purposes.
CDHS Finance Executive Committee.
Thank you.
I think Mr. Brown has the paper, and I do want to apologize to the public. I did tell them we would be adjourning, but members did come up with papers later, so not my fault. Mr. Brown.
Yes, Madam President, the clerk caught an error in the ordinance 20-0-1334. It's Elms ID number 22244. It's an ordinance by Councilmember Antonio Brown amending Section 3, subsection F of Ordinance 20-0-1334 to update the number of members of the Historic Oversight Committee to 11 and for other purposes.
Okay. Committee on Council. Is that it?
Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry. I apologize.
Okay. Anyone else? If not, I'll entertain the adjourning roll call.
So moved.
Adjourning roll call, Mr. Clerk.
Alphabetical, please.
Yes, Madam President. Today's meeting is held in accordance with OCGA 50-14-1. Adjourning roll call, Council President Felicia Moore.
Present.
Council members Michael Julian Bond.
Here.
Matt Westmoreland.
Here.
Andre Dickens.
Here.
Carla Smith.
Here.
Amir Faroki.
Here.
Antonio Brown.
Here.
Cleta Winslow. Madeline Archibald.
Here.
Jennifer Ide. Howard
Here.
Shook. J.P. Mastakite.
Here.
Dustin Hillett.
Here.
Andrea Boone.
Present.
Marcy Collier Overstreet.
Present.
Joyce M. Shepherd.
Present.
Thank you, Madam President.
I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Okay, is there a second?
Second, Smith.
Okay, motion by Overstreet, second by Smith to adjourn. On unanimous consent, we are hereby adjourned. Good night.
Thank you, Madam President.
Good night.